Assassination of President Anwar Sadat. President Sadat was in the stands at the annual military parade in Cairo when an anti-tank brigade opened a barrage of rocket and grenade fire on him. It is not known at this time what his condition is. An early account said that he and the vice president were seriously wounded, but since then Cairo radio has said he escaped unharmed.
The time now, 7 minutes before the hour. And there's more of morning to come with Charles Kuralt and Diane Sawyer.
It's premiere week on CBS. Wednesday, the magic sparkles with the premiere of Mr. Merlin.
Love potions.
With Zach, his new apprentice, they'll cast a spell that'll keep you laughing. Then, bomb threat. Explosive comedy when WKRP returns with all new episodes at a new day and time. 2 great comedies Wednesday.
Tomorrow on CBS.
Don't wash your hands with messy bar soap. Clean and smooth them with new Clean and Smooth liquid soap.
I clean and smooth because I use a lot less.
I clean and smooth because it leaves no mess.
I clean and smooth, one squirt will do.
I clean and smooth because it smooths hands too. I clean and smooth, it's such a clean feeling.
I clean and smooth because it's eye feeling. So don't wash. Clean and smooth with new Clean and Smooth liquid soap.
I love to shop, especially when I come away from the Estee Lauder counter with a wonderful gift. And best of all, it's free. This whole Estee Lauder collection, a $20 value, is your free gift with any Estee Lauder purchase of $6.50 or more. Imagine going shopping these days and coming home with something free.
Your Estee Lauder gift is available through October 17th at all Kane Sloan stores. Roses, roses, roses. Show how much you care with a luscious rose special from Emma's at special low prices now. Choose 12 charming sweetheart roses with baby's breath in an attractive container, or 10 beautiful long stem roses in a reusable wine carafe. Use Emma's charge or bank credit cards at all 3 Emma's stores.
10 roses in wine carafe, $15.95. 12 sweetheart roses, $12.95. WTVF, Nashville.
This is an Eyewitness News update, brought to you by D.T. McCall & Sons, Carthage and Lafayette, now the world's largest Ashley heater dealer.
Good morning. TBI agents raided 48 establishments in 5 Middle Tennessee counties yesterday. They confiscated 83 electronic poker machines valued at $250,000. Agents witnessed machine payoffs of up to $160. 28-year-old Henry Plummer was indicted by the Henderson County Grand Jury yesterday, charged with the first-degree murder of Lexington's police chief, Richard Carrington. Police say Plummer held his girlfriend hostage at a Lexington home to get Chief Carrington to come to the house. Plummer is being held without bond in the Madison County Jail for security purposes. A dozen tentative jurors have been selected to hear the trial of Memphis physician Dr. George Nicopolis, but any of them can be removed. Defense and prosecution attorneys are expected to exercise their right to excuse some of the jurors chosen. 2 men on Tennessee's death row are one step closer to the electric chair today after their 1977 convictions. The U.S. Supreme Court declined yesterday to rule on an appeal of the state death penalty law. The argument was that the law is too vague and too broad. A federal judge in Nashville is being asked to dismiss conspiracy and mail fraud charges against liquor store owner Jack Ham. An attorney for Ham says federal prosecutors were unclear about details in an immunity agreement that called for Ham's testimony against former Governor Ray Blanton. Ham subsequently lost his immunity and has since been indicted. The hearing continues today in federal court. Fire destroyed the Tennessee Foundry and Machine Company in North Nashville last night. $60,000 to $70,000 in merchandise was lost. The building was used to store metal castings. The total damage is still not known, and investigators also don't know what could have caused the blaze. About 75 employees who work there will likely be laid off until a new facility is constructed. The district attorney's office plans to move against 7 massage parlors and 6 sex businesses in Metro despite a defeat yesterday to get Caesars Palace closed. Dave Getz reports it now appears there will be a war of attrition between the district attorney's office and lawyers for the parlors.
For Caesars Palace, one day made the difference. September 27th, Vice officers arrested owner Marty Morgan and a masseuse on prostitution charges. On September 28th, an order signed by Chancellor Robert Brandt ordering Ms. Morgan to cease all prostitution was entered on the books. Ms. Morgan's attorneys told Brandt today she could not violate an order that wasn't even official yet, and Brandt agreed. The order was actually granted on September 11th, and Assistant DA Sterling Grape says he takes full responsibility for the delay.
She will be prosecuted on these acts, on the warrants that were obtained. It's just that she will not be prosecuted additionally and for contempt. This does not mean that Mrs. Morgan will not have to answer for her acts on the 27th of September.
Caesars is now under a valid order, and if found in violation, could be shut down. Vice officers also made arrests at Le Salon and Gina's recently, and Gray says he will try to shut them down. 3 massage parlors and 2 adult businesses not under court order were also raided recently, and Gray will ask a judge to put them under an injunction too. But there are already grumblings from Vice Squad officers they are having to spend too much time on prostitution. They say the volume of drugs they normally take off the streets has been cut in half.
Also, one lawyer for the massage parlors says they will fight by using every technicality and by making officers prove every allegation in their charges. That will cause delays, and the lawyer says it will come down to a war of nerves. Who can hold out the longest? Dave Getz, Television 5 Eyewitness News.
Neighbor, people ask me all the time, how come you always have such low prices and big selections? And I tell them it's magic. That's right, it's McCall magic. Just look at this.
Here is a Magnavox component stereo system for just $199.95. Great listening, just $199.95 at McCall's.
See what I mean? It's McCall magic, only at D.T. McCall & Sons in Carthage and Lafayette, where you always get free delivery and the best terms in the state of Tennessee. It's magic.
Presently in Nashville, under cloudy skies, it's 72 degrees. Winds are south at 6 miles an hour. The barometer is steady at 30.03 inches. Relative humidity 72%. The forecast, partly cloudy skies and not as warm weather today, with a 40% chance of thunder showers. Fair and cooler weather are expected tonight. Mostly sunny skies come by tomorrow with cooler temperatures. The high today about 82, tonight's low 48, tomorrow's high 68 degrees. That's it for now. Have a good day.
This has been an Eyewitness News Update brought to you by D.T. McCall & Sons, Carthage and Lafayette. Now, the world's largest Ashley heater dealer.
From CBS News, Morning with Charles Kuralt and Diane Sawyer continues.
Good morning. Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was rushed by helicopter to a military hospital in Cairo this morning. He was shot at while he was reviewing an Egyptian military parade. There is no word of how seriously President Sadat may have been injured. The rockets and grenades fired at the President of Egypt apparently came from an Egyptian military unit in the parade, an anti-tank brigade, according to first reports. A late report from Cairo says the Egyptian defense minister was hit by the gunfire aimed at the reviewing stand. We haven't any word on his condition either. A wire service reports that a number of foreign diplomats on the reviewing stand were wounded in the attack. In this country, President Reagan has invited all the Republicans in the Senate to the White House today. He will ask their support for the sale of AWACS radar planes to Saudi Arabia. Most Senate Republicans are now uncommitted or downright against the sale. White House officials are straining to find a compromise that the opponents might accept. Since 1965, millions of Americans have gained the right to vote because of the Voting Rights Act. Last night, the House voted to protect that right by making permanent the major enforcement provisions in the law. The final vote was 389 to 24. Although there's still opposition ahead in the Senate, Susan Spencer reports that civil rights forces were heartened by their hard-won victory last night.
By the time the sun set over the Washington Monument on a crisp autumn Monday, the House had been at it for nearly 7 hours, talking, arguing, debating amendments to the extension of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. Opponents said all those amendments were just sneaky ways of trying to weaken the act itself.
Now, if there is anybody who ought to understand how legislators can achieve an intent without saying it explicitly, it's the members of this body. If there's anybody here who doesn't understand how to achieve a result with a wink, a blink, a nod, and not the right words, We will have classes outside later, and you'll know how to do it. So that's the question. Should we give a license to sophisticated discrimination?
One after another, the amendments fell. No strong conservative opposition surfaced. As dusk turned to evening, the House turned unruly.
The business of the committee will be expedited if we have the regular order. The regular order is order.
Then, on an amendment to drop requirements for bilingual voting instructions in some jurisdictions, debate turned more than usually confusing, as one member showed how non-English speaking Americans might feel without the bilingual requirement.
Adultos del suroeste.
Por favor, señor. Si quiere mi colega. Si quiere mi colega, por favor.
In the end, though, talk was serious, as Speaker O'Neill praised the House for not watering down the voting rights law and called on the Senate to act quickly.
With the broad support of the American people, the legislation that we approve tonight will be enacted in its entirety. The justice and wisdom shown here today will be reflected forever in the law of our land.
The bill passed 389 to 24. The margin of victory especially pleased members of the Congressional Black Caucus.
I think this extension vote in the House would encourage those, the disadvantaged of the country, who have felt themselves to be defeated on so many measures in the Congress thus far.
But what did the congressman really think?
I don't want you all to think I'm extremely happy.
Susan Spencer, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Secretary of Defense Weinberger heard pretty much what he expected to hear when he went before the Senate Armed Services Committee yesterday. Skepticism about the president's strategic weapons program. The senators were especially skeptical of Weinberger's claim that the MX missiles could be protected by strengthening the silos into which they'd be put. Weinberger's case wasn't helped by the testimony of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General David Jones said he would have preferred the Carter administration plan to shuttle the MXs among thousands of silos, a plan called Multiple Protected Shelters, or MPS.
Secret that I recommended the MPS system as the best system to provide a survivable ICBM in the mid to late 80s. I was unable to convince the Secretary or the President that the MPS was a survivable system. I remain to be convinced that the alternatives will provide survivability.
Despite his doubts, General Jones said he will support the strategic weapons package decided on by President Reagan.
There's been an attack on President Sadat of Egypt. We have our Cairo bureau manager, Scotty Williston, on a line now. Scotty, can you tell us what happened?
Well, the October 6th parade, which is the annual parade to show weaponry here in Egypt, was about 3/4 finished. Tanks had just passed the reviewing stand where the President and Vice President and Defense Minister were saluting them, when 3 anti-tank brigade trucks drove past the grandstand and opened fire, throwing grenades and shooting at the grandstand. There were jets flying overhead, and at first the crowd thought that it was just part of the parade. Then when they realized that there was shooting, panic spread. The President and Vice President were both injured and were immediately choppered to Mahdi Military Hospital. The 3 anti-tank trucks involved in this, we believe, were captured, but we are not sure. We do not know at this point who tried this attempted assassination. We just know that it has happened, and we're not sure of the condition of the President. The parade was being broadcast on the air to the Egyptian public. Our screens were showing the jets flying overhead. Then the screen went to black, and we heard gunfire. They then went to old programming of dancers. And following the dancers, an announcer came on and said, "The parade is over, the President has left." The television station now has been surrounded by machine guns and troops and has been closed off. Cairo radio to the people is reporting nothing.
Scotty, had you had any inkling of disaffection in the Egyptian military before this?
No, and we're not, as I said, we're not sure that this is an attempt from the military. The defense minister was not injured, nor the defense minister is Abu Ghazala, nor was Hassan Ali, the foreign minister, injured. The vice president and the president, there were several people killed. Who they were, we do not know yet either. We had no indication. This parade they've been preparing for it for a week. And as you know, it's the parade that commemorates the October 6, 1973 war.
Rockets and anti-tank grenades fired at close range are an awful thing to contemplate. We hear over here that some foreign diplomats were on the reviewing stand. Do you know anything about what happened to them?
No, at this particular moment, there was such chaos at the grandstand area and there's so many police and security there now, it is very difficult to ascertain who has been killed and who has been injured, other than the injuries of the vice president and the president.
To sum up then, what we know is that President Sadat and the vice president of Egypt have been taken to a hospital by helicopter from the scene of an attack on them in a military parade in Cairo today. We'll check back in with Scotty Williston and keep you up to date as we receive details.
The time now, 9 minutes after the hour.
Here's Lipton tea lover Don Meredith.
Excuse me, friend.
Yeah.
How do you get to Bar Harbor?
Can't get there from here.
Huh. Hey, you're drinking Lipton tea.
Wouldn't drink nothing else.
Me neither. Lipton's got that
Special quality blend in each bag.
for a hot cup of tea
That's dandy tasting.
You ever hear the Lipton tea lover?
You mean Don Meredith?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
You rascal.
Taste Sheridan. Taste Sheridan. Come to Sheridan. I love the taste of Sheridan's. You're gonna love every inch of the place. We've got taste.
Sheridan, you've got taste.
We've got style.
For a great hotel in the center of things, call 800-325-3535.
We've got taste.
A true story from Allegheny International. Disaster about to happen.
Hey! Look out!
But lives and property were saved by an automatic fire suppression system made by Allegheny International. We also make special fire systems to protect ships, planes, oil rigs, and even computers.
That's incredible.
At Allegheny International, we have special skills for special needs.
Polydent presents Martha Ray, TV star, denture wearer.
You know, when I clown in front of that camera, this big smile needs something extra. Extra strength Polydent Green. It gets my dentures sparkling clean. Watch, tough lab stains. Now, extra strength Polydent. It's fantastic. Gets tough stains clean, even in between. So take it from a big mouth. Extra strength Polydent Green gets tough stains clean.
The time now, 11 minutes past the hour.
British authorities have disclosed limited concessions they are willing to grant Irish nationalist prisoners in Belfast now that an IRA hunger strike is ended. Prisoners would get 50% time off for good behavior, not the 100% Irish Republicans were demanding, but more than the 20% they had been getting. They will also be allowed to wear their own clothing rather than prison garb, but will not be treated as political prisoners or POWs.
The dollar is lower on overseas money markets today. In London, gold is down $6.30 from yesterday's final fixing, selling for $434.95 an ounce. In New York, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down less than 1 point yesterday. It closed at just under 860. Volume, more than 51 million shares. New figures show the American auto industry to be in its worst slump since the Depression, but with a bright spot or two. Overall sales for the 1981 model year were down 2.5% from the year before, but Chrysler steered away from the precipice with an 18% gain in sales, and Americans bought 8% fewer foreign cars than they did the year before. Now, we'll go back to Washington for another look at the Tuesday weather. Gordon?
All right, Charles, quite a contrast in temperatures across the country this morning, and more of the same coming up tomorrow morning as well. This morning's satellite picture indicates a large, massive storm system in the Pacific Northwest that dumped heavy amounts of rain in the coastal sections of Washington and Oregon during the night. Still the same there this morning, and some snow in the Cascades. It also clearly shows a cold front moving from the Great Lakes and the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle very rapidly eastward. Elsewhere around the country this morning, a high-pressure area of fair weather system in the Plain States pulling down some very chilly air into the northern plains, the upper Great Lakes, and the upper Midwest. For a high this afternoon, 58 degrees in Bismarck and 51 degrees up in Escanaba, Michigan. Scattered showers likely along the Gulf coastal states, and it'll be nice and sunny over all of Florida. Today's precipitation map for this afternoon will show rain still in the Pacific Northwest, rain in the New England states, showers and thunderstorms extending from New York State down to Texas and also Louisiana. It'll be warm over Florida, sunny and pleasant elsewhere. As for tonight, we'll see the rain tapering off to showers in the Pacific Northwest, rain in northern New England, and showers just along a narrow band of the eastern seaboard and most of the Gulf Coast, breezy and chilly in the Great Lakes, Midwest, and Ohio Valley. Now here's today's weather for a few locations around the country.
In Nashville, partly cloudy and not as warm today with a 40% chance of thundershowers. Fair and cooler tonight. Mostly sunny and cool Wednesday. Today's high 82, tonight's low 45, tomorrow's high 68 degrees.
And that's the weather for this half hour. Diane?
As we've been reporting this morning, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was the target of an assassination attempt. He was reviewing a military parade in Cairo today when an anti-tank unit opened fire with artillery and rockets. The CBS bureau manager in Cairo, Scotty Williston, says both Sadat and the vice president were wounded in the surprise attack. How seriously, we don't know. But Sadat has been rushed by helicopter to a military hospital. Other reports say Sadat's personal secretary was killed and several diplomats in the reviewing stand were also injured in the shooting. By a vote of 389 to 24, the House has approved renewal of key provisions of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The federal enforcement section would become a permanent law under the House version. White House aides are reported negotiating behind the scenes to win approval from key senators on the sale of AWACS radar planes to Saudi Arabia. Additional U.S. controls on the spy planes are being discussed. And intelligence committees in both houses are studying the draft of an executive order that is said to expand substantially the role of the CIA in operating within the United States.
The time now, a quarter past the hour.
Wonder what a Tennessee bank does with your deposits? Well, look around. The money we lend to businesses large and small creates jobs, like yours maybe. Credit unions and savings and loans put your money into an account, but a Tennessee bank puts your money where your life is.
We're the roots of life in Tennessee, growing stronger every day. We put your money where your life is, cause it works for you and me. We put your money where your life is, we're the banks of Tennessee. Keep your eye on TGNY for everyday low prices. We're your very best buy.
This week, save on Craco, like this AM/FM in-dash cassette deck, now only $94. These 4-inch door-mount speakers, just $9.96 a pair. And these 6x9-inch coaxial speakers, only $29.96 a pair. At all TG&Y family centers.
Your best buy is at
Now Panasonic has developed a great new microwave oven that does the thinking for you. It's called the Genius 2. Like all Panasonic microwave ovens, it features the unique magnetic turntable, which guarantees even cooking. Plus Panasonic's unique auto sensor, which programs time and temperature. It's simple to operate. Just a touch will do it. Panasonic, the microwave that thinks for you. And we even have one that talks. Panasonic, always slightly ahead of our time.
See Famous State Sales, 523 Thompson Lane, or Wright's Appliance, Abbott Martin Road in Green Hills.
Your Bell Phone Center store has something free for you, a booklet called Pretty Smart Ideas for the Home Front. It tells you how to increase home security, cut gasoline bills, save time, conserve energy, and get the most service from your phone service dollar. Get Get your free booklet today. The supply is limited. And get in the habit of visiting your Bell Phone Center store. It's a great place to look for new ideas.
Bell Phone Center, it's for you.
Minutes past the hour.
This is Election Day in Atlanta. 7 names are on the ballot for mayor. That of the incumbent isn't. Maynard Jackson is barred from seeking a 3rd consecutive term. Mayor Jackson, the first black mayor in Atlanta history, has thrown his support to a candidate with a familiar name. It's a name known around the world. But as Sam Ford tells us, that doesn't necessarily mean it will carry the day around Atlanta.
Andy Young has become a traveling minister. Every Sunday morning for months now, he has preached in a different church.
I'm not ready to give up and say that the Reaganites and the so-called moral majority, which is neither moral nor a majority, have the right to determine the destiny of this city and of this nation. And so I don't feel tired, no ways tired, because we've come too far from where we've started from. And nobody ever told us that the way would be easy. But I don't believe. He brought us this far to leave us. God bless you.
Young is taking the high road in this campaign, saying little about his 6 opponents, but emphasizing his international ties to the Nigerians, who just opened a consulate in Atlanta, and his ties to Jimmy Carter, who has given Young a strong endorsement. The former UN ambassador says Atlanta needs to develop a foreign policy to soften the impact of $30 to $50 million in Reagan budget cuts.
We're going to make this city a center for international trade and investment. That's the only way we can increase the tax base.
The Sydney is Sidney Marcus, one of 2 candidates who has a chance of beating Young in a head-to-head contest. Marcus, a liberal state representative, put together a spectacular multimedia show which spotlights blacks and whites.
I'm Sidney Marcus. I'm running for mayor. Atlanta's got a real problem, but nobody will talk about it. We're losing over $30 million this year as a result of federal cutbacks. That means that your neighborhood daycare center may close. Jobs, housing, and health care will be harder to come by. Airports and transportation.
Almost like professionals, if not better.
Despite Atlanta's image as a progressive international city, race is still the most important factor in elections, and voters are expected to split largely along racial lines. That's a big help to Marcus, the clear favorite of the 45% of Atlanta voters who are white.
Marcus, I hope you win, and I'm going to vote for you, darling.
Marcus is also the favorite of the downtown business community, much to the disappointment of Young, who despite his pro-business campaign has been able to attract little financial support downtown. But in the shadows of the skyscrapers, there is another Atlanta. 1/4 of the people in this city live below the poverty level. Theirs is the Atlanta the world watched, as 28 children and young adults were murdered over a 2-year period. Nearly all candidates have steered clear of the child murder issue, but one of the 3 frontrunners has focused his campaign on poor Atlanta. County Commissioner A. Reginald Eves, the former head of the Atlanta Police Department.
And when you see people in our city making as high as $700,000 a year, it's hard to believe that in this city, that 20,000 of our folk go to bed hungry at night, or on the verge of starvation.
This is your friend, A. Reginald Eves. How are you? I don't have $1 million to run a campaign. Unlike Andy, I don't even have an international name. What I have is a commitment to make Atlanta work for you, hi, fella.
The Eves campaign has split the black community, siphoning votes from Young and endangering 8 years of black control of City Hall. Young knows he's not a shoo-in and is running hard, hoping to win the election without a runoff. He is looking for votes wherever he can find them, but is finding one of his greatest liabilities to be doubt in the minds of voters. Doubt that a man who represented America to the world now wants to deal with problems as mundane as potholes.
Atlanta is a billion-dollar corporation with 8,000 employees. The only thing that I'm taking a step down in Atlanta is in pay. I think what happens to the 500,000 citizens in Atlanta can help shape this entire state and this entire region. And that's what I'd like to do with my life for the next 4 years.
Sam Ford, CBS News, Atlanta.
This is what we know now about the attack on President Sadat in Cairo today. President Sadat and Egyptian Vice President Mubarak were taken to a military hospital, but the extent of their injuries is unknown. There are also reports that a number of foreign diplomats who were present at the annual military parade in Cairo were also injured. The assailant and the attempted assassination has no more details at this time. We'll bring you up to date in the next half hour.
Time now, 23 minutes after the hour, and there's more of morning to come with Charles Kuralt and Diane Sawyer.
Wednesday, Kenny Rogers stars in a movie based on one of his most popular songs, Coward of the County. He lived hard and he fought hard.
I was a hellraiser till the day your pa went to prison.
And now he must help the boy they call Coward become a man when a brutal attack gives them both something to fight for. Kenny Rogers stars Wednesday.
Tomorrow on CBS.
Don't miss our giant 26th anniversary sale at Famous State Sales. Each day for 26 days, some lucky customer will win a chance to buy a Famous brand TV or appliance for just $26. All you have to do is register, and everyone has a chance to buy at low money saver prices.
Now get big values in Whirlpool refrigerators during the anniversary sale, or choose a Whirlpool microwave oven at record low prices.
We're Nashville's #1 center for TV and appliances.
Famous State Sales, the money saver.
How come you go after you crunch your cheese balls?
The Planters.
See, no after the crunch. The thrill is gone.
Planters taste better. Rich cheese spreads around your mouth and melts.
Planters taste better. Cheesier.
Planters snacks. We've got the right after the crunch.
Here's your chance to put spray and wash on the spot. Try spray and wash on a stained shirt or blouse. If it doesn't remove the stain, they'll buy the shirt for $15, guaranteed. Use spray and wash as directed. If it doesn't remove the stain, except dried paint, rust, dye, or permanent ink, Centexize the shirt with this label or this cap, and they'll send you $15. One shirt per family. Offer expires November 30th. Spray and wash gets out what America gets into. Or you get $15.
WTVF, Nashville.
Now exactly 25 minutes past the hour.
President Reagan will offer to increase military aid to Thailand today. The United States gave Thailand $53 million in the last fiscal year. Mr.
This is a CBS News special report. In New York, here is Charles Kuralt.
President Anwar Sadat of Egypt, who wanted to be known as a peacemaker, has become a victim of violence. He was injured this morning in an assassination attempt. It's not clear how seriously President Sadat has been hurt, but we know that he is undergoing surgery at a military hospital in Cairo. The attack on Sadat came in a bizarre fashion. While he was reviewing a military parade in Cairo and a unit of the Egyptian artillery was passing by, suddenly grenades and automatic machine gun fire came from a truck in a unit of the parade, from an anti-tank brigade, we are told. President Sadat and Vice President Mubarak were immediately rushed into a helicopter and evacuated to a military hospital. And very soon thereafter, we had word that President Sadat was in surgery. Vice President Mubarak, on the other hand, was later seen leaving the hospital, apparently all right. According to Cairo radio, at least 2 people were killed and 15 persons wounded in this attack, among them the President of Egypt. After the attack, thousands of Egyptian troops fanned out through the city of Cairo, taking extraordinary security measures. The television station was blacked out. In Beirut, a group that calls itself the Independent Organization for the Liberation of Egypt claimed responsibility for the attack. We don't know yet, once again, how seriously President Sadat was hurt in this attack by a unit of the Egyptian army. A few minutes ago, we spoke by telephone with CBS News Bureau Manager Scotty Williston in Cairo, and she brought us up to date on what is known there about this attack.
There's still no firm word on the condition of the president. However, Cairo radio in Arabic has just announced to the Egyptian people that the president is in the hospital having an operation. They have not said why or his condition. The vice president has left Mahdi Hospital about 30 minutes ago. He was seen sitting up in the car. His clothes are covered with blood, but we do not know if he was injured at all. As it appears now, there have been about 15 injuries and at least 2 deaths from the incident. 6 people were in this tank, in this flatbed truck that drove up to the grandstand. 2 grenades were lobbed at the grandstand where the president was seated. 6 men jumped off the truck and opened machine gun fire. There was a great deal of panic once they realized that it was an attack on the president. The First Lady, Jihan Sadat, as far as we know, was not injured, nor was the Israeli ambassador, both of whom would have been located in positions where they would not have been in the line of fire. But we have no information, firm information, on the condition of the president at this moment. There is heavy security around Mahdi Hospital, where the president is. The security around his Giza residence has been slightly increased. However, there are a great deal of troops in the streets of Cairo, and television has been cordoned off and has gone off the air.
Walter Cronkite has joined us now. We're going to go down to the State Department in Washington and have a talk with Bob Simon before Walter and I talk a bit about this. Bob, what can you tell us from there?
Charles, the State Department is still making no official statement. An emergency working group has been formed, as is the custom in this sort of situation. And all the working group is saying officially is that Sadat has been wounded. However, one member of this working group said a few moments ago that they have reason to believe his wounds are slight. He is not seriously wounded. He's okay. This is one member of the working group in the State Department. Presumably, and I say presumably, this information is coming from the American Embassy in Cairo, which I'm sure is in touch with the hospital. Meanwhile, the State Department is also reporting that 3 American officers were slightly wounded in the attack. They were not attached to the embassy. They were visiting Cairo. We don't know exactly in what capacity. But again, these Americans were not seriously wounded. Obviously, if President Sadat survives this, if his wounds are indeed only slight, it will be just another miracle for President Sadat, and it will avoid the American administration and the Israelis from asking an awful lot of questions which nobody really wants to ask, like what happens to a strategic consensus in the Middle East without Anwar Sadat, or indeed what happens with peace between Egypt and Israel without this one man. Charles?
Thank you, Bob. Well, this was a great annual parade, Walter, the greatest of the year. The vice president, the cabinet, the defense minister, and a great number of foreign diplomats, some of whom apparently have been wounded, along with the American military men Bob Simon mentioned. It would be, we should say at the outset, just speculation to try to imagine who might have been behind this, but President Sadat has plenty of enemies in that part of the world, hasn't he?
Unfortunately, of course, he does. That's part of the Sadat courage that the world has admired, is that he has absolutely fearlessly taken on these enemies in doing what he thinks is right for Egypt. I think it would be quite premature to jump to any conclusions as to who those 6 soldiers were in that truck, even whether they're members of the Egyptian army or not. It seems that it would be very difficult to infiltrate that parade with units that are not part of the army, but it's not inconceivable. Then the next question is, if it's established that they are Egyptians and we're a member of the army, who were they working for? What was their group? This group that was been identified in Lebanon as claiming some credit or whatever responsibility for the attack, we haven't heard of before. At least I haven't. I don't think it's ever been heard from before. I don't think we can believe that necessarily that is true. His enemies include, of course, the Libyans, who have been after him for a very long time. He's uncovered plot after plot on his life, and from the Libyan side. From most of the other Arab nations, there are militant groups within those Arab nations, whether the governments themselves would ever be inspired to do such a thing. There are certainly groups who would do it. The Syrians are particularly unhappy with him. The PLO, obviously, is against Sadat for his efforts with Israel. And inside his own country, as we know, since he's had to crack down recently on dissidents, there are these dissidents. They're militant Arab, militant Islamic, militant students, any one of which groups might have had something to do with the attack. I think the big question now is, of course, the world's hanging by its fingernails as to what his condition is. Can he continue to function as the president of Egypt? One salutary thing, is, if he can, is that it just might shake up both Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, that is Jerusalem and Washington, and make us realize how tenuous is this peace we've managed to work out in the Middle East thanks to Sadat's initiative. And it might awaken some people who have been dragging their feet in trying to get that peace nailed down, to realize that time runs out eventually.
Yeah. You know Anwar Sadat. Was he the sort of man who went around worrying about this kind of attack?
I don't think so. Probably less than most leaders. All leaders in the free world, and not even leaders anymore, as we know, have to worry about security. I had broached the subject on a couple of occasions with him, danced around it, I must admit, somewhat. He always brushed it off. In the early days, when I first knew him, right after he'd taken over from Nasser, he said it was something that every leader had to face, and he just accepted it. More recently, showing a certain sensitivity, of course, and maybe it's indicative in some small way, he would say, "No, my people love me," not suggesting that it could come from the outside. But he didn't dwell on it, and I don't think he did probably in his personal life at all.
We have the information now, at least as far as Cairo radio can be trusted in a matter of such importance, that the wound is slight, that it is a wound to President Sadat's arm. And,
was that Cairo radio said that?
A lot of people in the world will be hoping Cairo radio is accurate. Dan Rather joins us now from Washington.
Stand by. Thank you very much, Charles. Good morning, Walter Cronkite. From the State Department, we're getting a few more details of what is believed to have happened to the 3 U.S. military officers who were in and around the reviewing stand with President Sadat. For those of you who may have just joined us, or for some who may have heard earlier this morning that President Sadat was shot, but had to go away and do something else, let us very quickly bring you up to date on how much we know or how much we believe we know. As always in these circumstances, in the early minutes and hours when something such as this happens, there frequently are conflicting reports. Obviously, we're having to depend heavily on Associated Press and United Press International reporters on the scene, as well as our own in Egypt. So having laid down that as a preface, the Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was shot by soldiers who charged his reviewing stand during a military parade in Cairo. At last report, he was being operated on, but his condition is not believed to be serious. Now, that comes from our own State Department, as well as various other sources. As you heard Charles say a few moments ago, the news from Cairo radio is encouraging insofar as that can be believed, and there's no reason to, at the moment, to believe that the Cairo radio is not saying what is true. But from our own State Department, operating on the basis of their information, President Sadat's condition is, quote, not believed to be serious. The 3 U.S. military officers in the reviewing stand were wounded, our State Department says. The Defense Department refused to release their names, but said the 3 were a Marine Corps major, an Army lieutenant colonel, and an Air Force captain. The major is said to have been shot in the leg. This is the American major who was there. The American lieutenant colonel is said to have been shot in the shoulder. The captain's wound has not been described. Now, my colleague Bob Simon, who has been at the State Department all morning long, is back at his microphone and camera. Bob, is there anything later than that on the 3 U.S. military men who were wounded?
No, there's nothing late on the Americans who were wounded, Dan. Our information about 20 minutes ago is that they were not seriously wounded. Only 2 were hospitalized. I've just gotten a bulletin from the State Department, and it says that our judgment is that this is an isolated assassination attempt as compared to a coup. This has just been released by the State Department. We understand, this is the State Department speaking, that an artillery unit was involved and that some of the perpetrators have either been killed or captured. That is the latest word from the State Department, Dan. We still do not have any official word on the extent of President Sadat's wounds, but a member of the emergency working group told us just a short while ago that the wounds are not serious and that Sadat is okay.
Thank you very much, Bob Simon, and we'll be coming back to you regularly as the morning progresses for information on what our State Department is passing along to you. Walter Cronkite in New York, you were discussing earlier the fact that, and it is a fact, that President Sadat long has had troubles with Libya. I think it's probably important, I know you agree, to emphasize that there's no indication anywhere that I can see or hear as to possible motives for this attack on President Sadat this morning.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Dan. No question about it. That was what I said in talking to Charles here. That we shouldn't jump to any conclusions yet. We have no idea. We don't know whether these are otherwise, up to now, loyal members of the Egyptian military, infiltrators, or in whose pay they are. But in ticking off those who might have perpetrated such an attack, you've got to list the Libyans along with others.
Well, Walter, let's quickly tick off those others, and I simply wanted to underscore the point, what you had said earlier, that while President Sadat has had these difficulties with Libya, Sadat is by no means the most popular man in the Middle East. He has many enemies, and he's said on many occasions, and I think in one of your interviews with President Sadat, he quoted that off-quoted line that a man is best judged by the enemies he makes, and in some cases President Sadat was proud of the enemies he's made. But besides the Libyans, dissent in his own country from various sources, elsewhere in the Arab world, certainly Sadat had enemies. Who else would be on that list?
Well, you can tick off some nations that were particularly bitter, whether they would organize such an attack or not. At this stage of the game, I wouldn't know. The Syrians were most unhappy with Sadat and his relationships with Israel. The PLO, of course, and we know that they have had operators in Egypt. That's a possibility. Almost anywhere in the Arab world there are militants. There are militant groups, there are militant Islamics, there are militant Egyptians. Any of these groups could have been involved.
Walter, it may be worth noting as the day goes along that Mr. Sadat's most outspoken foe in the Arab world, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, the Libyan leader, had only yesterday pledged support to the Egyptian people in overthrowing their president. Since making his historic flight to Israel in November of 1977 to start the peace process, Mr. Sadat has made Egypt the closest ally of the United States in the Arab world and has moved sharply, of course, to curb Soviet influence in his country, none of which made him any closer to Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. It's just that quote sort of jumps off the page at you that only yesterday Gaddafi was pledging his support to the Egyptian people to overthrow their president.
Well, Dan, as you know, this is only the latest Gaddafi threat against Sadat and the Sadat regime. This has been almost a continuing propaganda campaign. As Gaddafi has moved troops onto the Egyptian border, there have been border incursions several times, and Sadat himself felt that the greatest threat to his regime, whether to his life or not, was certainly from the Libyan side.
Walter, a couple of items have moved on the wire. This from United Press International in Cairo. The UPI report quotes witnesses as saying, and I quote directly, many people were killed or wounded in this attack on President Sadat. Our latest information, the best available information at this moment on President Sadat, is that while he was wounded, he may not have been seriously wounded. One report from Cairo Radio indicates that he was wounded in the arm, and as Charles Carroll said earlier, we will hope for President Sadat and his family that proves to be correct. Also,
Dan, let me just interrupt to say that I've been told now that CBS News in Cairo is reporting that in addition, President Sadat suffered 2 stomach wounds, and of course in a rocket and grenade attack, all 3 of those wounds might in fact have occurred.
Well, certainly if the attack, Charles, as has been described all morning long, a rocket and grenade attack, men at least dressed as soldiers, we assume that they were soldiers, but that is an assumption, rushing the reviewing stand. And from the reports, it's fairly obvious that this was a large attack and a sustained attack with more equipment, more weapons than we are accustomed to talking about in assassination attempts. So often when one speaks of an assassination attempt on a world leader, one is talking about a single rifle shot or pistol fire at close range. In this case, that was not the case from all eyewitness reports.
Dan, I would caution against taking too literally these early reports from Cairo as to the condition of Anwar Sadat. We can be almost certain that the regime is going to cover up whatever his condition is, if it's serious. They're going to cover it up for a period of time. That period of time will depend entirely on what goes on in government circles. They've got a major problem on their shoulders right at this very moment on, first of all, bolstering the regime against a continuing attack. It's never known in a case like this how deep this operation runs. Second of all, they've got the problem of public opinion, public demonstration. The Egyptians are a terribly volatile people. Anything of this kind could touch them off in a very desperate manner, at least pitching perhaps Egyptian against Egyptian, which is something obviously the regime would wish to quell at the outset. So they're stalling for time right now in the councils of government and in the military and in the police forces of Egypt. Their whole posture's got to be there right now to not admit anything for the moment, to calm the population until they know just how serious this matter is themselves.
Very good point.
I wouldn't think that we can depend on anything coming out of that hospital for quite a while.
Good point to make. To review very quickly, President Anwar Sadat has been injured in an attack as he was standing on a reviewing stand reviewing a military parade this morning. The early reports, and I underscore that word, early reports, are that President Sadat may not have been seriously injured, but Walter Cronkite's asterisk bottom of the page, always be careful with early reports under these circumstances. Bill Lynch, CBS News reporter, is at the White House this morning and I think has some reaction from President Reagan. Bill?
Dan, that's right. The president learned of this at about 7:30 this morning in a phone call from Secretary Haig, and within the hour had a full briefing from his national security advisor, Richard Allen. And following that briefing, the White House issued both a statement and a letter from President Reagan to President Sadat. In the statement, Mr. Reagan says it is outrageous and tragic that such violence should befall a man who symbolizes such a commitment to peace. And in the letter addressed Dear Anwar, he said, I was shocked to receive reports of the attack on you. Vice President Mubarak and other senior members of the government during the Armed Forces Day parade this afternoon. I am praying, said the president, for your safety and that of the Egyptian leadership. We stand ready to assist in any way we can, says the letter, including the provision of medical assistance to any of those wounded in this despicable attack. The hearts and prayers of the American people are with you and Egypt, Mr. President. I extend my condolences to the families of the victims and my wishes for a full and speedy recovery to those wounded. This was dispatched a short time ago through diplomatic channels. The president continues to receive updates on the latest reports from Cairo. We are not getting specific information here on Mr. Sadat's condition and other information that comes through U.S. diplomatic channels and intelligence sources. That is coming primarily from the State Department. But the fact that the president has written and wishes his full recovery is perhaps a sign that they expect that Mr. Sadat will be able to recover.
Bill Lynch, do you know when and how President Reagan was informed of the assassination attempt on President Sadat?
We were told first that he was awakened by Ed Meese with a phone call at 7:30. Later on, we were told by David Gergen, the president's chief spokesman, that it was actually Secretary of State Haig who called the president at around 7:30. And shortly after that, Meese phoned with an update of information being received in the Situation Room. Apparently, the earliest reports were the same ones we heard based on news accounts from that Armed Forces Day parade.
And it may be worth noting that, according to Associated Press, the attack in Cairo occurred at 1:05 p.m. Cairo time. That would be 7:05 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time in this country. That was about 90 minutes after the parade had commenced in Cairo. So it's clear this morning that President Reagan was informed very quickly after that assassination attempt on President Sadat. Scotty Williston, who is our CBS News Bureau Manager in Cairo, has been giving us audio reports all morning long. There is no way to get any television, that is visual reports out of Cairo at this moment. And Scotty Williston now has an updated report on the latest information from Cairo.
There's still no firm word on the condition of the president. However, Cairo radio in Arabic has just announced to the Egyptian people that the president is in the hospital having an operation. They have not said why or his condition. The vice president has left Mahdi Hospital about 30 minutes ago. He was seen sitting up in the car. His clothes are covered with blood, but we do not know if he was injured at all. As it appears now, there have been about 15 injuries and at least 2 deaths from the incident. 6 people were in this flatbed truck that drove up to the grandstand. 2 grenades were lobbed at the grandstand where the president was seated. 6 men jumped off the truck and opened machine gun fire. There was a great deal of panic once they realized that it was an attack on the president. The First Lady, Jihen Sadat, as far as we know, was not injured, nor was the Israeli ambassador, both of whom would have been located in positions where they would not have been in the line of fire. But we have no information, firm information, on the condition of the president at this moment. There is heavy security around Mahdi Hospital, where the president is. The security around his Giza residence has been slightly increased. However, there are a great deal of troops in the streets of Cairo, and television has been cordoned off and has gone off the air.
Scotty Williston at our bureau in Cairo. I have on my telephone here Bob Shackney, a CBS News correspondent here in Washington, who is at the Egyptian Embassy and who has a report from the Egyptian Embassy here in Washington. We're going to see if we can patch in Bob Shackney's report by audio. Let's try it. Bob?
Dan, the information we've just been given by the Minister Counselor of the Egyptian Embassy, Mr. Mohammed Haki, is that they do not believe that President Sadat's wounds are very serious. Mr. Haki said he had no information precisely about the extent of President Sadat's wounds, except to say that the president is still in surgery, and as far as they know, the wounds are not serious. We asked him whether he knew if President Sadat's life was at any danger. He said he did not have any information except to repeat they do not think it is very serious. They state that the event was an assassination attempt and not an attempt at a coup d'etat. They say the vice president and the defense minister are not seriously injured. They say 6 people were involved, 6 soldiers were involved in the attack, 2 of them either officers or non-commissioned officers. They say they're in very close touch with Cairo, and that as soon as the president is out of surgery, they should have information about the extent of his injuries. Dan?
Bob, did Mr. Haki at the Egyptian Embassy, and first of all, thank him very much for passing along that report to us. Did he indicate how he had come by this information? By telephone, by telex?
The indication was by telephone from Cairo, but he didn't spell it out. He just said they were in very close touch with the government in Cairo, and he stressed it was not a coup d'etat attempt. They obviously do not have a final word on the extent of President Sadat's injuries. They were not able to spell out just where he was injured, but they are professing that they do not believe, and I think Mr. Haki's exact words was, I do not think that the wounds are very serious.
Bob Shackney at the Egyptian Embassy here in Washington, did Mr. Haki confirm that President Sadat's personal secretary had been killed and that the defense minister had been injured?
He said nothing about the personal secretary. He said that the defense minister and the vice president are all right. In other words, specifically, they are not seriously injured.
Thank you very much, Bob Shackney, and we'll be in touch with you for further information. If anything comes along, by all means, give us a ring. Bob Shackney at the Egyptian Embassy here in Washington. As you heard, further confirmation of a sort, and we keep emphasizing of a sort because the attack on President Sadat occurred just under 3 hours ago. Information is sketchy, as Walter Cronkite mentioned earlier in our conversation with him, Walter in New York, that under these circumstances, one is best advised always to be a bit skeptical, at least a bit skeptical of information coming from official sources at such an early time. But at this moment, according to the best available information, Cairo Radio, the Egyptian embassy here in Washington, both the Associated Press and the United Press International in Cairo, as well as our own CBS News Bureau in Cairo. The indications at this moment on the best available information, the indications are that President Sadat has been wounded. The full extent of his wounds unknown, but the early indication is that perhaps he may not be wounded seriously. We have another telephone call we're attempting to get through to Jimmy Carter, former President of the United States, from his home in Plains. We have some hope that President Carter will be on the phone. If you'll bear with me for just one moment. As you know, that President Sadat, on his recent trip to the United States, made a visit to President Carter in Plains to talk with Jimmy Carter about events in the Middle East as well as other subjects. Do I understand that we have Carter on the phone yet? No, not yet, but we are attempting to get former President Carter on the telephone. I'm told that we may have some contact with him in our studio. Perhaps we'll have him patched into our phone line here very shortly. Egypt's vice president said Monday on returning from Washington, you may recall that the Egyptian vice president was in this country over the weekend, and he said Monday on returning from Washington that the United States had promised to do all it could to help counter Soviet-inspired designs in the Middle East and Africa. He said his talks in Washington had centered in part on Sudan's need for military aid because of threats from Libya. You may recall that there's been long-standing trouble between Libya and the Sudan, combat taking part along that border, with Libya's border with Sudan from time to time. President Sadat had frequently indicated his deepening concern about that situation. It was obviously one of the things that the Egyptian vice president talked with U.S. officials about when he was here over the weekend. Egypt has joined a defense pact with the Sudan, and the United States reportedly has pressed for speedy delivery of anti-aircraft missiles to Sudan. Libya's Soviet-equipped army has intervened in Chad's civil war, and Sudan has accused the Libyans of bombing Sudanese villages along the border with Chad. All of that can be fairly confusing if one has not been following events in North Africa above the Sudan. But there's an interdependence between these countries. There's been inter-combat, Libya, Chad, the Sudan, with Egypt increasingly worried about it. All of that may fit into the picture of what happened this morning in Cairo. I'm told that we now may have President Carter on the phone now. Hello? Hello? If you'll bear with us for just one moment, we're trying to get patched into our phone line, President Carter. Hello? Good morning, Mr. President. Well, that sometimes happens. That buzz you hear obviously is not coming from the President. We got to disconnect. Sometimes happens. At the moment, President Sadat is in a hospital in Cairo, having been wounded in an assassination attempt. The assassination attempt came at approximately 7:05 this morning, Eastern Time. From our Cairo bureau, we've just been given this note that our Cairo bureau says that the current indication is that President Sadat may have been shot 2 times in the stomach, that his personal secretary, as has been reported earlier, is, according to the CBS News Cairo bureau, dead. We have 2 Egyptian sergeants are also said to have been killed, along with President Sadat's personal secretary. Now, this is sketchy information. Our Cairo bureau is passing it along as they get it. Yes, if you've been with us through the morning, you probably heard earlier a report that one of the wounds that President Sadat suffered in this attack during a military parade, an attack on the reviewing stand by a number of persons at least dressed as Egyptian military personnel, that one of the early reports was that President Sadat had been shot in the arm. That may or may not prove to be correct. We simply don't know how many times he was hit. The latest information from Scully Williston at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo is that a report that President Sadat was hit 2 times in the stomach. We hope to have more on that as we go along. A note handed to me says that 2 sergeants, 2 Egyptian Army sergeants, are reported to have been arrested now in connection with this assassination attempt on President Sadat's life. Various bits and drabs of information coming in from Cairo, some of it confirmed, some of it unconfirmed. We are passing it along to you as we get it. As we go along during the morning, we'll try to sort out for you what has been confirmed and what has not. At the moment, about the only thing that has been definitely confirmed is that President Sadat was hit in the assassination attempt. Our latest information is that he may have been struck twice in the stomach. Now, whether that is the full extent of his wounds or not, we simply have no way of knowing. Good morning, Mr. President. Fine. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for taking our call. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, former President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. Mr. President, I assume we're speaking to you from Plains, or are you somewhere else in Georgia today?
No, I'm in Plains. I've been here listening to the news and on the telephone since about 7 o'clock this morning, and joining a lot of other Americans in prayer that President Sadat, our friend, would be all right.
Mr. President, if you've been watching and listening to the coverage this morning, from your special perspective as a former President of the United States and one of the principal architects of the effort at peace in the Middle East, the Camp David Accords, is there any special perspective you can give us on why it is important that President for the United States and in the United States foreign policy best interest and our security best interest that President Sadat survive this attack?
Well, sometimes we forget, Dan, how powerful and influential a nation Egypt is. It's by far the most important among the Arab countries. And although many of the Arab leaders in the weaker countries like Saudi Arabia often publicly condemn President Sadat for political or religious reasons, privately, when they talk to me and others, they have great admiration for him. What they want more than anything else in the Mideast is stability and the resolving of difficult issues peacefully and without violence. Also, President Sadat knows the importance of his agreement with Israel and his relationships with us surviving him. We are very gratified to learn, I am from Egypt directly, that President Sadat will be all right, but when he was here in Plains not long ago, he talked to me about the need for him to step down sometime in the future, maybe even next year. He and I discussed his chosen successor, Vice President Mubarak, who's an intimate friend and also political associate of Sadat. And I think there's no doubt in my mind that the overwhelming majority of Egyptians strongly support Sadat and his peace initiative. So Sadat is important himself. We are thankful that his life has been spared. For the good news.
Mr. President, you mentioned that you were delighted to hear and pleased to hear that it appeared that President Sadat would survive. Have you spoken with someone in Egypt this morning?
Yes, I placed a call shortly after 7 o'clock as soon as I heard about the attack, and was able to talk to 2 people in Egypt who had been there on the scene, who had observed President Sadat's condition. And at that time, I guess about 8 o'clock or so, they told me that President Sadat and Mubarak were both injured, neither one of them critically, that they would both be all right, that Sadat had to undergo some surgery. Rosen and I have had a call in to Jayan Sadat the last hour or so, and we have not yet gotten through to her.
Do I understand, Mr. President, that you spoke with 2 persons who were actually at the hospital with President Sadat when he was taken to hospital?
No, I spoke to people who were at the scene of the attack and who were familiar with Sadat's condition when he left there.
What did they tell you about the attack itself, Mr. President?
Well, I can't recall where I got all my information, Dan, but the fact is, I believe that there were 7 people in the back of a truck carrying troops who leaped from the truck, made the attack on the primarily on the front row of the observers where President Sadat was, with both grenades and automatic rifle firing indiscriminately into the crowd when the furor occurred. 3 or 4 of the attackers were killed. The others were captured, and President Sadat, Mubarak, and others were removed from the scene immediately. There's apparent stability in Egypt. I was afraid at first that the glowing favorable reports on President Sadat's condition were just propaganda to prevent disruption in the country, but when I finally got my call through to Egypt, I had complete confidence in the report that I received that he would survive and would be all right.
Mr. President, if I may, let me pause for just a second to remind those who may have just tuned in or may have been away and joined us in progress that we're speaking with former President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, who is in Plains, Georgia, and who has been in contact with Cairo this morning personally and directly by telephone in the wake of an assassination attempt on Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. Our latest information is that President Sadat is in hospital, that he is wounded, but he is expected to recover, according to the information that former President Carter has. Also, President Carter says that in talking with his sources in Cairo, that they've told him that President Sadat may need surgery. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That was the information I had, Dan, about 8 o'clock this morning. And I think I've heard since then that either injury were to his side or stomach or to his hand. I don't really have any direct information from the hospital.
Right. Mr. President, it's frequently said by reporters, well, we can't reveal our sources. I won't ask you, of course, to reveal who you talked to in Cairo this morning unless you would be inclined to do so.
Well, I talked to the American ambassador, and he was with Egyptian officials, all of whom, including the American ambassador, had been there on the site. And there was no doubt in my mind that the information about Sadat's condition was accurate.
Mr. President, during your recent visit with President Sadat, when President Sadat was in this country and he came down to Plains to talk to you, did he indicate to you at that time his plans to carry out the crackdown that he eventually did in Egypt when he returned?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you about why that was necessary?
Well, Sadat realized when he came to Camp David, when he went to Jerusalem, when he signed the peace treaty, that there were dissident groups in his country who did not want to see peace pursued in that way. Also, he's got some extremely militant Muslims in his country, some associated with the same groups in Iran, and he has some very militant Christian leaders among the Coptic sect. What Sadat told me he had to do was to calm down the tension and to remove some authority or influence from the militants on both sides to ease the antagonism or to reduce the antagonism between Muslims and Egyptians of other faiths. I think there are about 7 million Christians in Egypt, or mostly Coptics, who are descended in the Christian faith from St. Mark.
Mr. President, did President Sadat, when he visited with you in Plains just a few weeks ago, did he indicate that he was concerned for his life, any particular concern about an assassination or coup attempt in light of the most recent developments?
No, Sadat is a man of great courage, and he's very calm. I think he feels that he's a man of destiny, that he's doing what is right. I think he would willingly lay his life down for his country or to carry out the principles in which he believes. He's admirable in every possible way, but there's no sign of fear about Sadat, and I think he feels that God will take care of it. Yes, he has a very remarkable sense of destiny.
Mr. President, did President Sadat indicate to you that Soviet intelligence activities in his country were increasing, or did he have any concern of Soviet penetration of the junior officers of his army, anything of that sort?
The number of Soviets in Egypt is very tiny, and even those few, since he left Plains, have been asked to leave. I think the problem that Sadat has to face is primarily with religious fanatics, and there's no doubt that the overwhelming majority of Egyptians strongly support Sadat. I think Sadat would like very much at some time in the future to step down from his present duties as president and let his chosen successor, Vice President Mubarak, assume some or many of these duties. But he and I talked about that, and he's very eager to see an orderly transition of authority when and if he decides to give up the presidency.
President Carter, I thank you so very much for being with us this morning. I appreciate more than I can express to you your coming to the telephone and taking this call. Before I let you go, is there any question that I should have asked you that I haven't asked you in hopes of putting this assassination attempt on President Sadat's life in perspective for the American people?
Dan, I don't think so. I would like to say that when I talked to Prime Minister Begin in Israel, he was just as relieved and grateful as I was that President Sadat's life had been spared.
You talked with Mr. Begin this morning?
Yes, sir.
And did he have any information on the assassination attempt from his intelligence sources or elsewhere?
No, none that I didn't have already.
Mr. President, again, thank you very, very much. Again, I appreciate it more than I can express.
Thank you, Dan. I've enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
Former President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, speaking to us from Plains, Georgia. A reminder that President Carter saw President Sadat during President Sadat's most recent visit to the United States just a few weeks ago. Our CBS News White House correspondent, Bill Plant, is at the White House at the moment with a live report. Bill?
Good morning, Dan. The latest report from the White House is that President Sadat was hit twice in the side, but that he is not, we repeat, not in a life-threatening situation. He's said to be in surgery right now. The White House and State Department have an open telephone line with the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. Ambassador Atherton is keeping the State Department informed. We find that the president learned of this about 7:25 this morning in a telephone call from Secretary Haig. And we're told, Dan, that shortly after that, Mrs. Reagan attempted to call Mrs. Sadat because Mrs. Reagan felt that due to the attempt on the president's life, she had a special understanding of what Mrs. Sadat must be going through. But we're told she was unable to reach Mrs. Sadat. She talked instead to the American ambassador in Cairo. We're told further, Dan, that three American military officers visiting Egypt who were on the reviewing stand were hit. We don't think it's serious, but we don't know for certain. The only death of which the American embassy is certain is that of at least one Egyptian, that is, among those on the stand. There were casualties among the attackers, some of whom we're told were killed, and some of whom have been captured. The attackers were members, or at least appeared to be members, of an Egyptian artillery unit. But not much more in detail is known about these people who used automatic weapons fire and grenades to attack the reviewing stand. We repeat, Dan, the president of Egypt, President Sadat, is in surgery with 2 wounds, both in the side, reportedly not in a life-threatening situation.
Bill Plant, I know that you've made efforts to contact the Situation Room there at the White House. Is there any indication of special instructions to United States military units in the Mediterranean and elsewhere in that general area of the world?
Dan, nothing firm, but I think everybody is standing by. An alert is not actually in effect, but because this is the Middle East and because it's so sensitive, everybody is very concerned and ready to move.
Bill, you may have noticed that former President Carter said that he and Mrs. Carter had tried to telephone from Plains to Mrs. Sadat to express their concern and were also unable to get through to her. I remember seeing a good deal earlier in the morning a report that Mrs. Sadat and some other members of the family had left their residence just outside Cairo, my recollection was, immediately after the assassination attempt on the president. But perhaps we can get some clarification of all of this from the Egyptian ambassador to the United States, Mr. Ashraf Gabal, who is with us and been kind enough to come to our CBS News studio in Washington. Mr. Ambassador, good morning to you.
Good morning, Dan.
As good as it can be under the circumstances. I know that you're concerned. I do appreciate you coming in. Can you tell us what do you know, as opposed from perhaps information that you hear but are not certain of? What do we know for certain about the assassination attempt on President Sadat and the president's condition?
Well, I think you used the term right. It is an assassination attempt and not an attempt at a coup d'etat. From what I learned from Cairo is that it is just a handful of 6 people during the parade who threw some concussion bombs that did not explode, but fired some machine guns that hit few people on the main stand. Unfortunately, President Sadat was injured, but fortunately enough, his injuries seem to be, according to the doctors, not serious. He is undergoing surgery, but they feel very relaxed about his medical situation. The Minister of Defense is in his office. Vice President is now heading the cabinet that is in session. Things are calm in Egypt. You people have shown alive that Cairo is calm. A communique has been issued to the effect that I have mentioned, and the situation is fully under control.
Mr. Ambassador, and we're speaking with the Egyptian ambassador to the United States, Mr. Ashraf Gorbal, in our studios in Washington. You mentioned that the defense minister is on his, at his post. It was my understanding that the defense minister had been wounded in the attack. Was that incorrect?
He has been slightly wounded, but not to the degree that it prevented him from going back to his office and conduct his business.
And the vice president was not injured at all, despite an earlier report that he possibly had been.
Apparently he has been slightly scratched, so to speak, injured, but he has returned to the cabinet office where he is heading the cabinet now.
Now, to review, Ambassador Gorbal, on the basis of what you know, and you spoke by telephone with Cairo, did you?
My office spoke to the Minister of Defense, and the information I gave is the result of that communication from the Minister of Defense to my office, to my embassy.
So your information, Mr. Ambassador, is that a half dozen or so of men dressed as soldiers. Do we know that they were soldiers?
Well, 3 of them were killed and 3 are captured, and they are now under investigation.
3 were killed and 3 captured of those who were said to take part in the assassination attempt.
Yes.
President Sadat was injured. Your information is definitely he was not injured critically.
That's right.
He is undergoing surgery, or was it your last report?
Yes, he was undergoing surgery about half an hour ago when we got the call, and we await further reports. But we feel very upbeat according to the medical reports.
I believe you used the word that those who are at the hospital are fairly relaxed about the surgery.
That's it.
Or as relaxed as one can be under the circumstances.
Well, with the fact that it is not a serious one, that it is being attended to and quickly, we feel that the situation doesn't call for any alarm.
And the defense minister, while he was injured injured only slightly and is back at his post now.
That is right.
And the vice president was injured even less, a scratch or shaken.
Yes.
And that he is now presiding over a cabinet meeting.
Yes.
The president's personal secretary was killed.
Unfortunately so.
And any indication how many other people were killed in this attempt on President Sadat's life in Cairo?
Well, we don't know for sure what is the rest of the casualties or wounds, but few of the people that were around the president in that stand have been injured. We are continuously getting additional reports.
Any reports on foreign diplomats who were injured or killed?
Well, there were few foreign diplomats and the foreign visitors who were there at the time. We are not yet fully sure who was injured and the extent of the injury, more than it is only slight wounds.
Mr. Ambassador, you mentioned earlier that those who perpetrated this assassination attempt, in addition to firing automatic weapons and being armed with grenades, had thrown some kind of satchel charges at the reviewing stand that didn't go off?
Well, apparently it is, from what we understand, it is a concussion bomb or something that would make noise, but or that it didn't go off. In any case, the injuries are a result of wounds from bullets that have been fired from an automatic weapon.
And any indication, Mr. Ambassador, as to the motive of those who made this assassination attempt on President Sadat's life?
Well, this is now under investigation. We haven't got a full report, except that it is an assassination attempt and not an attempt at a coup d'etat.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for coming with us this morning. One of your friends, Zbigniew Brzezinski, the former National Security Advisor to President Carter, is in our New York studio with Diane Sawyer at the moment. Diane?
Yes, Dan. Dr. Brzezinski, thank you for joining us.
Nice to see you, Diane.
Everyone, of course, is relieved at the reports that President Sadat apparently will recover. Can I ask you, though, whether or not this tremor being sent through the turbulent region has strategic implications, even if he does recover?
Well, of course, if he recovers,
it will have much less of an impact than if, unfortunately, he were not to. I think what's involved here, in some fashion, in any case, is an attempt to destabilize not only Egypt itself, but the region, and particularly the moderate Arab states. Egypt is the linchpin of a secure belt of moderate Arab states involving, in addition to Egypt, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and so forth. If President Sadat were to be removed from the picture, the Camp David process would come probably to a standstill, at least for a while, and there would be a period of severe instability in the Arab world. And thus, at stake are really very major strategic considerations.
So even though the State Department has talked about this as an isolated incident, you're inclined to think that it's part of a pattern in the region, no matter who's responsible?
Yes, you know, you cannot really say why it happened and what the motivations were, though you cannot help but think that in recent times we have seen assassination attempts against the Pope in circumstances that are quite mysterious. There was, of course, we believe, the isolated attempt against President Reagan, but in general, an attempt of this sort is bound to have wider political consequences, which may be of benefit to some parties. It's a consideration you cannot entirely dismiss. In any case, whatever the motives, at stake is the stability of the Middle East. That is a key strategic zone, one of three central strategic zones of vital importance to us, the other two being Western Europe and the Far East. And if President Sadat were to be injured, if Egypt were to be destabilized, then that would set in motion consequences in the Middle East, which could have very grave international consequences.
During the Carter administration, did U.S. intelligence pick up frequently reports of assassination attempts or signs of assassination conspiracies in the region against President Sadat? Is there anything that came to your mind when you heard this news this morning?
Yes, some things came to my mind, but not in that specific sense. I asked myself immediately, who would benefit from this? And therefore, even if not directly involved, who might be at least an indirect participant or beneficiary of such a development? These are things, unfortunately, one is compelled to ask oneself when one looks at that very turbulent region. I know that the Egyptians themselves have been very concerned about some recent developments in the area. They've particularly drawn attention of their friends to the fact that there is developing a new alliance between Libya, South Yemen, and Ethiopia, and also to the west of Africa, Angola. And this strategic triangle or pincer movement does have very far-reaching implications in the immediate future for the stability of Sudan, immediately to the south of Egypt and immediately to the west of Saudi Arabia. And if the threat to the Sudan were to materialize in the form of a coup or some major political upheaval, then the pressure on Egypt and on Saudi Arabia would become all the graver. There's no doubt in my mind that these developments are part of a continuing and intensifying struggle regarding the future of the Middle East. Will it be an area of relative moderation and cooperation with the West, or will it become a region of greater instability and turbulence?
Can I ask you this as one who continues, I know, to take the pulse of Mideast peace developments? Is it too fatuous to hope that maybe some lesson can be taken from this, that maybe everyone involved in the area has stopped, paused, and realized what it would mean if you didn't have Anwar Sadat, and that might provide some kind of impetus, or does it work that way in real life?
No, I think you have mentioned something very important, that in real life sometimes tragic events have a chilling but educational impact on people. And I do hope that this attempt, and I pray that it is only an attempt, that it does not result in a success for the assassins, will remind people of the enormous importance of moving forward with the peace process that President Sadat initiated. That, after all, is the most hopeful development in the region in recent years. If that peace process were to move forward, if there was as a consequence progressive reconciliation between the Israelis and the Arabs, including before too long the Palestinians, then the security of the region will be enhanced, and our own hope for a strategic security relationship with the region as a whole will be more likely to materialize. So a great deal hangs here on the life of this man, and he himself has been the symbol of the more positive side of the Middle East, the ability to override hatred, to reach out, to try to seek a peace which is such a complicated and distant goal, but to seek it with courage and imagination. And as a consequence also, on the other side of the coin, there are those people who wish to derail that process and who stand to benefit from derailing it.
Do you think, what has been your opinion in recent weeks of the crackdown that has gone on in Egypt? Do you think even injuries to President Sadat will affect in any way his control over what he at least perceived as forces moving against him?
Let me say that, first of all, I happen to feel that he was justified in doing what he did. It seems to me that when you're dealing with a potentially disruptive development, it's best to nip it in the bud and then to undertake the necessary reforms. If that had been done elsewhere, perhaps some other upheavals in that part of the world might not have taken place. So I believe he was justified in doing what he did. He has also nurtured an able collaborator, Vice President Mubarak, a younger, very able man with whom I spent just recently, in the last few days, some time together in Washington, this Sunday in fact. So he has been striving to assure continuity and stability beyond himself. The Egyptian economy has been making progress lately, so by and large the society is stable, is developing. But an upheaval of this sort, of course, can set things back very dramatically and set in motion forces that are very destructive.
Dr. Brzezinski, thank you very much for joining us. Back to you now, Dan.
Thank you very much, Diane Sawyer and Zbigniew Brzezinski in New York. The latest on President Anwar Sadat, as best we can determine it on the basis of various reports, including those from our own bureau, our CBS News Bureau in Cairo, is that President Anwar Sadat was injured in the assassination attempt on his life this morning at approximately 7:05 Eastern Time in this country. The full extent of his injuries impossible to determine at the moment. However, Ambassador Gabal, the Egyptian ambassador to the United States, who was in our studio just a few minutes ago, indicated, along with other sources, that the injuries to President Sadat may not be critical. At our last report, President Sadat was undergoing surgery. The Egyptian embassy here in Washington says that while the surgery was underway, that those at the hospital who were around President Sadat were not, quote, overly concerned about the extent of the surgery. Obviously, an effort is being made by the Egyptian government to indicate that President Sadat, while wounded, that confirmed all around by all sources now, the effort is being made to at least give the appearance that President Sadat is not critically wounded, and indeed, there is no indication that President Sadat has been critically wounded, although he is wounded. Some reports say he was injured in the arm. Other reports say that he was hit twice in the stomach. None of that confirmed. Of course, it is possible he was hit in the arm and in the stomach. Bill Plant, our CBS News correspondent, is at the White House. Bill, anything later from the president?
No, Dan, the White House still is saying that President Sadat was hit twice in the side, they think, and they report, too, that he is not in a life-threatening situation, that he is expected to live. This information comes over a direct open telephone line between the Cairo embassy and the State Department. Ambassador Atherton on the other end of the line getting that information in Cairo. We also know that Vice President Mubarak was hit. His injuries, as described to you earlier, are described to us as not serious. The defense minister was also nicked, but we're told that he is already back at work. Members of an Egyptian artillery unit or who appeared to be Egyptian soldiers were involved. Automatic weapons fire, concussion bombs, and grenades were used. There were 3 American military officers, guests, on the reviewing stand who were also hit. We don't know how seriously, and we hear that the White House is trying to contact their families now. Dan, that's the latest on the assassination attempt on President Sadat's life from what we hear here at the White House.
Thank you very much, Bill Plant at the White House. Scotty Williston, who's our CBS News Bureau Manager in Cairo, is on the line at the moment. Scotty, what is the latest from Egypt?
We have just received a call from someone who is affiliated with CBS who says that the president has passed away. We have not gotten any confirmation from any government official. The cabinet is now holding a session at the Prime Minister's office.
Scotty, I don't know. Scotty, do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but what you have just said is unsettling, to say the least. Do I understand you to report that someone affiliated with our CBS News Bureau in Cairo is reporting that President Sadat has what?
That the president has passed away. We do not have confirmation. We do not, repeat, have confirmation from any official source of this information. Our last reports from the hospital was that he was in serious condition and was undergoing surgery.
The person with whom you spoke and who passed along this report, is this someone you've dealt with extensively in the past?
Yes, this is a person in the past whose information has been accurate.
Well, Scotty, this is the first we have heard of this, and I think if you will allow me, we have to pause for a moment and with our listening and viewing audience, say to you that while I understand that you're talking with someone by telephone, you're at our bureau in Cairo, you're talking with someone by telephone who is somewhere else in the city. This is a person with whom you have dealt with in the past. This is a person with whom CBS News has a fairly long-standing affiliation, and they tell you that President Sadat may have died.
Just one moment, Dan. I'm just getting information from another person who is at the hospital who confirms as well that the president has passed away.
Is this a separate source from the one that told it to you in the beginning?
This is a separate source.
Is this someone with CBS News?
Yes, it is.
Scotty, if you'll stay on the line here, I do want to underscore with our audience that there is no way at the moment of confirming this information. Let's pause and try to put it in some perspective. The President Sadat was the target of an assassination attempt while he was reviewing a military parade in Cairo this morning at about 7:05 Eastern Time. Every indication, both from official government sources and all other sources up to just a minute and a half or 2 minutes ago, every indication was that President Sadat, while he had been injured, was not seriously wounded. The Egyptian ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Gabal, in our studio just within the last half hour, said that his information in Cairo was that while President Sadat was indeed undergoing surgery, that no one was, quote, overly concerned about it at the moment. Now, Scotty, with that in perspective, you have now talked with two people in Cairo who indicate to you that President Sadat was fatally wounded in this attack. Scotty, as best, this puts you on the spot and I know it, as best you can make it out, what do you make of this latest information? Do you believe it to be true?
Yes, I do.
You do believe it to be true?
I do believe it to be true from those who have told me.
These are experienced journalists, or people, both of them are people with whom you've dealt with in the past in a professional way? And you believe it to be true?
I believe it to be true from the people who have told me. However, again, I must caution that the government has not said anything of this. The government has not released any information on his condition at all within the country.
I understand.
They've only said that he was in the hospital undergoing an operation, which this was announced about 2 hours ago.
Scotty, do not leave the telephone, please. I want to say to our audience that while it had been our intention to possibly go off the air at 10:30 Eastern Time, Washington time this morning, we obviously will be staying on the air now until we can sort out these conflicting reports coming out of Cairo. One set of reports, one would have to say for accuracy that the majority of reports up until a few moments ago indicating that President Sadat had been injured but not critically, and now the stunning news, the stunning reports, I underscore, italicize, all caps the word reports, two separate reports from Cairo to our CBS News Bureau that President Sadat has died. Bill Plant is at the White House. Scotty Williston, if you'd stay on the line, please, but let's go to the White House. Bill Plant, any information there?
Dan, we're attempting to find out whether the White House has any information along the lines of what you just heard, what we've all just heard from Cairo. And as of a few minutes ago, they did not seem to have any information, but we're attempting to find out.
Thank you very much, Bill Plant. Bob Simon and Bob Pinpoint both have been at the State Department this morning. I wonder if Bob Simon is at his microphone and camera at the State Department right at this moment. He may not be, but let's make an effort. Bob Simon at the State Department?
Yes, Dan, and indeed, a few moments ago here, the latest word we got from the State Department was that President Sadat's wounds were not life-threatening, and they haven't changed anything on that yet. But it's been clear from the very beginning this morning, Dan, that the State Department, as well as Egyptian broadcasting and the Egyptian services in general, have been putting out more information than they really could have known. While President Sadat was in the operating room, we were hearing that his wounds were superficial, that he was not in a life-threatening situation. We were also hearing that it was just an isolated assassination attempt. This was an official bulletin from the State Department, which seemed to have been a bit premature. It was difficult to know at that point how much we could have known about a situation where a unit of the Army actually attacked President Sadat. So it's been clear from the beginning that that word from the State Department and from Egyptian broadcasting has been intended more, I think, to calm the situation and to keep the situation in Egypt under control than to reflect what was really known about what was happening. But to repeat, at this moment, the State Department has not confirmed President Sadat's death.
Bob Simon, Secretary of State Alexander Haig is a man with extraordinary connections and contacts in Egypt, going all the way back to the time when he was on the National Security Staff at the White House during the presidency of Richard Nixon. Have you or anyone else at the State Department in a journalistic way talked to the Secretary of State this morning?
No, nobody has talked to the Secretary yet. Our contact has been with the State Department Emergency Working Group, which is in touch with Ambassador Atherton in Egypt by telephone.
Thank you very much, Bob Simon, and we'll be coming back to you as time allows and as events merit throughout the morning. Let me footnote a piece of information passed along by Bob Pierpoint, our chief diplomatic correspondent from the State Department, who points out that Tripoli Radio, this is Tripoli, Libya, had this morning in Correspondent Pierpoint's words begun to gloat about the assassination attempt on President Sadat. I'm keeping in mind that our latest report from Cairo, from Scotty Williston, who heads our CBS News Bureau there, she said she had 2 independent reports, unconfirmed, that President Sadat may have died after that assassination attempt. Unconfirmed, those reports. We're making every effort to check them out. The last official information from Cairo Radio and from the Egyptian government, indeed the last official information that the United States government had, was that President Sadat had been injured, but not critically, that while he was in surgery, he was reported in surgery as early as about 8:30 Eastern Time this morning, that it was not said to be at that time critical surgery. The 2 independent reports hit, at least psychically in bombshell fashion, about 10:27 this morning, just a few minutes ago, as we were on the air with our CBS News bureau manager in Cairo. She had first had one report from a person who's over the years done some reporting for CBS News saying that President Sadat had died, and then she received another report from another source, someone whom our reporter, Scotty Williston, says that she has done considerable professional business with over the years, and that second report coming into our CBS News Bureau in Cairo was that President Sadat had died. But keeping in mind Walter Cronkite's good advice and wise counsel from earlier in the morning, that in the early stages of these kinds of stories, there are always conflicting reports waving back and forth. It was Cronkite who said, possibly an hour ago, that we'd all be well advised to be at least a bit skeptical, take a wait-and-see attitude about the early optimistic reporting coming from official government sources in Cairo. We simply have no way of knowing at the moment whether these 2 reports in Cairo, independent, separate reports, that President Sadat has died, we have no way of knowing whether or not those reports are true. We are making every effort to ascertain whether they're true and to find out what, in fact, is the situation with President Sadat and the Egyptian government in Cairo at the moment. The last official word we had from Ambassador Gabal, the Egyptian ambassador to the United States in this studio, was that the defense minister, while he had been injured, was not injured seriously and was at his post in Cairo, that the vice president of the country, and this goes along with what eyewitnesses at the scene had said, the vice president of the country, while shaken, was not injured seriously, and that the vice president was presiding, said Ambassador Gabal, over a cabinet session in Cairo. Now, Ambassador Gabal said that President Sadat was in surgery, but that it was his information, the ambassador's information, that Mr. Sadat's chances of recovering were excellent. Then came that information that President Sadat was dead, as reported by these various sources in Cairo. If you've been with us throughout the morning, or for that matter, if you've just joined us, the best we can do is say to you that there are reports coming out of Cairo that President Sadat has died. Bob Pierpoint at the State Department, I'm told, has a late report. Bob?
Dan, I just talked to the Egyptian working group upstairs. They had heard the CBS broadcast saying that there were reports from Cairo that President Sadat had died. They have an open line with the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. They have been talking with our embassy personnel there. They say that their reports indicate that is not true. They say that Ambassador Atherton in Cairo has talked with Egyptian officials within the last few minutes, and there is absolutely nothing to indicate that Sadat is in any immediate danger of death, that he is still under surgery, but that his wounds are, quote, not life-threatening. Now, that's what they have been saying for some time here, and they are absolutely puzzled as to where CBS would have gotten a report that he has died. The only thing that might indicate a source for that is Radio Tripoli. As you suggested earlier, Radio Tripoli is broadcasting in Arabic from Libya, that the Egyptian people have risen up against the ruler of Egypt, and he and his aides have begun to die. But that is what Radio Tripoli and the Libyans would like to believe. There is no indication that that is true.
Bob Pierpoint, is there any indication when or if Secretary of State Haig will be saying anything on this situation, or any indication behind that, what information the State Department is passing along to the White House?
Dan, the Secretary probably will have something to say at the noon briefing, or at least one of his spokesmen will have something to say at the noon briefing every day at 12:30 in theory. That may be delayed a little, but we should have some kind of further official report in a couple of hours from now. The State Department has been passing on all of its information from its open phone line to Ambassador Atherton in Cairo directly to the White House, and we understand that, among other things, President Reagan this morning has been trying to phone the families of those 3 American military personnel who were wounded, and when he has talked to those families here in the United States, he will then, or the White House will then, release the names of those personnel. But the White House and the Secretary of State seem to be in complete touch at almost on a moment-to-moment basis with the embassy, and they are saying still that President Sadat's wounds are not serious.
Bob Pierpoint, we'll be coming back to you shortly, but Scotty Williston, our CBS News Bureau Manager in Cairo, is back up on our telephone line. Scotty, do you hear me now, please?
Yes, I do, Dan.
Scotty, any further information? The latest official information from the Egyptian government sources in Washington, from the White House, and from our own State Department is that President Sadat, while injured, is not in a life-threatening situation, and that his wounds were not critical. Now, any further information from any source in Cairo on these reports that we had that President Sadat may in fact be dead?
No further reports whatsoever. We are waiting for information about what is going on in the cabinet meeting at the Prime Minister's office, which is underway at this moment. But we have no further reports on the President's condition.
Scotty, the question arose, and let me gently point out that while CBS News may have been the first to do so, that we are not the only people who are reporting that President Sadat may have died. I prefer that wording at the moment, keeping in mind that you said that 2 sources had called you, 2 sources that you trusted and have known over the years, called you to say that President Sadat had died this morning. But these reports that President Sadat may have died, the question arises from the State Department. Bob Pierpoint just said nobody at the State Department can figure out who in the world would have told CBS News that kind of information. Can you give us any other indication of where these people are and how they may have found out that President Sadat had died?
I can say no more than they are people who were placed in positions that they would know or should know. One of the sources was the one who gave the first information on the injuries of the President.
I want to point out, while she is on the line with us, that Scotty Williston is an experienced journalist with CBS News, a person who worked with CBS News in New York for several years and has been in Cairo for several years, is very well acquainted. There are many people who would say that Scotty Williston is among the better informed American journalists in Cairo and in Egypt. I want to be clear that you understand what she has reported. Scotty Williston is in our bureau in Cairo, working the telephones, commanding our various resources and people, making assignments to them. 2 people who she says she has dealt with professionally over the years and has confidence in, have independently telephoned her to say that President Sadat has died. We, of course, are cautioning that there is no way to confirm that information, no way to determine at the moment whether it is true or untrue, and at the same time would emphasize that officials at the White House at the State Department and at the Egyptian Embassy here in Washington are all still saying that President Sadat, while injured in this assassination attempt on him in Cairo this morning, and while President Sadat did go into surgery, that he is not, quote, in a life-threatening situation. So there you have the two poles of reporting at the moment: on-scene reports, unconfirmed, unverified reports that President Sadat has died in the assassination attempt, reports coming from official sources in Washington and in Cairo, the last word from Cairo radio, underscoring that President Sadat, while injured, was not injured seriously. We'll just simply have to stay in touch and try to keep you informed as best we can as things develop this morning. Now, Bill Lynch is at the White House. Bill, I know how difficult it is in these situations to come by any information, but has there been any additional information from the White House Situation Room or from the President's office itself?
Dan, to the best of our knowledge, there has been no additional information. The latest word we had officially was that the two wounds suffered by President Sadat were, as we've been saying over and over, non-life-threatening, that he was in surgery and was expected to recover. Our reporting situation here, as long as we're talking about some of the mechanics, is a bit difficult. I am on the White House lawn. As you can see, the information, such as it is being dispensed by a junior press officer, Pete Roussel, who is inside the White House, and my colleague Bill Plant and I are shuttling back and forth to our broadcast position here. So I am somewhat cut off until I can look over there and see Bill Plant coming or other reporters at a trot, and that's how we can relay the information to you. But at this point, we have no information that would support our report from Scotty Williston. We hope to have some further official word shortly. The State Department is, as we've heard, on an open line to the embassy in Cairo and to the Situation Room here at the White House, and presumably any news of that magnitude would be quickly flashed to the highest levels of the U.S. government. So we are in a position, as you are there, of waiting for some official confirmation of this report or an official denial, word that surgery has perhaps been completed, and more complete medical information on President Sadat's condition.
White House. Let's pause for a moment to try to bring you up to date on what we know, what we think we know, and what we are hearing out of Cairo about the assassination attempt on President Sadat. President Anwar Sadat was wounded by at least 2 Egyptian soldiers this morning. They jumped out of a jeep during a military parade. There are indications that there were considerably more than 2, perhaps as many as 6 or 7, perhaps more than that, but at least 2. President Sadat was on a reviewing stand in a Cairo suburb when the men, at least dressed as soldiers, charged out of the parade. They charged the reviewing stand. According to eyewitnesses, they threw a grenade and then opened fire with an automatic rifle. Now, this eyewitness description comes from the Egyptian Foreign Ministry. It is backed up by other eyewitness reports, including those from some Americans who were at the reviewing stand, that the men, at least dressed as soldiers, we keep putting it that way because there's no way to determine definitely whether these were Egyptian soldiers or simply people dressed as Egyptian soldiers. Now, in addition to throwing grenades and opening up with automatic weapons fire, there was a report from Ambassador Gabal here in Washington on the basis of his conversations with Cairo that the men also threw some kind of high explosives at the reviewing stand. The high explosive did not go off, however. 3 Egyptian Army sergeants are reported to have been arrested. 3 others are undergoing questioning, according to one report that has been unverified. President Sadat underwent medical treatment, and security officials said that he was expected back at his residence shortly. That was immediately after the attack. Then many other persons were reported. The first reports from the attack were that, quote, many other persons were reported hit and at least 2 killed in the attack. The attack came, got the scene if you will, big military parade on the outskirts of Cairo. One of the big events in Egypt for the year, something that had long been planned by the Egyptian government and President Sadat. There was a jet fighter flyby. And at the time of that jet fighter flyby, these men dressed as soldiers jumped out of the parade, charged the reviewing stand, opened up with automatic weapons fire, threw grenades, threw some other high explosives which did not go off, according to one report. President Sadat definitely was hit. The extent of his injuries was never made completely clear, although the latest official information was that President Sadat went underwent surgery, but his wounds were not critical. Then we had, in rapid order, two reports from journalists with whom we have dealt in the past at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo that President Sadat had died. We have not been able to confirm those reports, which came about 17 minutes ago. Bill Plant is at the White House. Bill, I understand you have further information.
Dan, we've just talked to White House Communications Director David Gergen, who says that the White House cannot confirm those reports of President Sadat's death. He says that they have no hard information on which to base that. And they are maintaining an open telephone line between the State Department and the Cairo embassy. Obviously, our people in Cairo have heard those reports, but they are telling us through the White House that they cannot now confirm them, that they still know nothing more than that President Sadat is in surgery and that his wounds are regarded as not life-threatening. So it appears, for the moment at least, that the White House is not aware of any hard, concrete information on reports of President Sadat's death.
Bill Plant, with your experience and calling on your years of experience, not only as a political reporter, as White House correspondent, but as someone who knows the Reagan administration well, the fact that they say they cannot confirm these reports, I note with some interest that they are not denying these reports. Should we or should we not attach any special significance to that?
At this point, Dan, no special significance, I think. It appears that they actually do not know.
Bill, thank you very much. And I know that you and Bill Lynch are staying on top of things there at the White House as best you can, as are Bob Pierpoint and Bob Simon at the State Department. At the moment, we have in our CBS News Washington studios Mr. William Quant, Bill Quant, who's a member of the National Security Council during the Carter administration and responsible for Middle East affairs. And you were an integral part of the Camp David Accords and the Camp David Treaty negotiations, now with the Brookings Institution. Right. Is there any special perspective you can give us on what has happened in Cairo? First of all, do you have any information on President Sadat's condition?
I'm afraid I don't. I get my information basically from you. It seems to me the thing we ought to be concerned about is the significance of President Sadat's possible losing control or perhaps his death. And I think that everyone who has ever dealt with President Sadat would tell you that his loss would be a terrible thing for our Middle East policy and for Egypt itself. He really is a remarkable figure, and it would fundamentally change our interest in the Middle East if he were no longer there as a partner.
Well, nearly everyone we've talked to this morning with experience in the area has said that. Former President Carter said it and seemed to underscore it in our conversation with him. But for the American in Dallas or Denver or Dubuque, who may not have kept up with Egyptian affairs and for that matter may be slightly bored with talk about Middle East policy and those kinds of things over the years, why should they be concerned whether President Sadat lives or dies? What does it mean in terms of our national security?
President Sadat has done two dramatic things for Egypt that affect American national interests. One, he uniquely in the Arab world has been prepared to make peace with Israel, which has a tremendous impact on Middle East stability. And if Sadat were not there, one would have to question whether the Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement could remain. And if that doesn't, then the Middle East becomes a much more unstable place. The second thing that Sadat has done is to fundamentally realign Egyptian foreign policy. When Sadat came into power, Egypt was a very close ally of the Soviet Union. 10 years later, Egypt is a very close ally of the United States. No other Egyptian leader will be quite as prone to cooperate with the United States, in my judgment, as President Sadat. So both in terms of peace and the fundamental relationship with the United States, Sadat has done remarkable things.
Who would be the principal beneficiary in case these reports of President Sadat's death prove to be correct?
Well, there's a chance, of course, that Egyptian policy will not change dramatically. There are very able Egyptian leaders around Sadat, and one could hope for continuity, and in that case, perhaps the relationship would continue for a while as is. But I suppose those who oppose the peace with Israel, such as Libya and the hardline Arabs, perhaps the Soviet Union, are the ones who might benefit from Sadat's death.
Again, underscoring that we have no way of confirming these latest reports within the hour that President Sadat may have died from wounds suffered in the assassination attempt this morning while he was reviewing a military parade. If President Sadat has not survived this assassination attempt or does not, who is the most likely successor and what are his chances of remaining in power?
Vice President Hosni Mubarak would automatically succeed President Sadat. He's a man of considerable ability who has support in the key security sectors in Egypt. In the defense services, he's a man of military background himself. In the security intelligence services, he has his key people in place, I don't think one should write him off as a lightweight. He's not, however, a Sadat, a man of the same kind of vision and probable initiatives that Sadat was, and he will have to spend a great deal of time simply consolidating his power. I think it's terribly important, if this does come to pass, that Mubarak succeeds Sadat, that the United States do all that it can to support Egypt and the new Egyptian president.
Now, it's my understanding that the Egyptian vice president has described Israel's Prime Minister Begin as, quote, odious, unquote. Is that true?
I don't know that he has actually said that. If what you're driving at is that he might be harder on the peace relationship with Israel, I think that probably anyone other than Sadat is going to be a little bit more tough-minded about the peace with Israel. Nonetheless, I think Mubarak has been carefully brought into Egyptian decision-making by Sadat. He's been groomed. He's been part of the negotiating process. And I don't think one should allow Sadat's disappearance to become a pretext for the Egyptian-Israeli peace to collapse on either side. There's a perfectly good chance that the relationship can survive, but it'll take a lot of doing. It's not going. The Israelis will lose confidence if Sadat's not there. The Egyptians will be very nervous, drawing possibly the conclusion that Sadat's death was in some sense brought about by his willingness to make peace with Israel. So it's going to be a very difficult period ahead, and I think the United States has a very, very strong interest in helping whoever is in charge in Egypt continue on the peace process and continue a relationship with us which benefits the Egyptian people.
Bill Quat, former member of the National Security Council, thank you very, very much for being with us this morning under difficult circumstances. I appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Walter Cronkite is at our CBS News studios in New York. Walter, I know how you like to work the telephones under these in these kinds of situations. Have you been talking with anyone? Is there any additional perspective you can give us, particularly in light of these, there's no other way to describe them, stunning reports from Cairo within the past hour from our CBS News bureau there that President Sadat may be dead?
No, Dan, not since that report have I talked to anybody. And until that, of course, is confirmed, we're in a holding pattern. In fact, I think we're in a holding pattern on everything here at the moment. We're really vamping until we get more details. Those details will have to include just who these assassins were, what their motives were, with whom they're aligned. The information seems to be at the moment, and I think this is most important, is that it is not a coup as nearly as we can tell, but as the Egyptians themselves have been reporting, and you heard from the ambassador, an isolated incident. That doesn't mean that its repercussions won't be severe and long-lasting. Perhaps history has indeed been altered today by the events in Cairo, no matter how it turns out President Sadat has survived or not the attack. The big question it will be, of course, a succession, how successfully his hand-picked vice president takes over, consolidates power, and then how he can move ahead with the Middle Eastern peace that Sadat had initiated. This matter that you mentioned of the fact that the vice president had been quoted as saying that he thought Begin was odious, I don't think that that should be taken as any indication of his attitude toward future negotiations with Israel. We know that Sadat himself has said privately to many of us that he is most distressed over some of the tactics that Mr. Begin has pursued in the negotiations, and has perhaps even at times when he's been most upset been a little stronger than that in his personal condemnations of Begin's tactics. So I don't think that anything that the Vice President has said up to now really would be a very serious matter. The question is, of course, the continued loyalty of the Army and whether the Vice President can consolidate his power. I think we've got to go back in history just a little bit. In the last change of command in Egypt when Sadat took over from Nasser, if you remember, Nasser had a whole group of vice presidents, I think 7 or 8 in number. It was generally considered that of those, Sadat was the least of the vice presidents by many observers, although there was another opinion that actually he was handpicked by Nasser. It turned out that he had been handpicked by Nasser, but then considerable doubt was placed on whether Nasser meant for him to actually continue in power or merely as a caretaker while power was consolidated by the other vice presidents. Sadat moved instantly to consolidate that power by dismissing a great number of people and getting rid of them politically by putting himself in a position where no one could threaten him. That was all done in a matter of 2 months. The world was shocked and surprised that he was capable of making those moves. I think the same thing could very possibly happen in this case. Or the other thing that is always concerns everyone in any change of government in a volatile circumstance like the Egyptians at the moment is that chaos ensues, and we don't know who emerges as the leader of the nation or what their intentions might be.
Dan, it's Diane Sawyer. I'm here with Walter. I might just add that I asked Zbigniew Brzezinski, the former national security advisor at the White House, as he was leaving, whether or not in the Carter years there had been any indication of ferment in the Army. He said that recently he had heard some reports of dissatisfaction in the Army, that the Army was concerned that the country wasn't getting enough military weaponry, and they were blaming it on the fact that Sadat was being so unkind to the Russians, and they thought he should be playing hands more evenly between the Americans and the Soviets. However, he insisted that he did not think that the Army would be behind this at all, and he thought the Army would indeed rally around whoever came next, if there is someone who comes next, or Sadat.
Diane, I know that you've been talking to your many and varied sources at the State Department this morning as best you can, and Walter, you've probably talked with Anwar Sadat more than any other American journalist. Is there any indication that President Sadat has been worried about penetration of his army by Soviet agitators, communist infiltration, particularly of his junior officer ranks?
No, no indication to me, although, Dan, quite honestly, I don't think that's the sort of thing that he would confess. Anwar Sadat, even in the most private conversations, at least with me, which I consider private conversations, always maintained that his security was good, that the country loved him, that the army was loyal. He didn't see any internal problems, except with militant Muslim groups. He never even mentioned the Coptic Church as a problem in the times when I've talked to him. That came to me as something of surprise when he cracked down on them.
Of course, he was concerned periodically that the Soviets might exploit some of those Muslim groups. So in that sense, I'm sure that he was aware that the Soviets did no longer considered him one of their favorite people, and that they might be standing by to ferment the situation if they could. And that's one of the reasons he claims that he cracked down on the Muslim Brotherhood and the people who were joining up with him in the Coptic Church to create
And we shouldn't
unrest.
forget also, Diane and Dan, that Sadat was of the Army. Very much of the Army. He came up in the ranks. He went to military school. He was a military man all his life and had great loyalty among the military because of that. That doesn't mean that the military couldn't turn against him, quite clearly, but that was his background.
Walter and Diane in New York, Walter Cronkite and Diane Sawyer in New York, if you'll stick right with us, I'm very eager to get up and hear what Scotty Williston has to say from Cairo, as I know you are. Scotty Williston, our CBS News Bureau Manager in Cairo, is back on the line with us now. Scotty, any further information? Our last report from you was that 2 independent sources had said to you that President Sadat had died this morning, but that there had been no way of getting any further confirmation of that.
No, Dan, I'm sorry, there have been no further comments made. We have heard nothing from the government still. The cabinet members are still holding a meeting at the Prime Minister's office. There is normal programming on television, and the streets are quiet. We have heard nothing on radio, we've heard nothing on television to indicate that the president had even been shot, just that he was in the hospital. And we have received no word from any government official here about his condition.
Scotty, from your viewpoint, and I recognize that you're at our bureau in Cairo and have been working the telephones there and taking information as best you can get it here and there, what, in your judgment, are the most important facts that we need to know at the moment?
Well, that this attempt would take place in the middle of the October 6th parade. That it did involve men who were in the military, sergeants. Since both the president, the vice president, the defense minister, all of these people who have been so closely affiliated with the military, who've gone through weeks of preparing for this parade. It's the largest parade that Egypt has every year. And that this should come after a time when the president felt that the country was slowly getting back to his new line of discipline and democracy.
It may be worth pointing out, as Walter Cronkite and Diane Sawyer did a bit earlier, that Sadat himself comes from the ranks of the Egyptian army, that he was one of the mainstays of a group of young officers who, I shouldn't say he was a mainstay of the original effort to overthrow the monarchy in 1952. He came from the same young officer corps that was responsible in 1952 for overthrowing the monarchy. Sadat rose to the presidency through the army from his humble origins in a Nile Delta village. For a quarter of a century, the coup leader, that is the leader of the coup in 1952, Nasser, Abdel Gamal Nasser, and his successor Sadat lavished funds on the army. No one could say that Sadat was not backing the Egyptian army, and indeed the army was an integral part of Sadat's ability to remain as president of Egypt. Diane, very recently, President Sadat expelled many, if not all, of the few remaining Soviets who were in Egypt. Any indication this morning from any source that there may be, could be some connection between that and the events of today?
Again, no, except for the report, of course, from Dr. Brzezinski that the Army was dissatisfied about that move. But no, there's no indication that it had any direct consequences, even at the time. Even among his government, you didn't hear a lot of dissenting voice raised at that time about what was going on there. Maybe it's a good time, too, Dan, to step back a minute and take a look at the Mideast peace negotiations and just where they stand right now and what could or could not have been taking place at this time and in the next few months. Of course, April is the time when Israel is supposed to give back the rest of the Sinai, and that's something that President Sadat was very eager to have happen, and therefore very eager to make sure that the peace negotiations stayed on course. All of this starts to come into question. Will time frames have to be relaxed? If President Sadat is injured even, can the Mideast peace negotiations proceed? Perhaps would even they be given an impetus by the considerations once you realize how important, someone said history is biography, and it makes you stop and think at a time like this how true that tends to be.
When you talk of enemies, as we did earlier today, who Sadat had made in the course of his years as president of the country, I'm not suggesting at all, understand, that these people might have been responsible. It seemed highly unlikely, as a matter of fact. But there are many dissident Israelis who were very much upset about these coming events that you've just mentioned, Diane, the return of the Sinai, that was not a matter of unanimous agreement on the part of the Israelis.
Bob Pierpoint, our State Department correspondent, is back at his microphone and camera at the State Department. Bob, our last report from the State Department and the White House was that while they had heard the reports that President Sadat had died, that they could not, repeat, not confirm them.
That still stands, Dan. We have just checked once again with the Egyptian working group upstairs here. They do have an open phone line to the embassy in Cairo, and they say again that they have no indication that President Sadat has died. As a matter of fact, they are still saying that his wounds were slight and that they were not life-threatening. However, I think it's worth pointing out at this point, and we're all in a situation of having to deal with bits and pieces of information. It's worth pointing out that the embassy in Cairo is not in direct touch with President Sadat. The embassy's information is coming to Ambassador Atherton from the Egyptian defense minister. Now, he himself was slightly wounded in this assassination attempt. He, of course, is in charge of the military. It is clearly his duty to keep the country calm at this time of crisis. And it's possible, and I'm only saying this speculatively, it's possible that the Egyptian defense minister is not telling the U.S. Embassy the entire truth. The fact that he is saying that President Sadat has been in surgery now for at least an hour and a half would indicate to me that the wounds that he suffered are more than slight. And I think that this is something to keep in mind. We here in the State Department and those people at the embassy in Cairo do not have direct information on President Sadat's health. They have only what they can receive from the defense minister, who may not be telling them the complete story. One other thing I'd like to point out here, Dan, the Tripoli radio, which is in Libya, broadcasting in Arabic, said this morning, among other things, reports from the Egyptian capital say that the Egyptian Air Force has urgently moved to put an end to the defeatist Egyptian regime. Now, that's the first indication that we've had that the Air Force might somehow be involved in this incident, aside from the fact that there was a flyover of Egyptian jets at the time the assassination attempt took place. Now, of course, the Libyans have been Egypt's strongest enemy, and particularly a personal enemy of President Sadat. There may be nothing to this. They are also broadcasting, by the way, from Radio Tripoli in Arabic that Sadat is dead. But we have no independent confirmation of that here, and I think that we have to simply wait now until we get more facts. Dan?
Thank you very much, Bob Pierpoint. To bring you up to date as best we can, first, it may be important for us to emphasize how much we do not know. And there is much that we do not know. There are two reports coming into our CBS News Bureau in Cairo, two independent reports from professional journalistic contacts with whom we have dealt over the years, saying that President Sadat has died as a result of the assassination attempt on him earlier this morning. No confirmation of that anywhere from any direction. Radio Cairo at last report was saying that President Sadat, while injured, was not injured seriously. The latest information available at the White House and at our own State Department, at the Egyptian Embassy here in Washington, is that while President Sadat underwent surgery, that he was not, quote, in a life-threatening situation. The attack occurred this morning shortly after 7 o'clock Eastern Time in this country, in the early afternoon Egyptian time, while President Sadat was reviewing a military parade in a suburb of Cairo. Some people dressed as soldiers, may or may not have been actual members of the Egyptian military, jumped out of the parade, began spraying automatic weapons fire and grenades on the reviewing stand. President Sadat was obviously wounded very early on. There were reports that several satchels of high explosives were also thrown at the reviewing stand but didn't go off. The vice president of Egypt was shaken, we are told, but not injured seriously. And at our last report, the vice president, who in case President Sadat dies or has died, would be the man to take over. At our last report, the vice president was said by the Egyptian embassy here in Washington to be presiding over a cabinet meeting in Cairo. The defense minister of the country was injured, but we're told again not seriously, and the defense minister, as of about 2 hours ago, was reported at his post in Cairo. Now, the United States government, both the State Department and officials at the White House, indicate that their best available information is that, yes, Sadat was injured. Yes, that the vice president, while shaken, seemed to be all right. And that, yes, the defense minister, who was injured, appeared not to be injured seriously and was indeed reported at his post. Now, as for these reports that President Sadat died this morning, both the White House and the State Department say that they've heard the reports, but they cannot and will not confirm them. That's where the situation stands at the moment. Now, we've had no actual television contact with Cairo. Cairo television was carrying the parade in the early afternoon, Egypt time. Cairo television went off the air immediately after the attack. We have been in voice contact, audio contact with our CBS News reporters in Cairo. Scotty Williston at our CBS News Bureau passes along the information from two independent sources that she says she has confidence in and has dealt with over the years. Quotes those two sources as saying that President Sadat has died. She is not able to give us any further information. She's working as feverishly as possible under the circumstances, as well as possible under the circumstances, to shed any additional light on it, but that's where the situation stands. Now, Mitchell Krause, our CBS News correspondent in Cairo, our man in charge in Cairo, was wounded slightly from shrapnel in the attack on the reviewing stand today. He was on the scene. He was wounded slightly by shrapnel, but I'm now told that he is flying to Rome with a film and or videotape report on the attack itself. I have no indication when that might be available to us. You can very well understand that having to fly from Cairo to Rome and then get the necessary facilities up may dictate that it may be a while before we see any of that film and or videotape coverage of the attack itself. We've not seen even so much as a still picture of the attack itself. That's where the situation seems to stand at the moment. Unclear whether Scotty Williston in Cairo has a late report. Scotty?
Hello?
Scotty Williston, you're on the air. Dan Rather in Washington. Do you have any additional information?
No, no more information from any source. And what we are now hearing on the latest Egyptian radio broadcast is that they are reporting to the people that the president and several soldiers were shot at the parade, and that the president has been taken to a hospital, and that the vice president is following the conditions, and there is a meeting of the cabinet members at the prime minister's office. This is being announced to the Egyptian public on Arabic radio.
Now, Scotty, this is the first time, is it not, that the radio in Cairo has informed the Egyptian population officially that President Sadat was even wounded?
This may be the second. It has only been within the last hour that they have started reporting that he was shot. Before, it was that he was hurt, but not how, that he was having an operation, but not why an operation.
I understand, Scotty, and you will understand how much interest there is in this country as to whether those, and for that matter all around the world, whether those two reports that we heard about 45 minutes ago indicating that President Sadat may have died, you will understand how much concern there is in confirming or denying those reports. Do you expect to have any additional information at any time soon, or can you tell?
It's hard to tell. We would expect something to come from the cabinet meeting, but how long that cabinet meeting will last, it's hard to tell.
Scotty, if you will, by all means, stay in touch with us. I want to emphasize while you're on the line with us, and correct me as we go along here if I'm wrong, that every official source, both United States and Egyptian, continues to say that President Sadat, while wounded, is not in a life-threatening situation, quote-unquote, not in a life-threatening situation. Every available official source reports that. Is that not the case?
That would be the case here, except that there are no official reports here in Egypt except for what is running on the radio. And on the radio, it says the president was shot. It says nothing more.
Understand. But now, Scotty, from your independent sources, you mentioned earlier you had telephone conversations with two different sources. Can you tell us precisely what they said to you, please?
Both sources were in unusual positions. The first one said to me that he has passed away.
Meaning President Sadat.
And that is what I said. You mean the president has passed away? He said, yes, the president has passed away. It's over. I will get back to you. The other call came in to say the president has passed away. Again, the president has passed away. It's over.
And these are people with whom you have dealt with in the past and have been in the past reliable sources of information to you?
That is correct.
Thank you very much, Scotty. If you can hang on as long as possible, but on the other hand, I don't want to delay you even a moment from doing what you can to either get some confirmation of those two independent reports in Cairo that President Sadat is dead, or to find out that those reports are not true. Everyone here, of course, with any experience in journalism at all, understands how difficult it would be to work in Cairo under these particular circumstances. Now, I mentioned earlier that Mitchell Krause, our CBS News correspondent, is flying from Cairo to Rome with photographs, with visual material on the attack that occurred this morning, U.S. time, on President Sadat. Mitchell Krause wounded slightly by shrapnel in the attack himself, but he has, at my last report, had taken off by aircraft from Cairo to Rome. We do expect to have sometime during the day. I can't in truth say that we expect to have it sometime this morning, Eastern time. We do expect to have a film and or videotape report from Mitchell Krause in Rome, his having flown there from Cairo. In the meantime, Mitchell Krause, who is our CBS News correspondent in Cairo, has a report of a somewhat different kind. Krause with a report from Cairo on President Sadat's domestic problems. This was a report filed last week.
Himself has missed few opportunities recently to appear in person. His carefully planned itinerary, part of an apparent effort to reassure the public about his government's stability and to sell his program to the people. In his latest speech to the Congress of the ruling National Democratic Party, Sadat laid out the three challenges he now sees for Egypt's future. They are national unity, democracy, and discipline, based on a foundation of belief in God and self-confidence. To carry out this program, he has set new rules for major sectors of Egyptian life. Students have been warned to keep politics and religious fundamentalism off the campuses or face expulsion. Those who run the mosques and churches have been told that religion and politics don't mix. Managers and workers in Egypt's huge government bureaucracy have been ordered to end laxity, which means increase efficiency or face reassignment. At the factories, employees and supervisors have been asked to end all activities not directly connected with production, or else. The police have been told to enforce stricter traffic control regulations in an attempt to keep things moving. Cleanliness, morality, and order are to govern street behavior. The Army is not on any special alert status, but it has been told to prepare itself for the challenge of defending Egypt and its neighbors from communist expansionism. As for politics, Sadat insists that last month's wave of arrests and subsequent actions were not designed to crush his limited opposition, but only to make Egypt safe for Egyptian democracy. Mitchell Krause, CBS News, Cairo.
And as I mentioned, that report was filed last week by Mitchell Krause. Krause now en route from Cairo to Rome with what visual material we have concerning this attack this morning, Washington time, on President Anwar Sadat. Let me set the scene for you as best we can piece it together on the basis of all reports as to what happened at that parade reviewing stand. It was shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon in a suburb of Cairo. President Sadat on the reviewing stand, not only with members of his own government, his vice president, the defense minister, but also with many foreign diplomats. The parade was underway. There was a jet flyover. At the moment the jet flyover passed over the reviewing stand, you know what thunderous noise one of those flyovers can make. Variously described as 6 or 7 men, at least, dressed in military uniforms, broke from the parade, dashed at the reviewing stand, opened fire with automatic weapons, threw hand grenades, according to one report, and according to another report, also threw some what can best be described as satchel charges of explosives. Those charges, satchel charges, didn't go off. The gunfire sprayed the reviewing stand. President Sadat, according to all eyewitnesses who've spoken to the subject, President Sadat was hit. The defense minister was slightly wounded, although our last report is that the defense minister was back at his post. The vice president of the country was shaken a bit, and 3 Americans, hold on just one moment if you will, UPI from Cairo. This is United Press International from Cairo. Bulletin precede President Anwar Sadat died today at the Armed Forces Hospital, and the Egyptian embassy in Washington has put its flag at half staff. However, then the flag went back to full staff. It's very difficult to make of what that was about with the flag at the Egyptian embassy. Now, I recognize that we're moving very swiftly, perhaps too swiftly at this moment, so let's pause and try to explain what you're seeing and what you're hearing. I'm in Washington attempting to give you the information we have from all sources, including our bureau in Cairo. We have a live camera position outside the Egyptian embassy, and just a moment ago what you saw, the Egyptian embassy flag, the Egyptian flag was at half staff. Then just as we went to it to point out it was at half staff, it went to full staff. No explanation of what, if anything, that means. Now we have had, our CBS News Bureau in Cairo has had for, the better part of 50 minutes at least, 2 reports from independent sources, from sources we've dealt with over the years, who said that President Sadat was dead. We had no confirmation anywhere from that until just a few moments ago. UPI from Cairo, Dateline Cairo, says, quote, President Anwar Sadat died today at the Armed Forces Hospital, according to hospital sources. Reuters news agency. UPI, of course, being an American news agency, Reuters being a British-founded news agency, an overseas agency. Reuters confirms now, this is a confirmation from the Reuters news agency, that Sadat is dead. I should emphasize again, from no official source do we yet have it that President Sadat has died. We do have it from 2 independent sources calling CBS News. United Press International has bulletined that President Sadat has died. Reuters now has put forth a bulletin saying that President Sadat has died. Walter Cronkite in New York, you've handled these things many times over the years. I want to turn to you right at this moment and ask you what do you make of it, and help me put this in some perspective.
Well, Dan, I wish I could do that. It would be certainly helpful if anybody could, and I'm not the one to do so. We have the facts as you put them out. I would think that the indications are pretty strong now that the worst may have happened. I was thinking back on the fact that Mubarak, the vice president, left the hospital so quickly after arriving with Sadat and going right into an emergency cabinet session. While there could be very good reasons for that, certainly, under any circumstances, the concern with the possibility of a coup or of the reaction of the people, whatever, at the same time, it would seem almost, it seems strange to me that Mubarak, slightly injured perhaps himself, drenched with blood as the story goes, would go right into a cabinet session of that kind. I would think that if the chances for survival looked good, there might have been a little delay in summoning such a meeting. Therefore, I think that that's not a good sign. Otherwise, I can't throw any further light on it. The United Press and Reuters, we should point out, are no more accurate than any other news organization at this time. They've got their own informants, their own sources. Since they're not quoting the government officially, not quoting the Defense Ministry or the Cabinet, I think we must assume that their information is on about the same level as that we've gotten so far. Tipsters somehow or other in the hospital, but it certainly doesn't look good at this moment.
Walter, should point out that UPI indeed does not quote any government source, but pens its report that President Anwar Sadat is dead. Let me emphasize that UPI is now reporting out of Cairo that President Sadat has died, that UPI says according to hospital sources. Scotty Williston at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo, at our last conversation with her, about an hour ago, it was Scotty Williston who, on the air during our coverage, said that she had one report from someone she identified as a very good source that President Sadat had died, and then while she was on the air, another source that she identified, someone that she dealt with over the years, also called to say that President Sadat had died. Now, almost an hour later, both UPI and Reuters have bulletins out saying that President Anwar Sadat has died. We have no confirmation about this, on this, from any official source, Egyptian or American.
Dan?
Yes, Walter.
Let me bring up something else that's certainly a sidelight at this moment, but a source of mine, an Egyptian source of mine in New York, who has very good sources in Cairo, says that he understands that the Shah's son and family have been spirited out of Cairo and have secretly left Egypt for another destination. What that may portend, I have no idea, except that it might indicate that there are some belief there on the part of those in Cairo that this is a more deep-spirited plot than the first indications would have it. That there may be fears for the future of the regime.
And we had those earlier reports, Walter, again unconfirmed. We've dealt with so many unconfirmed reports this morning, and I don't think one can say often enough that the reports of President Sadat's death, while they are increasing now and have increased significantly in the last 5 minutes with both UPI and Reuters saying that President Sadat has died, I don't think we can say often enough that while the reports that President Sadat has indeed died are increasing, that there is no official confirmation anywhere. That in the early stages of this kind of situation, in a country that has been in modern times as historically volatile as Egypt, impossible to tell what the motive was for this attack on President Sadat's life this morning. As we pointed out so many times, that President Sadat has many enemies. Sadat, 62 years old, a man who'd been the leader of Egypt for well over a decade, going into, I think, his 12th year as leader of the country, had built a long list of enemies. No way of knowing what the motive may have been. Continually, we've been assured by official sources in Cairo that there were no indications of a coup attempt, but fair to say, with the kind of, we hope, healthy skepticism any reporter should have, not cynicism but skepticism, that if it turned out to be a coup attempt, that official sources in Cairo would be among the last to confirm that such was the case. Dan Patir, who is now with the Enterprise Institute and formerly Israeli government spokesman in Israel, is with us in our Washington studio at the moment. Mr. Patir, is there any particular insight or context that you can help give us to this situation? First of all, have you heard anything that would indicate that President Sadat is dead?
No, from the Israeli source I checked with a few minutes ago, there's no official confirmation yet.
Now, from the Israeli point of view, we've discussed this morning from the point of view of American national security, the concerns that everyone in this country would have if President Sadat, if it should prove to be true that he's dead or that even he would be incapacitated for a long period of time. What is the Israeli government point of view on the effect of a Sadat death or illness for a long period of time would have on Israel's security?
First, let's hope that he'll be able to recover. From Israel's point of view, his death will be definitely heavy loss to the unprecedented process that both Israel and Egypt undertook as from 1977, namely to have peace between them and to expand it. From the actual point of view, one has to remember that the materialization of the Israeli-Egyptian peace treaty has to be concluded by April '82. By then, Israel has to return the entire peninsula of Sinai with the air bases and everything else, and in Egypt, on her part, has to complete the full normalization relations in addition to diplomatic relations with Israel. Now, this is a deadline which is not too far off. The question, of course, is is the assassination or the attempted assassination is a result of a political coup d'etat, namely of elements like Libya or the Soviets behind them, or rejectionists in the Arab world, or some elements from within that wanted to negate Sadat on his peace process leadership? And that's a very serious question for Israel before it's concluding its materialization of the peace process with Egypt. The second question, of course, is whether the attempt has been made on a background of fanatical religious Islam that Sadat was cracking down recently on them. This, of course, affects, to a lesser extent, the dangers to the peace process. The main question, of course, that Israel will have to ask herself is Egypt, under whom, probably Hosni Mubarak, if Sadat is dead, going to proceed the way Sadat did? Because one has to remember then that Sadat was the sole, as far as we are concerned, the sole policymaker of peace process by Egypt towards Israel. The others were executors. Now the question is who is going to follow the role of the maker, the policymaker, rather than the executor in the Egyptian side. We hope that Hosni Mubarak, whoever will be, if this is the case, will follow his steps in both capacities, making the policy and executing it.
We're speaking with Dan Patir, who is the former Israeli government spokesman, now with the American Enterprise Institute. We had this quote from the Egyptian vice president, keeping in mind that if President Sadat, as is now reported, if President Sadat is dead, or if it turns out he isn't and he's going to be ill for a very long time, the vice president would be taking over. That the Egyptian vice president has been quoted as describing Prime Minister Begin as, quote, odious, unquote. Now, do you consider that, does the Israeli government consider that part of the necessary rhetoric for any Egyptian leader, or does it indicate some special dislike by Mubarak for Prime Minister Begin?
I don't think that I can typify Hosni Mubarak in great detail. Although I was accompanying Prime Minister Begin on all his meetings with President Sadat and attending all the events in the peace process for the last 3 years, Hosni Mubarak somehow was at the background. It was hardly expressing himself on the peace process, although recently, publicly, he did, and actually what he did say was fully committing himself to the peace process the way Sadat actually expressing himself. No question that Hosni Mubarak, as far as the attitude towards Israel, so far was expressing the same line that Sadat was doing. Now, with regards to one quote or another, I can say, of course, papers quote Hosni Mubarak in the Israeli side in a different way. The Egyptians or others quoted Hosni Mubarak towards Israel in a different way. Put it this way, Hosni Mubarak is known to us, the Israelis, as a staunch supporter of Sadat, as far as his peace process was concerned, very much influencing or having influence over the military establishment. And I cannot, for the time being, imagine that this attempt of the coup or attempt of assassination was actually a plot by the military establishment as such, because the military establishment was maybe the most loyal establishment in Egypt towards Sadat vis-a-vis the peace process, more than any establishment. So therefore, it remains to be seen what will be Sadat Mubarak's role, and maybe, I say maybe, for Israel's point of view, is now to wait and see who is the successor, if there should be a successor, and what's his role towards the peace process.
Thank you very much, Dan Patir, and I thank you for being with us this morning. Bill Plant, our CBS News White House correspondent, is on the lawn outside the White House. Bill?
Dan, two developments. The White House Director of Communications David Gergen came to us a moment ago and said that Secretary Haig had just spoken to somebody at the State Department and was, and this is the way they put it, unable to confirm through the Egyptian government the death of President Sadat. We take that to be some kind of all but unofficial confirmation, because they are now stressing that they cannot get official confirmation. And the other development is that with reporters and photographers due to go into the Oval Office shortly for a routine photo session, this time with the visiting Prime Minister of Thailand, reporters were suddenly barred because Mr. Reagan's top aides obviously do not want him to have to field questions from reporters before he, or for that matter anybody else in the government, knows for certain what's going on. So the latest we have, Dan, is a phone call that Secretary Haig took, and we're told that the Egyptian government has been unable to confirm to the U.S. government the death of President Sadat. And that appears to be all but unofficial, or all but official, I should say, confirmation.
Bill, thank you very much, and I know that you and Bill Lynch are staying in very close touch at the White House for any and all information that would come out there. We've mentioned it before, but for those who may have joined us later, may have missed it before, the attack on President Sadat in the reviewing stand, reviewing the military parade, took place at shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Egyptian time, shortly after 7 o'clock this morning, Washington time, and President Reagan, we were told, was informed of the attack within about 25 minutes at the latest after it took place. Remind you that the parade was being carried in Cairo on Egyptian television. And as soon as it was evident that there had been an attack on President Sadat, the Egyptian television went off the air, but word spread almost instantly that there had been an assassination attempt on President Sadat in Cairo, and President Reagan was informed quickly. Moving into our Washington studios to discuss these developments with me, as soon as he can get his microphone on, is the former Secretary of State of the United States, Dr. Henry Kissinger. As soon as he gets wired up, we'll have our conference. Dr. Kissinger, good morning.
Nice to see you, Dan.
Thank you for being with us this morning. I'm sorry it's under such circumstances. As you no doubt know, we have these increasing reports that President Sadat died in the assassination attempt this morning. No official confirmation from any source. You may have just heard Bill Plant at the White House say that while no one there is confirming the reports, that the language of what is being said to reporters there indicates to him, Bill Plant, that these reports of President Sadat's death may indeed be true. Do you have any independent information of your own on this?
No. Whatever information I have is the same as you. I talked to somebody who talked to somebody in Europe who claimed to know, but I'm sure it's less good information than the White House has.
And did they indicate that President Sadat had died?
That was the indication, yes.
Dr. Kissinger, if you don't mind, what I'd like to do is take a deep breath. Let's pause for a second.
Sure.
Remind our viewers that if any development of any consequence comes along as we're in this discussion, we will, of course, interrupt our discussion and pass it along to them. I think every American, Dr. Kissinger, is interested in knowing what once one gets past the concern for President Sadat and his family, and indeed for the nation of Egypt, that every American's concern is, what is the effect going to be on our national security?
Of course, when a very great man disappears, he leaves a void that is not easy to describe, because it's not easy to imagine the alternative. Sadat almost single-handedly moved his country from reliance on the Soviet Union to friendship with the United States. Alone among the Arab leaders, he was willing to face the prospect of peace with Israel and took the trip to Jerusalem. The essence of Sadat, in my acquaintance with him, was his courage in going to the heart of a problem and to ignore the minor calculations with which most statesmen occupy themselves. Therefore, it is hard to imagine anyone else playing that role. So for us now, we are losing a major force for moderation in the Middle East. And while Vice President Mubarak is an estimable man, and I have very high regard for him, he has very big shoes to fill if these unfortunate reports turn out to be correct. I think for us it will require a new look at our Middle East policy and a greater sense of urgency than would have been the case when we could rely on some local leadership. It is not trivial for our national security, to put it mildly.
Why is it not trivial for our national security? Because anything that causes difficulty in that part of the world is dangerous?
First of all, Egypt is the strongest country in the region. It's the most populous country. It's the country with the highest level of education. Its teachers are all over the Middle East, so that what Egypt does is of fundamental importance. And if Egypt were to move only 25 degrees over towards the radical side, or were even a little less able to conduct the sort of policy that Sadat was identified with, it would not just affect the relationship between Egypt and us and Israel, it would affect the whole mood in the Middle East and the attitude of all of the other countries. Egypt is, after all, half of the population of the Arab world, and its universities, its radio, its prestige give it a very leading role. So if there were to be any modification of their policy, it would affect us profoundly. But even if there's no modification of their policy, if it could not be conducted with the same flair that Sadat conducted it, it would leave a void that somebody would have to fill.
Not only flair, but the boldness and courage of the Sadat.
Flair, boldness, insight. One meets in politics many clever people, but very few profound people. And to understand the essence of a problem, to go to the heart of it. This was among the statesmen I knew, I would say Sadat was among the very few who had that quality.
Let us pause again for just a moment to point out that we are not yet absolutely certain that President Anwar Sadat died this morning in the assassination attempt at Cairo. We do have two independent reports developed by CBS News about an hour and 15 minutes ago that President Sadat had died. Both United Press International and Reuters have reported from Cairo within the last 15 to 20 minutes on a bulletin basis that President Sadat has died, but there has been no official confirmation from any official source, Egyptian or United States, or for that matter, any other official source anywhere in the world. We have been told by the United States government spokesman that they could not, that our government could not confirm the reports of Sadat's death. That's where the situation stands at the moment. So I'm sure that...
And of course we should all pray that the pessimistic reports are wrong.
And there's always that possibility that they are wrong, always that possibility until one has official confirmation. Dr. Kissinger, were you surprised at an assassination attempt on President Sadat?
Well, you know, it's the sort of thing that all of us who have worked on Middle East problems, known about the Middle East, I think all of us have always agreed that what is it going to be like without Sadat? And we all knew it was going to happen someday, if by natural causes or something. Now it has suddenly happened, or at least there's strong reports that it has happened.
Dr. Kissinger, if you forgive me for interrupting, but I'm told that Senator Howard Baker, the Senate Majority Leader, has announced to the United States Senate that Anwar Sadat is dead. That's all the information we have. That passed along from Phil Jones, our correspondent on Capitol Hill. It's another in a continuing and now rapidly increasing number of reports indicating that President Sadat indeed may have died this morning in Cairo after an assassination attempt on his life as he was reviewing a military parade.
So, of course, one is shocked and surprised when it happens. In theory, one knew it could happen. And when Sadat cracked down on his opposition, it meant that, to me, it meant that he had reason to believe that things were getting out of hand.
Mr. Kissinger, I'm reminded by Bill Plant and Bill Lynch at the White House that there remains no official confirmation from either United States or Egyptian government sources that how and why Senator Baker came to announce to the Senate that President Sadat is dead remains, to me at least, a mystery, but we pass these things along as we get them. Again, I want to apologize to you for the fragmented nature of this interview, but these are unusual circumstances.
Look, you have to do, this is more important.
At 11:30 a.m., Washington Times, Senator Howard Baker on the Senate floor, and this is a direct quote from Senator Baker, "I regret to advise the Senate that the Vice President has just asked me to notify the Senate that the President of Egypt has passed away. We still await confirmation from Egypt." End of quotation from Senator Howard Baker. Now, of course, the most important line in that, from an indicator standpoint, is that Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker says he was asked by the Vice President George Bush, had asked Senator Baker to notify the Senate that the President of Egypt has passed away. Now, while we have no official confirmation on our own from any United States government source, certainly Senator Baker, having talked to Vice President Bush, well, what can one say? That is a further indication that the story is probably true.
Senator Baker is a serious man. The Vice President is a serious man. They don't bandy rumors around without some evidence.
And we at CBS News will be staying on the air and on top of the story as best we can. Our last report from Scotty Williston in Cairo was that Egyptian radio, Cairo radio, had confirmed to the Egyptian people just within the last hour and a half that President Sadat had been shot, but gave no indication that he was even near death, much less being dead. Dr. Kissinger, forgive me one moment, but Bill Lynch, our CBS News correspondent at the White House, I think has some developments. Bill?
Well, Dan, we just heard a moment ago, as you just reported, that Vice President Bush had made that request of Senator Baker and that the announcement was made on the floor of the Senate. Also, officials here were asked a short time ago whether these events have resulted in any upgrading of the status of U.S. forces in the Middle East, the Sixth Fleet perhaps in particular, whether they were placed on a higher state of readiness or alert. And the officials responded to those questions by saying only no comment. So while we are still lacking any official announcement from the U.S. government or the Egyptian government at this stage, it is growing increasingly clear that President Sadat has apparently died. It's difficult to say that as we're reporting this story without the kind of confirmation we would like to have. But that is apparently the impression under which the United States government is now operating, and we do not yet know whether the events in Cairo, outside of Cairo today, have resulted in any U.S. military alert. President Reagan, as we reported earlier, has offered medical assistance not only to President Sadat, but the others who were injured in the attack. We don't have any confirmation yet that that request has been made by the Egyptian government or that such assistance is in fact on the way.
Thank you very much, Bill Lynch at the White House. And should pass along that Leslie Stahl at the White House reports that officials there are now saying no comment when asked if the status of U.S. forces in the Middle East has changed at all since the assassination attempt first was announced. These officials first said they had no knowledge of a change in status or an alert. Now they are refusing comment. Dr. Kissinger, from your experience, and I understand that you have not spoken with anyone in the White House, certainly in the last half hour. From your experience, what would the procedure be under these circumstances?
Well, the minimum procedure would be to determine the readiness status of all of the forces so that you know what you would have to do in case of an emergency. And you would probably bring them up to, for example, if there were shore leaves, you would probably cancel shore leaves and get the ships in a position where they can sail rapidly. And so whether there's a formal increase in readiness or not, you would certainly try to get yourself into a position by which you could react to emergencies. Whether you will actually increase the various kinds of so-called defense condition, from the lowest, which is 5, to the highest, which is 1. Whether you'd actually go up the ladder from 5 towards 1 would depend on the assessment of the president and his key advisors, whether there's an imminent danger of hostilities. But at a minimum, whatever condition you'd be in, you would bring yourself to the maximum readiness within that condition.
Dr. Kissinger, based on your experience and your widespread knowledge of the area, what are the chances that the Libyans, who, as we know, are extraordinarily well armed by the Soviets, that the Libyans would choose this moment, when things in Egypt obviously are in a state of some confusion, to make a military strike of their own?
I don't think that the Libyans would make a military strike against Egypt at this moment, because the Libyans would probably calculate that the assassins of Sadat, if this is what happened, were individuals who more or less agreed with their point of view that is to say radicals, maybe religious fundamentalists and radicals, and they would probably wait to see what developments occur within Egypt as a result of this assassination.
What are the chances that there, and I recognize this requires a highly speculative answer, but what are the chances that there is some relationship between the recent shooting down of 2 Libyan aircraft by United States aircraft off the coast of Libya and what happened today in Egypt?
Absolutely none. I would think that the Libyans have been determined to get rid of Sadat, as for that matter was the PLO, as was every radical force in the Middle East. This is part of this conflict between the moderate and the radical forces, which has been raging at least since the collapse of the pro-American government in Iran, and this, or even since the peace initiative of President Sadat. So I don't think they needed any additional cause to pursue this, and I'm not sure that the Libyans pushed a button and said, this is the day in which the attempt is made. I think what rather happened is that, inspired by the radicals and sympathizing with the radicals, a perhaps hopefully small group of individuals within the military establishment did this, on the one hand, technically autonomously, but as part of the overall philosophical framework.
Dr. Kissinger, what is one to make of the fact, and it is now a fact, that the 2 biggest allies of the United States in the Middle East, Israel accepted, but the 2 biggest allies in the Islamic world, started to say Arab world, but while the Egyptians are Arab, the Iranians do not consider themselves Arab. There's Muslim but not Arab. But True. The 2 United States allies in the area, biggest allies, Iran and Egypt, biggest allies outside of Israel, have now undergone cataclysmic events. What are we to make of that?
Well, what we have to make of it, in part, that there are enormous, almost spiritual, religious-type forces sweeping the area. Rebellion against westernization, modernization, and brought about by the rapid development of the area. Secondly, I think it indicates a decline, not in any one instance, but in the overall, a decline in the confidence in the United States to manage events. I'm not saying that that any one event shows this, but the fact that the radicals are getting bolder and bolder, and that the moderates are getting more and more on the defensive, is part of a global picture that has been developing over the years.
I want to come back to this point in just a moment, Dr. Kissinger. I want to ask you, well, what the Soviets have been doing in the area, while making it very clear there's no indication one way or the other of any Soviet involvement today. But before getting to the answer to that question, let's go to Ike Pappas at the Pentagon, who can clarify what the status is of the United States military forces in the area. Ike?
Dan, we've been told just a few seconds ago there is no change in the alert status of our forces in the eastern Mediterranean. We have 17 ships in the eastern Mediterranean, most of them around the ports of Italy, and including the aircraft carrier Nimitz, and about 8 amphibious ships and 8 other combat ships, including destroyers and so forth. They are not moving as far as we know. Only a few minutes ago we received also the names of the American personnel that were wounded in the stands today in Cairo. I'll read them to you. Lieutenant Colonel Charles D. Loney, L-O-N-E-Y, a U.S. Air Force officer, age 42. His hometown is Austin, Texas. His present duty station is the headquarters, United States Air Force, here in Washington. He received, so we understand, only a flesh wound. The second American wounded, Captain Christopher Ryan of the U.S. Air Force, age 34. His hometown, Sacramento, California, and he was from the headquarters, United States headquarters in Europe at Stuttgart. And then there was a Marine Corps Major Gerald Agenbrode of the Marine Corps, age 36. His hometown is Bruno, Idaho, MacDill Air Force Base, Florida. Now that is the headquarters of the Rapid Deployment Force. In the stands this morning was the commander of that Rapid Deployment Force, General Robert Kingston. and he was with the commander of our, the deputy commander, I should say, of our forces in Europe, who is General William Smith of the Air Force. These two officers were heading a very large delegation of American military officials to this parade. This was also in preparation for a rapid deployment force that the United States hopes to conduct next month in Egypt, and also perhaps in connection with the Sudanese for the first time. It'll be called Operation Bright Star. This is the second in what the United States hopes to be an annual event in the Middle East, an exercise of our military forces. There'll be some 2,000 American troops going into Egypt in a very few weeks. Now, there is, of course, grave concern here at the Pentagon because of the military and the political situation that could evolve if President Sadat is indeed dead. We do not have a confirmation from the National Military Command Center as yet that Sadat is dead. But if he is, this will put in jeopardy America's long-term plans to use Egypt as a base of operations in the Middle East. We had hoped to use on a part-time basis the airfields at Ras Banas, which are just opposite the Saudi oil fields. We were developing a very extensive arms program with Egypt. I think we're sending them $2.5 billion worth of arms this year, and we were going to send billions more in the coming years. Now, I'm hearing this morning that if this is in any way connected with a coup, a military uprising, there is only one thread of possibility that's been mentioned, and that is that there has been unhappiness within the Egyptian military that the United States was not delivering these arms quickly enough, and that some officers had felt that Egypt was better off in the hands of the Soviet Union because they were getting plenty of arms from the Soviets, and that the arms flowing to Egypt were not quick enough. And in fact, although we do have this massive arms program with Egypt, only a few F-4s have been delivered, several tanks, just enough to tell Sadat, to give him the message there's more coming. But I understand there was a great deal of happiness in the military ranks of Egypt. Dan?
I know that you meant to say that you understand there's a great deal of unhappiness in the military ranks of Egypt. We'll simply have to wait further developments on that. For those of you who may just be joining us, the reports continue. While there have been no official confirmation that President Anwar Sadat died this morning as a result of wounds suffered in the afternoon Egyptian time, Vice President Bush asked Senator Howard Baker, the Senate Majority Leader, to inform the Senate that President Sadat had passed away. That is by far the highest ranking person in any government that we have heard say that President Sadat has died. Scotty Williston, our CBS News Bureau Manager in Cairo, is coming up on the line shortly, and we'll have a conversation with her. But Dr. Kissinger, I'd like to get back to a moment to the question of what, if any, involvement have the Soviets had in the recent difficulty in Egypt. What are the indications? What are our intelligence forces?
The difficulty in assessing the Soviet role is if somebody throws a rock down a mountainside that's strewed with boulders and starts a rock slide, can he then say that the rock that hit a passerby was not the rock he threw? There's no question that the Soviets are training the intelligence operatives of Libya, of the PLO. There's no question that there's heavy Soviet influence in many of the guerrilla groups and terrorist groups. I would doubt that there was any direct Soviet order on this particular attempt, but the Soviet Union cannot disclaim responsibility but of the training they give, of the groups they encourage, just because they didn't give the final order, if these groups then do what is implicit in their organization.
Dr. Kissinger, do you think Israel would come to Egypt's aid if Egypt were attacked in the wake of this assassination?
I don't think the danger is that Egypt will be attacked in the wake of this assassination. I think if there is an assassination, I think the more serious danger is that Egypt will go through a period of turmoil and lose its leadership position, or that Egypt will slightly shift its policy, or if there is a coup, as somebody mentioned, that maybe there is a fundamental shift in Egyptian policy. All of these, any one of these events would so alter the landscape in the Middle East that it would affect our security, Israel's perception of its security, the Saudi perception of their security. This is where the problem is going to arise. I don't think there's going to be a military invasion in the next weeks or months.
Dr. Henry Kissinger, former Secretary of State, former National Security Advisor to the President of the United States, thank you very much for being with us this morning. Let us go now to our CBS News White House correspondent, Bill Plant. Bill?
Still saying, the White House is still saying, Dan, through Communications Director David Gergen, that this government has no hard confirmation from the Egyptian government of President Sadat's death. However, we are being led to believe that it is all but official. They explained to us what happened with Vice President Bush and the Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker. Apparently, Vice President Bush had told Senator Baker that the president was dead, President Sadat. But after he told him that, and after Baker went on the Senate floor with it, the Vice President, Bush, received a call saying that the information was not hard and fast. So again, it was premature. And there is still no hard word, although we expect that it probably is true.
Bill Plant, it might be worth mentioning that Vice President George Bush is a former director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Whether that proves to be important in considering the fact that Vice President Bush asked the Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker to inform the Senate that President Sadat had died or not, we'll simply have to wait and see.
Well, Dan, right now we're being told that Senator Baker asked Vice President Bush what the story was, and that Vice President Bush passed on what he had heard. And we are being told right now, anyway, that Vice President Bush got that information from right here in the Executive Office complex, that it didn't come from anywhere else, and that anywhere else presumably includes the CIA. In other words, the whole thing is being laid to misunderstanding here.
Well, we'll simply have to wait and see, as is often the case, Bill Plant, as to what happened and how it happened. For those of you who may have just joined us or who had to go away from the coverage for a bit, the indications continue to increase out of Cairo that President Anwar Sadat may have died as a result of the assassination attempt this morning, as he viewed, this morning Washington time, as he viewed a military parade in a suburb of Cairo. But there has been no official confirmation from the United States government, nor any from the Egyptian government. By the way, the House, in the House of Representatives, the House Foreign Affairs Committee has postponed its vote on the AWACS, sophisticated radar planes proposed sale to Saudi Arabia, from today until tomorrow, at least until tomorrow, in respect for events that have happened in Egypt. That word from Susan Spencer, our correspondent on Capitol Hill. Scotty Williston, our CBS News Bureau Manager in Cairo, is on the line now. Scotty, do you hear me? Come in, Scotty Williston in Cairo, please. Bear with us for just a moment, if you will. We've been very fortunate throughout the morning with our audio reports from Cairo. We're having some difficulty at these particular seconds. We hope to have Scotty Williston with us on an audio line very shortly. Now, if you're saying to yourself, well, why are there no television pictures out of Cairo on such a momentous day and with so much at stake? The answer is that Cairo Television was carrying the military parade with live coverage when the assassination attempt was made on President Sadat's life on that reviewing stand. What an extraordinary scene that must have been. We'll describe it for you again a little later on. Cairo Television, being state-controlled and operated television, went off the air as soon as it was clear that something was wrong around the reviewing stand. No photographs have been allowed out of Egypt that we're aware of. Certainly no television pictures have been allowed out. However, Mitchell Krause, our CBS News correspondent in Cairo, our man in charge at the Bureau there, who was on scene at near the reviewing stand when the attack occurred and who was injured slightly by shrapnel himself, we're told. Mitchell Krause has some television pictures of the attack, and at our last report he was taking off by aircraft from Cairo headed for Rome, and we hope to hear from him sometime fairly soon from Rome with actual television pictures, insofar as they exist, of the attack on President Sadat. But we have had no late word on when to expect those pictures. Frankly, and this is only a guess, I do think that we are some minutes away, at least some minutes away, from having any such pictures. The scene on that reviewing stand, shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon in an Egyptian suburb, that the scene there was that President Sadat on the reviewing stand with his personal bodyguard, his personal secretary, many foreign dignitaries, including representatives of the United States military. There was a jet flyby, then some people dressed as soldiers, we know not whether they were in fact military men or not, attacked the reviewing stand with automatic weapons, grenades, and possibly some satchel charges of explosives. Those larger parcels of explosives, we're told, did not go off. President Sadat, among others, was hit. He was rushed to a hospital. His personal secretary was killed. At least several other people are known to have been killed, and in recent hours the reports that President Sadat has died. We'll go now, again, make an effort to go to Cairo via an audio transmission, and Mitchell Krause.
Hundreds of American-made and Soviet-made tanks had just rumbled by the reviewing stand. They were followed by dozens of anti-aircraft equipped jeeps and anti-tank weapon jeeps. It was from one of these open vehicles that there was a sudden explosion. Apparently a hand grenade had been thrown toward the reviewing stand. Immediately thereafter, gunfire erupted from the vehicle. The gunfire was sprayed on the reviewing stand where the entire Egyptian leadership was assembled. The crowd was utterly amazed. I think my first impression was that it was an explosion part of the parade pyrotechnics, because earlier they had used smoke bombs and other devices to illustrate and make dramatic the military parade. But it was apparent in seconds that that was not the case. There was pandemonium in the stands, everyone scattered in every direction, including the security people, and the firing continued for approximately 5 seconds.
Mitchell Krause, our CBS News correspondent in Cairo, with an eyewitness report before he took off for Rome with those television pictures. Now what you're seeing is a still photograph transmitted out of Cairo of the aftermath. Now this photograph was taken within minutes, if indeed not within seconds, after the attack. What you're seeing is a part of the reviewing stand where moments before this photograph was taken, President Sadat had been standing with the vice president of the country, with the defense minister, with other ranking dignitaries of the Egyptian government, with foreign dignitaries, including Americans, including some American military personnel there as observers. As we move in on this still photograph, in the lower right-hand quadrant of your screen, this is described as being President Sadat after being hit. Now, cautionary note, this is what it was described to us as being in this photograph. So much in this kind of story in the early reporting proves later not to be the case. But this still photograph, transmitted out of Cairo, was taken at the reviewing stand moments after the attack occurred. It is believed, reportedly, supposedly, allegedly, President Sadat in the lower right-hand corner of this photograph. A military man obviously gesturing there in the left-hand portion of your screen. As one can imagine, and other than Mitchell Krause's eyewitness report, he was there, that you heard a few moments ago, one can only imagine that scene, the chaos and fear that blew up, literally blew up, on that parade reviewing stand. This was a big event for the Egyptian nation. Something long heralded and advertised. It was a big day for President Sadat and the Egyptian nation. President Sadat and his government inviting dignitaries from all over the world to attend this military parade and review on the outskirts of Cairo. Then, as a jet flyby took place, men dressed in military uniforms, variously described as being 6 in number, others said 7 or more in number, leaped out of a vehicle, at least one vehicle, rushed the reviewing stand, opened up with automatic weapons fire, began throwing grenades, according to one report, and another said that they also threw some larger parcels of explosives that did not go off. President Sadat was hit in the gunfire, rushed to a hospital. Reports increasing, but not confirmed officially, that President Sadat may have died as a result of that gunfire. We have a... Let me pause for 1 second to read the notes handed to me. We've been trying to get Scotty Williston up from our bureau in Cairo, and we thought on 2 occasions in the last few minutes that we had audio contact with her, but I believe we do not have at the moment. We'll continue trying. Our last report from our CBS News bureau in Cairo, which has done, and I hope this does not come across as self-serving in any way, done such a magnificent job through the morning, reporting to us under extremely difficult circumstances. Our last report from our Cairo bureau, and Scotty Williston and the others there, was that two independent sources known to CBS News and sources with whom we've dealt over the years, said, first one telephone call, then another, that President Sadat had died. Then, about an hour later, United Press International and Reuters news services, United Press International, quoting hospital sources, reported that they had learned that President Sadat had died. Then we had the confusing situation of the Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker saying to the Senate that Vice President Bush had asked him, Baker, to pass along to the Senate word that President Sadat had passed away. Then later came information, there was some confusion over that, and at the White House they continue to say no official confirmation that President Sadat has died. We have no official confirmation from the Egyptian government. Cairo Radio at last report had told the Egyptian people after some delay that President Sadat had been wounded, but that was as much as Cairo Radio was saying. In Beirut, Palestinians and others described as leftists reported to have fired their guns in the air after reports from Cairo of the attack on President Sadat. I believe we now have audio contact reestablished with Scotty Williston. Scotty, are you there in Cairo, please?
It's normally when? The broadcasting is 6 o'clock, but it's changed now. The news...
She's on the telephone, I think. Scotty?
Arabic news.
Hello, Scotty Williston.
Yes, hi.
If you're on the telephone, stay on the telephone if it's an important call, and we'll come back to you. Otherwise, can you tell us what the latest is, please?
Well, the 6 o'clock news, just the normally scheduled 6 o'clock Arabic news, is just aired on television. At that time, the people were told again that the president had been injured at the parade, and that the vice president was supervising medical treatment. It also announced that there had been an emergency cabinet meeting and that the entire People's Assembly would meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tomorrow is the eve of the High Holy Feast Day in Egypt. The vice president at this moment is preparing an address for the nation at the prime ministry, but we have no further information from him or from his office about what it will contain.
Scotty, you're a longtime student of Egyptian affairs and a person who studied both the history and modern political science of the country. What do you make of that announcement on Cairo Radio?
I think that the vice president would be the one to announce to the people the death of the president.
As I understand it,
that until the vice president is in a position to go on nationwide television to announce it, there will never be the official, you would never hear it on television or on radio. What they have always been careful to say in all of their bulletins is that he was injured and no more on his condition.
Scotty, as I understand it, that what Cairo Radio continues to say is that President Sadat this is what they're telling the Egyptian people, President Sadat was hit, he was injured, but so far as any official announcement that President Sadat is still alive.
There has been nothing to say that.
And that the vice president is going to address the Egyptian people. When is that scheduled, please?
At the moment, there is a mobile television van at the prime minister's office, which is where the vice president is, and he is preparing the address now. The announcement that there would be an emergency People's Assembly meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning also is an indication that something more than is being announced to the people is going on in Egypt.
Scotty, I don't know whether you have heard, I suspect you have, that both United Press International and Reuters news services have reported within the last half hour to 45 minutes that President Sadat is dead, and that Senator Howard Baker announced to the United States Senate that he'd been asked by Vice President Bush to pass along the word that President Sadat had passed away. Has there been any indication that you could see, and calling on all of your sources, resources, and your experience, to indicate that President Sadat may still be alive?
No. I have received nothing to change my earlier opinions from our sources and from the actions that are going on in Egypt now that the president has passed away.
Scotty, what is happening in Cairo at the moment? Describe as best you can, again, pulling in reports from all of our sources and our reporters there, what is happening in Cairo itself?
Dan, because this was to have been, today was a national holiday, and that the High Holy Feast of Bairam was to begin on the 8th, the morning prayers at 5 a.m. And Sadat, incidentally, was to have prayed at St. Catherine's that morning. all of the government offices will be closed and were closed from today through Sunday. So the majority of the people have either been home all day or have gone for the big feast. So it has not been a normal day in Egypt. Nothing has been opened. So we would not find huge crowds gathering, nor would you find people even hearing it, since they were in a festive holiday mood.
Has there been any gunfire or explosions heard since the attack on the parade reviewing stand?
No, there has been absolutely nothing.
Any indication of increased security on city streets in Cairo?
There is increased security, yes.
What form does that take?
And the only reaction we saw in the streets was earlier when the extra police were being brought to different locations. But it is not an uncommon thing to see troops in trucks in Egypt. So you would not be drawn, it would not draw one's attention.
Scotty, I know that Mitchell Krauss has been trying to get to Rome with television pictures of what happened on the reviewing stand. Has he actually left Cairo, or are you in a position to say whether he has actually left or not?
I'm sorry, Dan, we had a bad connection there.
Sorry, I was asking, is Mitchell Krauss, is he airborne toward Rome, or can you say that he has definitely left Cairo with the television pictures of what happened?
His airplane left Cairo about an hour ago, and he is on his way to Rome.
So that means that we may have on our CBS air fairly shortly television pictures of the attack on the parade reviewing stand. You may very well ask, well, what does Dan Rather mean when he says fairly shortly? And I'm afraid that I can't elaborate on that other than to say that we would certainly hope over the next hour or so, we'd hope to have those pictures up. Scotty Williston, in talking to Mitchell Krauss, we had that eyewitness report. Mitchell wounded slightly by shrapnel as he watched what happened on the reviewing stand. Can you describe to us, calling on Mitchell's report and what you saw on Egyptian television, what others have told you, describe the scene for us at the parade reviewing stand in the early afternoon Egyptian time and tell us what happened.
Well, first of all, the parade is an invitation only. So those being able to view the parade are going to be top-level officials and dignitaries invited to watch the parade. We had been watching for 3/4 of the parade go by with jets flying overhead, with colored smoke flying from their tails, and tanks, and the display of weaponry in Egypt. When this particular car drove up, this flatbed truck, and the men jumped out and started shooting. The initial reaction was that it's part of the parade. It was staged, and then the crowd panicked when they saw bodies falling. The president was immediately whisked away. The vice president and the defense minister were both covered with blood. At that time, we weren't sure if they had been injured, but we know the vice president is fine.
Scotty,
total chaos broke out as soon as they realized that there were real bullets and that they were firing at the president. There was some return fire, but we're not sure how much.
Scotty, you mentioned that we know that the vice president, while he was taken from the reviewing stand, as you described it, covered with blood, you said later that we know that the vice president is all right. Do we know that independently? That is, has someone connected with CBS News actually seen the vice president?
We actually have it on tape, as him in his car. And he is at the Prime Ministry now.
So there's no doubt that the Vice President...
that he is walking. He may have an injury, but if it is, it's a very slight injury.
All right, and the Defense Minister, who was variously described early on as having been injured, do we know that the Defense Minister is at his post?
We've been told, also, I've been told by my crew that they have not seen the Defense Minister, but they understand that he is all right.
And President Sadat's personal secretary was killed in the attack?
Yes, he was standing behind the president. The president was being flanked on his left by the Minister of Defense, General Abu Ghazala, and on his right by the Vice President, Hosni Mubarak.
And Scotty, how many other people...
The secretary was standing behind him.
Sorry, how many other people were killed in the attack so far as we know?
So far as we've been able to ascertain 2 people. But again, since official reports are not coming from the government,
that it's very hard to tell how many people were killed or injured. I noticed that the wire services say variously that eyewitnesses describe many people as having been killed or injured, but we do know that in such circumstances, eyewitness reports are frequently unreliable. Scotty, I want to let you get back to the telephones and get back to gathering information. Is there any question that I haven't asked you that I should have asked you that would help our audience put this in perspective and know what's going on there?
Well, again, my comments would be that this was an unusual date for this to happen, that this is a holiday period right now. The next 4 days would be holiday. And those Egyptians in my office are quite tearful. But those in the streets do not seem to be reacting, but that is because they are told that the president has been hurt. But no more details.
And it's your information that the president has died?
Yes.
Scotty Williston at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo. We'll be back in touch with her as time goes along and as events warrant. With me at our CBS News studios here in Washington now is Mr. Robert Hunter from the Georgetown Center for Strategic Studies and formerly the director of the National Security Council under President Carter. Mr. Hunter, were you surprised at what happened in Cairo today?
One is always surprised by this, Dan. However, the potential threats to Sadat, both internally and from his many enemies in the Arab world, meant that it was always a gamble when he went out in public, and there was always a risk that some random individual or possibly a plot was going to get at him.
What's the most important thing for the rank-and-file Americans to know about what happened today?
I think that this was a great man who served the interests of Egypt and at the same time served those interests which were terribly important to the United States. And with his passing, there is a question mark now hanging over American policy throughout the Middle East that, in my judgment, is the greatest since the war of 8 years ago that was being celebrated today. An awful lot is in the balance at the moment for the United States.
Perhaps we should explain that, the war of 8 years ago that you say was being celebrated today, that while the Egyptians eventually lost that war to Israel, President Sadat always insisted that it was a great victory for Egypt, which has confused a lot of people, and I have to say, including myself from time to time, that Egypt lost the war, but Sadat always maintained that in losing the war, they gained a great victory.
Well, I think they feel this very strongly, and I think for cause. After the humiliation in the 48 war with Israel, the humiliation in the Six-Day War of 67, they had finally shown that for a period of times they could engage in force of arms with the Israelis and hold their own. After all, they crossed the canal against the famous Bar-Lev line. They penetrated deep into the Sinai and in fact, accomplished quite a bit before the Israelis turned the tide. And also for Sadat, it was important politically to represent that this was a victory. This became the basis for his being able later on to go to Jerusalem to make peace with Israel. If it had not been for this psychological lift that the Egyptian people did get in this short period in '73, we would still be back before Camp David and before a peace treaty with Israel.
Mr. Hunter, I recall when President Sadat was in this country fairly recently, I had a brief meeting with him, and he seemed to be very interested in underscoring, one, that it was important that Egypt get the Sinai finally and completely returned to Egypt, that nothing was more important to him or Egypt than to have that done this next spring. That is, Israel giving back the Sinai to Egypt. Now, with what's happened today, an assassination attempt at the very least on President Sadat's life, and every indication at the moment being that President Sadat is dead, is that likely to occur or not occur, the Sinai be turned back to Egypt?
If there is an orderly succession in Egypt, and if Vice President Mubarak, if he does become president, if Sadat is dead, he is able to hang on to the reins of power, it is clearly in Egypt's interest to continue the peace process with Israel to get back the land. At the same time, the state of Israeli anxieties of necessity will go up, whether Sadat is dead or alive. There are people in Israel who have been very deeply concerned about the risks they are taking in giving back that land. And Egypt will be under a lot of pressure. If Sadat is indeed dead, I expect the Arab states from whom Egypt has been estranged will try again to get Egypt to come back to the fold, will urge the Egyptians to abandon Camp David, to come back into confrontation with Israel. But Egypt's firm interest is to behave itself, to continue the peace process, at least until next April, when they are due to get back the rest of Sinai.
Robert Hunter of the Georgetown Center for Strategic Studies and former director of the National Security Council for President Carter. What about these reports we were hearing out of the Pentagon? Ike Pappas, our Pentagon correspondent, alluded to them a bit earlier, that some elements of the Egyptian military were becoming increasingly restive because they didn't feel that the United States was giving them enough military equipment fast enough, and that they wanted to go back to being supplied by the Soviets.
I'm not so sure whether going back to being supplied by the Soviets represented many people. Clearly, Egypt had thrown in its lot with the United States. They were looking to a major strategic relationship with us, as we were to them, and had been making appeals on every possible occasion for major U.S.-Soviet resupply, major U.S.-Egyptian resupply, and also that it would be on terms similar to those which Israel gets from us, which is the best terms in the world. And we had been forthcoming, the Carter administration, the Reagan administration. But a number of Egyptian military people thought that this was not enough, not fast enough.
What are the chances that what happened today was inspired by Soviet and Soviet sympathizers in the Egyptian army?
Well, anything is possible. You have a situation in which there were so many enemies, so many risks, that someone would finally get a chance to take a shot at Sadat, that it could well be this, but it could well be just a random incident of a few disaffected junior officers. Clearly, everything was possible. It was the gravest risk to American policy in the Middle East that Sadat would be removed from the scene.
Mr. Hunter, I appreciate very much you being with us. Is there any question that I should have asked you that I have not asked you that may help our viewers and listeners understand what is happening today and help them understand how it is very important to American security, what happens in Egypt in the days ahead?
I think just one point, which is that to have continuity of government in Egypt, to have Egypt continue in the peace process, to have Egypt continue its strategic relationship with us, is the linchpin of our entire Middle East policy. If Mr. Mubarak or whoever else is there can succeed, then we will be able to continue on putting together a decent Middle East policy. If they fail, then we will have the gravest crisis we have had in at least 8 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter, for being with us. Phil Jones, our CBS News Senate correspondent, is on Capitol Hill now. Phil, what about that extraordinary scene and the confusion following it of Senator Baker announcing to the Senate that Vice President Bush had asked him to tell them that President Sadat had passed away, and then the White House saying later, well, there's no confirmation of that?
Well, I think that the Vice President did not have all of the details, and what has happened here, the Vice President came up here for other ceremonial activities today, and Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker went from his office in to see the Vice President, and that was the word that Mr. Bush had at that moment. Probably Senator Baker made a mistake by coming out and announcing it so quickly. But as you have reported, the Vice President has indicated that he cannot confirm that report and that it is not true. The one real significant reaction to all of this is connected with the AWACS sale, the controversial sale of 5 radar planes to Saudi Arabia. As we all know, that package has been in big trouble, and there was immediate effect here today. The House Foreign Affairs Committee had planned on voting on a resolution of disapproval this morning. The outcome was well known. Maybe only 4 or 5 of the some 36 members on the committee were planning to vote against the resolution of disapproval. Well, they decided at the last minute that they ought to postpone that vote until tomorrow. Also very significant, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Clement Zablocki, came out and told reporters after they had decided to postpone the vote that probably the administration should reassess the sale of the AWACS planes to Saudi Arabia. Now, Congressman Zablocki, the chairman of that committee, has been considered to be in favor of the sale. So I think this is a serious blow to the chances of AWACS getting through the Congress. Also, Senator Larry Pressler of South Dakota, who has been uncommitted, just a few minutes ago said that now the president should withdraw the AWACS deal, and that for all of those members of Congress who had been so concerned about the instability of the region, this will only add to their argument. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to play, the whole AWACS sale. There are some, including Senator Richard Lugar of Indiana, who is arguing this morning that it will enhance the president's hands, because there will be the argument that now of all times is not the time to give President Reagan an embarrassing foreign policy defeat dealing with the Middle East. But there's going to be an extremely strong argument on the other side that we just had better step back, look at it, see how it all affects the overall security interest in the Middle East for the United States. Dan?
The vote on the AWACS was scheduled for today. This was a House committee vote, and it's been put off until tomorrow. It'd be certainly my guess that they'd put it off even further than that. Would that not also be yours?
I would think that they will try to put it off, although the administration never thought it could win. In the House of Representatives, there is overwhelming opposition to the sale. More than half of the members have already signed on to a resolution of disapproval. So the Reagan administration never thought it could win in the House anyway, and so all the big battle has been over here on the Senate side. But there has been some indication that Democrats were very anxious to have an early vote on the House side where they knew that they had the strength on this issue, and so they could have an overwhelming vote and thus put pressure on senators over here who are uncommitted, not sure how to support it. But as of now, the vote is scheduled for tomorrow, and I think that depends in large part on what the final news is from Cairo.
Thank you, Phil Jones, and we have no final official news from Cairo. Where the story is at the moment is that there continue to be indications that President Anwar Sadat died as a result of an assassination attempt on his life while he viewed a military parade on the outskirts of Cairo today. While those reports continue to increase in number, and there continues to be reason to believe that those reports may be true. United Press International reports President Sadat dead according to hospital sources in Cairo. Reuters news service reports him dead. This following on to two earlier reports on CBS News about mid-morning from sources we have dealt with over the years saying flatly that President Sadat was dead. There still is no official confirmation either from United States government officials or from Egyptian government officials. There was that confusing bit of information that Senator Howard Baker had announced to the United States Senate that Vice President Bush had asked him to pass along word that President Sadat had passed away. But after that, Bill Plant, our White House correspondent, reported that at the White House they were saying and emphasizing no official confirmation. My CBS News colleague Bob Schieffer, who's been out and around this capital city today and making telephone calls on the story, has joined me here in the studio. But Bob, I'm told that Diane Sawyer, one of the more experienced diplomatic correspondents around in New York, has some late information. Diane?
Yes, Dan, I've talked with a couple of people in Washington, high-level officials, who tell me essentially what we expected them to tell us, namely that it is all but confirmed that President Sadat is dead, that they are still waiting for an official word to seal it, but in their minds it's all but confirmed. I'm also told, interestingly, that there have been intelligence reports as recently as a day and a half ago that there was an assassination attempt being planned on President Sadat by internal dissidents. However, I'm told that these reports come in so frequently that by and large they were viewed as routine, and everyone is now digging out their copies of those intelligence reports to determine just exactly what they said. I'm also told that already they are contemplating the AWACS issue, as Phil Jones said, what they're going to do about that. They've called for estimates of where all of the forces are in the region, where the U.S. ships are located, and where the U.S. military forces are, and what should be done about them. So while there's been no alert call, there's been no essential change in the military condition, they have asked for those estimates to be called in. I'm told, too, that they have strong feelings about Vice President Mubarak in Washington, and by and large those are good, strong feelings. They think he is a responsible man. They think that he has been the workhorse in the Egyptian government. They don't think that he has the passion and the ability to engender passion and passionate commitment that President Sadat had, but they had long since seen him as the eventual successor to Sadat. So in that sense, they are somewhat relieved at least to have one person there that they can rely on and that they know.
And Sawyer, I wonder if your experience matches mine, that just about every time there is some kind of cataclysmic event on the world scene, some intelligence agency somewhere claims that they had a report about a day and a half or 2 days ahead of time that it was going to happen.
That's almost certainly the quickest revisionism in Washington takes place in that regard. However, in this case, I tend to believe that they do have intelligence reports of attempted assassination, of assassination conspiracies so frequently that it seems probably likely that they did receive one just a few days ago. And once again, there may be some recrimination in the government to wonder if indeed this can be traced to the eventual assassination attempt, why nothing was done here about it, if anything was or was not.
Bob Schieffer is joining us, Diane, in the Washington studio, as I mentioned earlier. Bob, I know you've been making some telephone calls around, including you and Marty Plisner, our political correspondent, as to how this confusion arose between Senator Howard Baker, Vice President Bush, and the White House over whether President Sadat was or was not dead.
I'll tell you, Dan, it just really illustrates that even at the highest levels of government, when you have a situation like this, how much confusion comes about because there's so much information going around. Now, this is the version that Mr. Bush's office gives of how this all came about. It comes from Pete Teeley, who is Mr. Bush's press secretary. I'm just going to refer to these notes here. He says that the Vice President was on the Hill this morning with Senator Baker. They were talking on the phone to Mr. Bush's Chief of Staff, Dan Murphy. Dan Murphy is a former admiral who was in his office back at the White House. Murphy got a call from the White House Situation Room saying that Sadat was dead. Murphy told Bush, he told Baker, who then informed the Senate. But just a few minutes later, almost simultaneously, we're told that Murphy in his office and Bush in the Senate got new calls from the Situation Room saying that the previous report could not be confirmed. Then Bush told that to Baker. Kirk O'Donnell, who is on Speaker O'Neill's staff over on the House side, says that the Speaker got a briefing on all this from White House Chief of Staff Jim Baker, who is apparently also calling around, giving out what information he can. But he says that the Speaker will not say anything about the message until there's some statement from the White House. There's no explanation as to why, but that would certainly lead one to believe that they believe that Sadat is dead.
Well, let me pause for a moment, Bob, and read the latest report from Reuters News Service. Reuters News Service, and let's get it out in the open, about whom I had some uncomplimentary things to say at the time of the Iran hostage release, another confusing, very difficult time to report. But Reuters, traditionally a very strong news service out of Cairo, one of, if not the strongest news service there, and Reuters, which has been on top of this story and perhaps somewhat ahead on this story through some, if not much of the morning, has the following late report from Cairo. Now, this quotes the Reuters news service. President Anwar Sadat was killed today by a small band of Egyptian soldiers who sprayed his reviewing stand with automatic gunfire and lobbed hand grenades at him as he took the salute at a military parade in Cairo. An official in the president's office said the 62-year-old leader had died in the military hospital several hours after he was wounded in the attack. That is, unquote, from Reuters. Now, note, if you will, that previously the two sources that with whom our CBS News Bureau in Cairo was in contact with very early on in the morning, who said that President Sadat was dead, they simply said, we know he is dead. That's all they would say. Then UPI gave a report saying that hospital sources were saying that President Sadat was dead. If you note in this Reuters report, Reuters quotes an official in the president's office said the 62-year-old leader had died in a military hospital several hours after the attack. Reuters goes on to say, and again I'm quoting, Mr. Sadat, who rewrote Middle East history when he broke with the rest of the Arab world to make peace between Egypt and Israel in 1979, was assassinated on the anniversary of his greatest military triumph. The Reuters story goes on to describe that scene shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Cairo time, shortly after 7 o'clock Washington time this morning, when President Sadat standing on the reviewing stand in a suburb of Cairo. A jet flyby was just going over when the men dressed in military uniforms leaped off the back of a flatbed truck, rushed the reviewing stand, began spraying it with automatic weapons fire, lobbing hand grenades, throwing somewhat larger satchels of explosives, which, according to eyewitnesses, the larger satchels never went off. Sadat, according to eyewitnesses, the very first report said he had been hit. Then he was reported in surgery, but reported not in a life-threatening situation by official sources. Then came the first word that Sadat might have died. Then another unconfirmed report that Sadat perhaps was dead. Then UPI reported that he was dead. Reuters reported he was dead. Reuters now quoting an official in President Sadat's office as saying that he was dead. Bob Schieffer, what else have you learned around? It's a little disconcerting to me, I'd have to say directly, that already before we even know that Sadat is dead, that there is this talk of the possible political effects on the AWACS sale and what we should or should not deduce about the AWACS sale from this. Has there actually been much of that talk from people in office, or is it mostly just journalists talking among themselves?
Well, you know, Dan, I think that this town is right now in a state of shock. Every time something like this happens, the wires move stories, people were shocked to learn, and certainly they always were. But just hearing Secretary of State Kissinger talk to you a while ago, seeing the comments from Weinberger this morning, from former President Carter, from Gerald Ford, each and every one of them talks about how Anwar Sadat was personally crucial to peace in the Middle East and to diplomacy in the Middle East. I don't think Washington really knows what's going to happen yet because so much depended on Anwar Sadat. Kissinger said to you a while ago, all of us who were ever involved with the Middle East or dealing with these problems used to talk about what's it going to be like after Sadat. We may well be after Sadat at this point, and I think Washington is much like the Situation Room at the White House, still sorting out what this means and what happens next.
You know, it's a good point that the Situation Room at the White House, when one says that, it always carries with it, if not the ultimate, the near ultimate patina, at least, of authority. But the Situation Room, as you and I know, is just that. It's a room. It's a room with human beings taking telephone calls, telex messages, radio messages from all over the world.
News service wire machines, just like we have here at CBS News.
I'm sure, on occasion at least, radio and television, and trying to sort out all the information. So while one expects the Situation Room at the White House to, insofar as anybody can know, to know what is going on, that it's worth reminding ourselves that they get conflicting reports.
Absolutely.
That the room, although military discipline or something above military discipline frequently is the rule there, that there's a confusion factor, even when you're talking about the Situation Room of the White House. So I think it's, as one man's opinion, it's certainly understandable that you have these confusions and misunderstandings even at the highest levels of government, the Vice President of the United States and, for that matter, the Senate Majority Leader. I know that you also noticed that President Reagan was awakened this morning. He was told almost immediately after the first reports from Cairo that there had been an attack on President Sadat, unlike the occasion when our jet fighters downed 2 Libyan fighters when he wasn't told until the next morning.
Yeah, I thought at the time that was probably the least surprising thing that happened today. I was absolutely convinced after this mess they got themselves into by not waking him up when the Libyan fighters were shot down, that the next time we had any kind of crisis, President Reagan would be one of the first to know after the White House got any hint at all of that, and certainly they have put emphasis on that all day, that he was awakened and told about all this.
Bob, you're not only a former White House correspondent for CBS News, but you also covered the Pentagon for a good many years. And I don't know whether you heard Ike Pappas report this morning that there had been various indications that the Egyptian military, some factions within the Egyptian military, were becoming restive that the supply of American weapons, arms, munitions was not what Sadat had led them to believe it would be, and that there was a growing sentiment in the Egyptian military, a minority sentiment, but a growing sentiment, that Egypt should turn back to a closer alliance or at least dependence for military weapons on the Soviet Union. Have you picked up any of that over the last
Well, I must say that was something new for me, but I can well understand that. We have had so much comment recently about the business about the AWACS sale. The fact of the matter is, this administration really has not sorted out its Middle East policy as yet. Some people would tell you that we really don't have a Middle East policy at this point. The administration would not pull it quite that delicately. But we talk about a strategic consensus in the Middle East. At this point, those are only words. Most of our policy depended on Anwar Sadat upon the Camp David Accords, whether he and Mr. Begin were able to push on with that, and whether we could make some sort of accommodation to the Saudis to encourage them to do what they could, and that's why AWACS was such a big part of this. But my own sense of it is that on AWACS, and we saw this so clearly when this issue came to the fore, this administration has been spending most of its time and putting most of its emphasis on its economic program.
because they felt that was the most important thing. The people who were involved in the business of selling AWACS to the Congress were told, don't bother the Congress with it, not just while Mr. Begin is in town, but long before that. We've got to get this business on the budget cuts and the taxes settled before we get into that. So I think that this is a Middle East policy still evolving, and the point I made just a while ago, I still don't think that Washington really knows yet what effect this is going to have on the
Bob, you mentioned the Saudis, and we probably should have mentioned them earlier. As we try to sort out these reports of President Sadat's apparent death in Cairo, and for anyone who's joined us late, we're saying apparent death because there are increasing numbers of reports out of Cairo that President Sadat died after an assassination attempt on him as he reviewed a parade in Cairo, but there's been no official confirmation. And we here at CBS News in Washington, along with Diane Sawyer and Walter Cronkite in New York, we're staying on the air live, trying to bring you all information that we possibly can, seeking out confirmation where we can find it. We have our correspondents at the State Department and at the White House. Admiral Stansfield Turner, the former director of the Central Intelligence Agency, I'm told, is with Phil Jones on Capitol Hill, and we may have him up for a conversation a little later on. But that's the situation at the moment. No official confirmation from the United States government or from the Egyptian government that Anwar Sadat is dead, but increasing indications. Reuters, for example, quoting a source, an official in President Sadat's government in Cairo, unnamed, but describing as such, Reuters says that that official confirmed that President Sadat was dead. As we stay on the air to bring you the latest information, to get back to the Saudis and try to put this in some perspective, the Saudis frequently have criticized Anwar Sadat for his, what they described as pro-Israel policy. They criticized him vehemently for his efforts to make the Camp David Accords, bring them into being. Is something more than a piece of paper. But anybody who's ever worked that part of the world knows that the Saudis, on the other hand, what we Americans might call backdoor, were great supporters of President Sadat. I'm not certain, as I think about it, how much of it was actually backdoor. Tremendous financial support for Anwar Sadat. That Sadat had, in Egypt, had very deep economic problems over the 11-plus years that Sadat has been president of the country. And the Saudis, as much or more than anybody else, responsible for keeping Sadat in power in that they pump money into Egypt on the one hand, supporting Sadat as what the Saudis saw as a force of moderation in the area and possibly a force for long-range peace, and at the same time rhetorically being critical of Sadat for, as the Saudis viewed it, not being sensitive enough to the plight of the Palestinians and in many ways breaking with his Arab brethren throughout the region. So this kind of complex, complicated undertow, all a part of the background of events that happened there today. Then to say nothing of this immensely complicated situation of Sadat being increasingly worried about what Libya was doing in the country of Chad, and that how that affected the Sudan, Egypt's large, geographically large, sparsely populated neighbor to the south of Egypt. The Vice President of Egypt being in this country just this past weekend to talk with American government officials about what Sadat saw as the growing danger of Libyan support for combat in Chad, which is spilling over into the Sudan. I'm afraid that most Americans, including this one, have only the slightest inkling that this was going on, but there it is, a fact of life in the Middle East, all of it in the background. On this day when Anwar Sadat was subjected to an assassination attempt, one that at the moment appears to have been successful.
And so many unknowns now. What will Israel do? Was Camp David Anwar Sadat, or was it Egypt? What about the man that, if indeed he is dead, will replace him, Mr. Mubarak? You get all kind of conflicting reports, but you have to temper that with the fact that, remember when Mr. Sadat succeeded Nasser, there were great questions raised about him. Some people were not even convinced he was a serious person, and yet he emerged as perhaps the most important person of our lifetime.
Mentioned in passing that in New York, financial markets reacted sharply today to news that Egyptian President Anwar Sadat was assassinated in Cairo. Gold and the dollar both rose. Stocks and bonds fell, but most markets steadied in later trading. Gold bullion jumped $20 an ounce from yesterday's close of $435.50 an ounce. The financial markets, of course, a long way from being closed in New York, and as frequently happens when something such as this occurs, the market goes down, then up, then tends to steady. As of the moment, as of last report, the stock market and the bond markets were reported to be steadying. Leslie Stahl, CBS News White House correspondent, has been working the telephones and trying to flesh out what sketchy information we've had during the morning. Leslie, what is the latest from the White House?
Dan, the latest, according to spokesman David Gergen, is that the Egyptian government is still not confirming nor denying that President Sadat died today. And until that official confirmation is given to the United States government, this White House will not confirm it. There are some signs, however, that perhaps people in this government do have independent sources that have given them such an indication. For example, we know that Vice President Bush informed Senator Baker that the president had died. That report later changed slightly. Vice President Bush called Senator Baker back and said that was not an official report. We just had Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah, who came out after a meeting with the president, tell us that President Reagan is, quote, very upset. He told Hatch that the situation is grave and told Hatch that he is very upset about it. Things do not look good. Also, David Gergen, the spokesman, told us that even if this government did get some independent confirmation, they probably would not come out and tell us about that. He does say, though, that we do expect some word later today. We don't expect to be hanging for days without any official confirmation. Also, this government will have no comment whatever on the situation of our military forces in the Middle East. We've been trying to find out if there's been any change of status of our forces there. We've been told there will be no comment on any reports or any questions about our military forces there. One last thing, Senator Hatch has been opposed to the AWACS sale to Saudi Arabia, and this morning came out to tell us he has changed his mind and will support President Reagan in that sale. He is the first senator to say he's changing his mind. He said he was pushed over because of the death of Sadat, even though he admitted that he was beginning to change his mind at some point yesterday. He says that the death of Sadat has changed his mind. Dan?
Thank you very much, Leslie Stahl at the White House. Dan Rather at the CBS News studios in Washington, along with Bob Schieffer. It is just coming up before 7 o'clock in the evening in Egypt. No official government confirmation in Egypt that President Sadat is dead. No official confirmation by any member of the United States government speaking officially that President Sadat is dead. United Press International, the Reuters News Service, along with various other journalistic sources, quoting people at the hospital, quoting members of Sadat's government itself, reporting that President Sadat is indeed dead. Phil Jones, our Capitol Hill correspondent, is standing, unfortunately, in the rain with former CIA Director Stansfield Turner. Phil?
Admiral Turner, when you were head of the CIA, were there a number of intelligence reports that you received constantly about the life of President Sadat?
Well, Phil, we were always concerned with the life of President Sadat because he created so much controversy. He was so innovative and bold, but we did not have lots of reports of specific plots against him, no.
There have been reports here this morning that there were reports even this week regarding the safety of President Sadat, and that they had become so frequent that many people just put them aside.
Well, I certainly hope the Egyptians didn't put them aside, because with a man like Sadat, with his courageousness, it just attracts fanatics. It attracts people who do radical things.
Mr. Turner, a lot of people have thought over the years life in the Middle East after Sadat. You, of course, were probably involved in thinking on that very question when you were at the CIA. What is life after Sadat, if that is the outcome?
Boy, it was hard, Phil, to think about life after Sadat. We all loved the man so, and he was so, as I have said, courageous that we just don't know. But I do have a great respect for Vice President Mubarak, whom we assume will succeed, and find him a very vigorous, tough thinker, a man who is friendly to the United States, will do everything he can, I'm sure, to carry on in the Sadat tradition.
How would it be different with him?
Well, he will have to proceed more cautiously, I'm sure. He doesn't have that base of public support that Sadat engendered over many years. Whether he has the same ability to be innovative, the same willingness to take risks as Sadat, you can't measure. He's not been there. You don't do that until you have the load on your own shoulders.
But from your awareness of the climate in Egypt, will he have time to get that public support?
It's difficult to say. I think he will, but we don't know really who were the assassins, and was it a part of a larger operation to destabilize the whole government, or was it just an anti-Sadat move? I think we should be careful not to speculate on all that until the facts begin to roll in here.
How do you think this will affect the region in general?
Well, this just shows us how fragile the entire region is, and every relationship in that region is subject to disruption in one way or another. I think it means, to me, that it's increasingly important that the United States play a positive, a catalytic role in bringing the Palestinians and the Israelis to some form of settlement, so that that irritant in the area can be set aside and we can get on with establishing true peace in the Middle East.
What about the AWACS sale, the radar planes to Saudi Arabia? What impact do you think this event will have on that?
Well, if anything, it should help persuade some of the senators that the situation being as fragile as it is in the Middle East, we should not aggravate that at this time by turning the Saudis down.
Well, but there will be those who argue, and already arguing, that this just proves the instability of the region and that the United States just cannot afford to let this high technology be turned over to the Saudis.
The United States just cannot afford to do anything but play a very positive and active role in the Middle East. So much depends on the stability in that area. If the Saudis really believe they need that aircraft, although I don't personally think they do or should have it, I think we have to accede to them at this time. It's become too much of a cause célèbre. I'm sorry we're here, but being here, I think we have to proceed.
What do you see the ramifications of rejection of the AWACS sale now?
The Saudis, if it is rejected, must publicly display their displeasure with the United States of America. How they will do that, I don't believe it'll be an oil embargo or a great increase in the price of oil. I think they will be less willing to participate with us in efforts such as they did recently to quell the situation in Lebanon. I think they will be less willing to compromise on any of the points in the Prince Fahad plan for solving the problem of the Palestinians.
What I meant, though, in connection with President Sadat, how does this affect it, and how will this affect the Saudis reacting to any rejection of AWACS?
Well, I don't see that this will affect the way the Saudis react to AWACS because President Sadat has died. I think they're going to have to placate the radical Arabs, not the moderates like Sadat. If the AWACS is rejected, they're going to have to make some move to show those other radical Arabs that they're not just pawns of the United States.
How would you expect the Soviet Union to handle this?
Oh, this is a field day for the Soviet Union. They'll use this as a propaganda tool to point out what happens to somebody like Sadat who becomes closely associated with the United States. They'll use this to the hilt.
Thank you very much. Admiral Turner, former director of the Central Intelligence Agency under the Carter administration. Dan?
Thank you very much, Phil Jones on Capitol Hill. And Phil, I hope that you'll tell Admiral Stansfield Turner personally that how very much we appreciate his being with us this afternoon. In Cairo, reports persist and grow stronger that President Anwar Sadat was killed this morning, Washington time, when attacked on the parade reviewing stand by men dressed in Egyptian military uniforms. No official confirmation from the Egyptian government, no official confirmation from any official spokesman for the United States government. We are awaiting later word. In the meantime, a bit of reflection, which may help put today in context. President Sadat first set the peace process going when he told CBS News correspondent Walter Cronkite on November 14, 1977, that he, Sadat, would be willing to visit Prime Minister Begin in Israel. They discussed the reaction Sadat's declaration had received elsewhere in the Arab world.
About the opposition from some of your fellow leaders in the Arab world to this visit. They have expressed this to you, I gather.
I didn't tell any one of my colleagues, and I didn't ask them to agree or not agree upon this. I felt that my responsibility and my responsibility as President of Egypt also is to try all means to reach peace. And I took this decision. For sure, there are those who are against it. But as much as I am convinced that this is the right way and my people backs me, I shall be fulfilling the whole thing.
Has the PLO leader, Yasser Arafat, expressed any opinion on this visit to Premier Begin?
Not at all. Not at all, because as I told you, Walter, this is my initiative.
What is the ultimate that could result from such a meeting? What's the best you could hope for?
We are in a crucial moment. There has never been a suitable moment in the Arab world to reach genuine peace like we are now. So I want to put the facts before them. And at the same time, we want to discuss what will be the other alternative if we can't achieve peace. It will be horrible. Believe me, horrible.
Anwar Sadat, in an interview with CBS News correspondent Walter Cronkite on November 14th, 1977. That was the interview which, among other things, eventually led to Anwar Sadat taking the unprecedented and historic step of going to Israel to address the Israelis directly. It was the step that put in motion events that led to the Camp David Middle East Accords, which were so much on Anwar Sadat's mind and so much in the forefront of his policy as he looked forward to having the Sinai turned back to Egypt as scheduled from Israel next spring. Doug Tunnell, our CBS News correspondent in London, has been gathering reaction there to the reported death of Anwar Sadat. Doug?
The reported assassination has sent some of the financial markets, Dan, in this city and in other cities in Europe reeling. The price of gold soared about $20 an ounce in Zurich for at least a short time this afternoon. There's a great deal of confusion, but it appears that most investors seem to be seeking some shelter in gold and the dollar and other of Europe's more stable currencies. At this moment, officials here, government officials, are just simply shocked. There's been no official reaction beyond that, but shock and surprise and, of course, a great deal of disappointment.
Thank you very much, Doug Tunnell in London. Of course, many of you know that the British have special historic ties with Egypt in this sense, that Egypt was a colony of the British Empire. When the Egyptian monarchy was returned to the throne with King Farouk, that the British remained probably the strongest influence on the Egyptians until 1952, when the Egyptian monarchy was overthrown by a military coup led by Nasser. Abdel Nasser, with a group of young military officers, overthrew the Egyptian monarchy in 1952. Nasser then took Egypt in a direction away from Great Britain and indeed away from much of the rest of the West, climaxing at least one time with the takeover of the Suez Canal in Egypt in the mid-1950s. Nasser remained the leader of Egypt until Anwar Sadat succeeded him. Sadat, a protege in many ways of Nasser. You may recall that emotional funeral in Cairo, one of the great stories of our time, the emotional outburst of feeling for President Nasser when he died in Cairo. Sadat then took over. He took over a country that had close ties with the Soviet Union, military, economic, and political ties that had developed over the years during the reign of Nasser. And it was Sadat who took Egypt approximately 11 years ago out of the orbit of Soviet influence into a posture of at least talking with the West and eventually resulting in a policy, an Egyptian foreign policy that led to that interview with Walter Cronkite, Sadat going to Egypt, addressing the Israelis directly, putting himself on the line with the Camp David Accords in the face of tremendous resistance in much of the Muslim world, and then to the point where Sadat was ever increasingly being supplied with arms by the West, and particularly the United States, and more recently appealing to the United States for even greater supplies of arms and ammunition. Now, as Leslie Stahl reported earlier, Republican Senator Orrin Hatch, who had been one of the 50 senators on record as opposing the sale of AWACS, sophisticated radar planes, to Saudi Arabia, Orrin Hatch met at the White House just a while ago with President Reagan and said today's events in Cairo changed the picture.
I just came from a meeting with the president, and I want you to know that he is very upset because he and Anwar Sadat are good friends, and we're all praying for President Sadat. And all I can say is that things do not look good, but we're hoping that things will be all right.
Are you just saying that you have no official word of his death, or are you saying that our information isn't still alive?
Well, the Egyptian people will neither confirm nor deny the difficulties that presently exist, and we just have no official word at this point.
What did President Reagan tell you? What did President Reagan tell you that made you say things don't look good?
Well, President Reagan didn't. It's other White House reports inside. They've just said that they will not confirm nor deny, and that things do not look good.
Well, what are the ramifications for our policy toward the Middle East and for that area of the world if President Sadat is indeed dead?
Well, as you all know, this is a very serious condition. We all have to, I think, pray for President Sadat. No matter what happens, we have to be very concerned about the condition of the Middle East at this time.
Well, should the president withdraw AWACS, sir?
No, let me just tell you what I feel. As you all know, I'm one of the 50 on the objection to AWACS. And frankly, I've come to the conclusion after weeks of work and trying to work out safeguards and protections, which we're still working on for Israel and for other allies as well. I've come to the conclusion if there's ever a time to support the President of the United States, right now is that time. And so I'm going to change, and I'm going to support President Reagan on the AWACS decision, and I hope that all my colleagues will consider doing that as well. I think it's time to do it.
The President was upset, obviously, by the news from Egypt. What did he tell you about how it would impact on our policy there?
Well, he didn't say, and of course, all of us who are concerned with that all the time have our own opinions on that.
What's yours?
My opinion is that it will have a dramatic impact if President Sadat is either very seriously disabled or has suffered worse than that.
Destabilizing? In what respect?
Well, I'm not going to make comments for the.
You're reversing your vote on AWACS.
Well, I think that I'm not going to make comments about foreign policy in the Middle East, other than that I'm going to reverse my vote on AWACS. I'm going to support the president, and I think everybody should.
Well, as you heard, the President Reagan so intimately and almost desperately, and I use that word measuredly, involved in trying to get the United States Senate to approve his proposed sale of AWACS, sophisticated radar aircraft, to Saudi Arabia, talking with Senator Hatch, one of those who had been opposed to that sale, one of 50 senators who had signed on as being opposed to the sale. The question is, could this be the start of something big in a comeback, a reversal for President Reagan in getting approval of that sale? What do you think, Bob Schieffer? Too early to say?
I don't think, Dan, there's any question that it's going to have some effect, and obviously the President is now going to make that case. But I think we should not overestimate Senator Hatch in particular. Let's not forget that just last Friday, the President of the United States did the senators from Utah and Nevada a tremendous favor when he decided that he would not go to the multiple shelter system on the new MX missile.
Good point.
So I would say that Senator Hatch perhaps owes a little bit more at this point to Mr. Reagan than some of the other people who have signed up against AWACS. Still in all, let's not discount that entirely, because I think it will indeed have an effect.
Well, perhaps worth reminding ourselves, and for those viewers who are saying, well, what do AWACS have to do with the possible, yea, probable death of Anwar Sadat in Cairo? Perhaps we can get to that in a moment and try to put that in some perspective. In brief, it is that the concern expressed by many senators opposing the sale of the AWACS plane to Saudi Arabia goes along this way. Look, you give the present regime in Saudi Arabia is friendly to the United States. I as a senator have no problem with the present regime of Saudi Arabia, or certainly not giving them weapons. But that part of the world is so volatile. What happens if the monarchy in Saudi Arabia is suddenly overturned and we're faced with a government of a different hue? that many senators say, I'm concerned about giving a country that volatile, they describing Saudi Arabia as being volatile, fearing just the kind of thing that happened in Egypt today, happening possibly in Saudi Arabia, in the AWACS winding up in the hands of who knows. Partly based on our recent experience in Iran, in which so much sophisticated American military equipment wound up in the hands of a hostile government. That's the context in which you have these 50 senators saying, no, we won't approve the president's sale. But now Senator Hatch saying that he, for one, has changed his mind. I do want to point out, if I may, Bob, Dateline Cairo from Reuters. Cairo television and radio tonight interrupted their normal services and began broadcasting readings from the Quran. An apparent mourning for President Anwar Sadat. Readings from the Quran, the holy writ of Islam, of course, are normally broadcast before announcing the death of a prominent personality. I might point out that this same thing happened when there were early reports of the death of President Nasser. The death was not immediately confirmed, and then you had Cairo radio reading from the Quran, and then the official announcement of President Nasser's death. Reuters goes on to say that the reading of the Quran on Cairo radio appeared to herald the official announcement of Mr. Sadat's death. According to an official in the presidency, this is quoting from Reuters, Mr. Sadat died in a military hospital several hours after being fired on by a handful of Egyptian soldiers at a military parade. So readings from the Quran have started to be broadcast on Cairo television and radio. Perhaps we can get Scotty Williston at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo up by telephone shortly. Also keep in mind that we hope to have television pictures of what happened on that parade reviewing stand on the outskirts of Cairo today, available in Rome sometime fairly soon. Mitchell Krause, our CBS News correspondent, who was on scene at the parade reviewing stand. Mitchell Krause, wounded slightly by shrapnel, got the pictures off of the Egyptian television, as well, we hope, as some pictures taken by our CBS News cameramen. Eventually boarded an airplane, took off from Cairo to Rome. We haven't heard from him since then, but we hope to have those pictures sometime during this early afternoon period. Bob Schieffer, the AWACS controversy being so much on point this week, what other major political developments, we'll talk about foreign policy developments in a moment, major domestic political developments in this country are likely to be affected by this assassination of President Sadat, if it turns out to be, in fact, an assassination as opposed to an assassination attempt?
Well, I think that what we will see is that the administration will point to this as demonstrating just how volatile this whole situation in the Middle East is. The Middle East is now on the front burner again. The Middle East has been on the back burner while the president talked about the budget, and while he talked about tax cuts, and while he talked about domestic things that he campaigned about during the campaign, or talked about during the campaign. But now suddenly the Middle East is back. Suddenly the president is not controlling events around the world as in effect he has been able to do during the first 6 or 7 months of his presidency. One of the reasons he was able to do that, one of the reasons they were able to keep the focus on what they wanted to focus on, and that was so important to this administration, because they saw in the early days of the Carter administration priorities, no setting of priorities, and as a result very little got done in the early part of the administration. And I know most of the people think that those were the real seeds of Carter's defeat, that he just kind of lost hold on it in the first months. This administration wrote a detailed plan on what they intended to do, what they intended to focus attention on during the first 3 months of this administration. All of it had to do with domestic politics. But the president, in a sense, was quite lucky also, in that world affairs sort of went along and bubbled along, and he didn't have to really didn't have to divert his attention in other places from what he wanted to talk about. That is no longer the case, and the most stable thing in the view of the United States that we had in the Middle East was Anwar Sadat, and apparently now he's not there.
Bob, understandably, President Reagan's focus, and most of the focus of his administration, up to and including today, has been on economics, on trying to get their economic program through, trying to get it implemented. When one says, and it has been reported variously, and the question has been asked, well, where is the Reagan foreign policy? What is the Reagan foreign policy? And specifically, what is the Reagan foreign policy as regards the Middle East? Not very substantive answers have been forthcoming. And what has been said by the president and those around him is that our #1 priority has been the economy, and everybody understood that. it occurs to me now that today, like it or not like it, and let's face it, most of us like it not, because what's happened today in Egypt is good news for the Soviet Union. It's good news for the Libyan. It's good news for anti-American forces throughout the Middle East and indeed in many other places of the world. Like it or not, the administration now is being forced, and will be forced in upcoming days, to focus down hard on foreign policy. Diane Sawyer, who covered the State Department for us for a couple of years, is in New York. And Diane, I'm wondering, in answer to the question, what now for the Reagan administration? Let us assume for the moment that the reports of President Sadat's death are officially confirmed. There's every indication that Sadat has died. While we emphasize that we do not know that officially, there are increasing indications that he probably is dead. Let's assume that for the moment. What must be the priorities for the Reagan administration in foreign policy?
I think the first priority is certainly going to be, of course, to cement relations with the new government in Egypt. But second of all, it's going to be Saudi Arabia once again. This makes it even more clear that Saudi Arabia is in a linchpin position. They have used the Saudis in Lebanon to indirectly approach the PLO and try to achieve some, however fragile, ceasefire, a ceasefire there. They've used the Saudis as interlocutors in a number of situations, but they've been able to do that in part because President Sadat was holding his own in the Camp David process with the Israelis. The Camp David process, of course, has been stalled for some time on the Palestinian autonomy question. However, there was, I think, some feeling here that the combination of Saudi pressure, such as it was in Lebanon, Saudi approaches to the PLO, and the combination of the continuing negotiations with President Sadat so firmly behind them would eventually, possibly, produce some sort of peace in the Middle East. So it seems to me the very first thing, Dan, that they're going to be doing is looking again to the Saudis, trying harder than ever to make sure that they've stabilized that relationship and that that's one relationship that they don't let become more precarious in this situation.
Diane, we had what to me was a puzzling and in some ways frightening development a few days ago of Iranian aircraft attacking Kuwaiti oil fields. There was the one attack by the Iranian aircraft on Kuwaiti oil fields, which I think shoved to the forefront of all of our minds the fact that while we've had our eyes, and necessarily so, on Saudi Arabia as one of the two most important countries to American foreign policy outside of Israel in the Middle East, that Kuwait, that tiny but oil-rich country, also being a very important nation to our foreign policy in the sense that both Iraq and Iran, it's my understanding, have never acknowledged that Kuwait had a right to exist as a separate nation. They both claim it as their own, do they not?
Well, that's right, and particularly some of the islands in the region are in dispute. And of course, that's one of the reasons Kuwait took the side of the Iraqis in that war. But a number of those smaller countries in the region, of course, feel imperiled and have felt imperiled, particularly by the Soviet move into Afghanistan, the Soviet activities in Yemen and in Ethiopia, such as Oman, for instance, where again the United States wants to establish a base of operation. So all of these countries are going to be looking to the United States for additional reassurance, and the United States is going to be in a position of seeing what it can come up with once again to try to secure itself with the small as well as the larger countries. It's really such a tender balance.
And speaking of that tender balance, what is likely to be the effect on Iraq? Now, Iraq, a country closely allied with the Soviet Union for a long while, taking military supplies from the Soviets, but then in more recent times tending to want to strike at least a somewhat more middle course, and even some indications that perhaps they were dissatisfied with their association with the Soviets. What's likely to be the effect on the Iraqis?
Well, I think there'll probably be a mixed effect. There have been signs recently that the Iraqis might want to moderate at least somewhat, might want to shift a bit out of the snug Soviet embrace. However, it seems unlikely when there's turmoil in the region that Iraq is going to do anything like that. Again, stability is the key to any moderation in the region, and stability is what has been threatened in this situation. Again, too, however, in Iraq, with Hussein there, you have a question of vying for leadership in the Middle East. So now the power struggle will probably emerge once again. Gaddafi certainly wants to be king of the Middle East. Iraq has long since sought a position of leadership in the Middle East, and Sadat has always held it. Now that Sadat isn't there, it raises into question, can Mubarak hold it?
And Again, assuming that the reports that President Sadat is dead prove to be correct, keeping in mind that Cairo Radio has started reading from the Quran on both radio and television, both of those state-run and operated in Cairo, frequently an indication that an announcement about the death of a prominent person is imminent. With all of that in mind, Sadat has clearly been the boldest, most effective force in the Middle East in terms of certainly effect on American foreign policy. The vacuum that is bound to be created, at least in the first weeks after Sadat leaves the scene, doesn't that increase the possibility that Colonel Gaddafi can cement that relationship he's been trying to cement with Ethiopia, Yemen, and get himself to emerge as the most dominant figure in the Middle East outside of Israel?
It certainly opens a possibility for him. There is a question now of how afraid all of the countries in the region will become and whether or not that fear will be an inhibiting factor on his ability to clamor up and get power. We were thinking before about Vice President Mubarak, Dad, and I thought we might take a little bit of look at the footage that we have of Vice President Mubarak's visit here not too long ago. It was last week, in fact, when he came to Washington. He has a number of times been sent as the emissary of President Sadat, and last Friday he went to the White House. He was greeted there by Secretary of State Haig, and then he went out inside for a meeting with President Reagan. CBS News correspondent Mitchell Krause reported from Cairo at that time that one of the reasons Mubarak took this trip to Washington was to inform the Reagan administration of a new Libyan threat, and that's Mr. Gaddafi again, a threat to Sudan. Sudan is the friendly nation that lies just to the south of Egypt. Krause reported at that time that the Egyptian military was not on any special alert, but that it was prepared to defend Egypt and its neighbors. And of course, one of the provisions allegedly in that letter from Sadat was a request that the United States increase its military supplies to Sudan. Again, it raises the whole issue, this murky issue of whether or not there were factions in the Egyptian army that wanted more arms and felt that the United States was not coming through. Sadat was asking the United States to provide additional arms for Sudan. The whole proposal was bogged down in Congress. The administration was willing to increase its military fortifications for Sudan, almost triple them, as I recall, from some 30 to 100 million. However, that had been bogged down, and consequently nothing was coming through. And once again, it raises the question of whether the U.S. role as an arms supplier is indeed critical in far-reaching ways in some of these regions. Dan?
Mubarak, of course, being the vice president of Egypt and the man who will be in control of the country if indeed he can effect control, and most American diplomats believe that he can, he'd be the man to effect control over the country if it proves to be finally confirmed that President Sadat is dead. Sadat, age 62, Mubarak, age 52. Mubarak is an Air Force officer, former Air Force officer. He's been rather flaming in his rhetoric about some of Egypt's Arab neighbors, and also rather biting in his rhetoric about Israeli Prime Minister Begin. But perhaps more about that later, as Joyce Starr from the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies has joined us in our CBS News studios here. She is a person just back from Egypt and some conversations with high-level officials, both Israel and Egypt, and we hope to be talking to Ms. Starr very shortly. But at this moment, I'd like to see if we can establish contact in Cairo with Scotty Williston, who is our CBS News bureau manager there. Scotty, are you there and on the phone?
Yes, I am.
We had this report from Reuters that Cairo Radio and Television had begun readings from the Quran. What do you make of that?
Well, that is normal for this time of the evening. We are not sure they had the normal evening prayers, and now they've gone to this reading. Because the holiday was coming up, it could be interpreted that this was just a religious act.
Scotty, has there been any further word, any further confirmation of the reports of President Sadat's death?
No, there has been nothing further, and we are still waiting for the Vice President to emerge and say something to us. He is still in the Prime Minister's office. There are some interesting facts about today in that the President rode after a meeting at the Ministry of Defense this morning prior to the parade. He was in an open-car motorcade to the parade grounds, which were about 3 miles away. Following the parade, he was to have gone to visit the tomb mosque of Abdul Gamal Nasser, and was then going to fly to his native village. to visit and pay respects to the tomb of his brother, who was killed during the 1973 October War.
Scotty, you've said repeatedly over the hours, I believe it was around 9:25 this morning, that you first said that a source you trusted had told you that President Sadat was dead, and then while we were on the air told us that another source with whom you had dealt over the years told you that he was dead. In the wake of those two reports, you've said consistently that it was your opinion clearly labeled, based on your experience, that Sadat was indeed dead. Have you seen or heard anything that would change your opinion about that?
I have seen and heard nothing to change it. I have seen, if I am extremely prudent and deal with what we are watching on the air television and listening on the radio here in Cairo, because of the lack of information, it makes me feel that our reports are even more accurate.
Scotty, there is, of course, tremendous apprehension in this country as well as elsewhere that if President Sadat is dead, the question is, can his heirs in the present government, Mubarak, the vice president, and others, can they take hold and can they effectively control the Egyptian government in the wake of a Sadat death?
From all previous indications we've had, Vice President Hosni Mubarak has a firm hold on the government and has always had a close alliance with the army, and therefore would be able to take control and make a smooth transition. He has, of course, 90 days before the election would come up to secure his position even more so.
Scotty, is there any indication, any substantive indication anywhere that this was a coup attempt?
I'm about to hear something. Just one moment.
Yes, we'll hold on, Scotty. Scotty Williston, go ahead, Scotty.
Just one moment. Just one moment. The Egyptian newspapers are announcing it. Just one moment.
We're holding on, Dan Rather, CBS News, Washington, holding on with Scotty Williston at our CBS News Bureau in Kairos. Scotty has just said that the Egyptian newspapers have an announcement. Yes, Scotty.
The editor of Al-Akhbar, one of the papers in Cairo, is confirming the death. We are seeing this running on a news wire here now. We are trying to confirm if it is the Middle East News Agency or one of the international wire services.
Now, Editor Akbar.
Editor of Al-Akhbar.
The editor of Al-Akhbar. This is someone that you know, is he? He's a very good friend of Sadat's, is he not?
Well, it's a semi-official newspaper.
Now, Scotty, if you can hold on, we'd like to keep you on the line because I gather that you consider this perhaps the most important indication yet that Sadat indeed died as a result of the assassination attempt today. If you can hold on the line, don't hesitate to leave it if you need to for telephone calls or otherwise. And let me introduce at our CBS News Washington studios Joyce Starr from the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies. Joyce Starr has just returned from Egypt last week, was it, Ms. Starr? After she met with high-level officials in Egypt on Israeli-Egyptian economic ties. And you were in Egypt when President Sadat kicked out the last of the Soviet diplomatic representatives.
Correct. The ambassador and several hundred advisors. And also I arrived the day before the massive arrests in Egypt. By the way, just to point out, Musa Sabri is the editor, I believe, that Scotty is mentioning to you. His parting words were, to me, were, I love this man, Sadat. So if he's given you that news, then it's probably correct.
Joyce Starr, you're experienced in Egyptian affairs, and you've just come back from there. You've been listening and watching today. Personal opinion, is there any doubt in your mind that Anwar Sadat is dead?
There's only a great hope that he's not.
I do think we need to underscore that we do not know, we certainly do not know yet, that Anwar Sadat is dead. For several hours there have been these increasing indications that Anwar Sadat may indeed be dead. No official confirmation from the Egyptian government sources, nor from anybody in an official position in the United States government. Yes, it is true that several hours ago that the Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker of Tennessee told the Senate that Baker had been asked by Vice President Bush to pass along the word that Anwar Sadat had passed away. However, the White House very quickly came in behind that and said that there was no confirmation that Sadat was dead. If you're asking yourself, well, how could the Vice President of the United States ask the Senate Majority Leader to pass along to the Senate that Sadat was dead when in fact Sadat wasn't dead? Well, there is a fairly long and even more tortured explanation of how that came to be. But suffice to say that the White House official position as of this moment, and it has been right straight through the morning, is that there is no official confirmation of Sadat's death. The position of the Egyptian government has been and continues to be up to this second that President Sadat was injured today when attacked on a parade reviewing stand, but no announcement concerning Sadat's death. We do have this indication from a very prominent editor in Cairo, one closely associated with Sadat, a close friend of Sadat, who has said, and Joyce Starr underscores that the man is in a position to know, said that Anwar Sadat was dead. The vice president of the country, Mr. Mubarak, is said to have been in consultation with the cabinet over the past 3 and 4 hours. There have been indications in Cairo that the vice president will be making a statement shortly. Scotty Williston in Cairo, anything developing the last few moments? Yes, Scotty.
Hello?
Yes, Scotty.
Yes, Dan?
Yes, Scotty, you're on.
We have just heard our CBS News correspondent at the Prime Ministry has said that the Deputy Speaker of the House, Mansour Hassan, the former Minister of Information and Culture and a dear friend of the President, confirms the death of the President and says the services will be held within the next few days.
Now, this is Mansour Hassan, whom you and I met, Scotty, here in Washington when President Sadat was here a few weeks ago.
That is correct. That is the same Mansour Hassan.
And his title is, he is the Deputy?
He's the Deputy Speaker of the House. He's the former Minister of Information and Culture.
And he has just confirmed President Sadat's death.
He has just spoken with our CBS man on the scene at the Prime Ministry and confirmed the death and said that the services would be held within the next few days. We are being told that the Vice President is about to go on the air live here.
Well, Scotty, if you can, if you'd stay on the line with us then, because we'd like to have word immediately of what the Vice President is telling the Egyptian nation. If you can stay on the line or just have somebody hold the line open for us. Joyce Starr of the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies is here with us in the studio, and she'll help us hold the fort, so to speak, while we wait for some official word from the Vice President of Egypt. Joyce Starr, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, because even though one is an expert on one country or another, you don't always know the answer to every question. But it's my understanding that if it proves to be correct, that President Sadat is dead, that the Vice President would have, is it 90 days in order to put himself forward in a vote of the Egyptian people, or is that a misunderstanding?
He would have to put himself forward in a vote of the Egyptian people. The exact number of days I can't guarantee, but he would have to put himself forward in a vote.
Based on your visit to Egypt, which ended only a few days ago, what are the important things for rank-and-file Americans to look for now in the wake of what increasingly appears is the death of President Anwar Sadat?
Well, I have one thing that I would like to stress, and that was the message that was conveyed to me at the highest levels of the Egyptian government. The priority concern throughout our discussions was Libya and Gaddafi. As far as the thinking in Egypt, Gaddafi poses, and clearly now poses, a major threat to Egypt externally throughout Africa, but also internally. A good deal of the money that was supporting the Muslim fundamentalists in Egypt, and also the Coptic Christians during this period, has come from Libya. And I would go so far as to say that in one way or another, Gaddafi was probably directly behind this assassination.
Well, that's a very strong statement to make. On what do you base that?
I base that on my discussions. I base that on some of the facts that I gleaned during my visit. One should maintain a certain arena of safety and not go too far in making accusations. But it was clear to me that the Egyptians were significantly concerned about the connection between Gaddafi, international terrorism, and the Soviet Union as well. Now, whether the people that were involved in this assassination were working directly for Gaddafi or for a group of international terrorists that were loosely linked to Gaddafi, nonetheless, I'm absolutely sure that the money that paid these men came from Libya.
You'll forgive me if you must, that as a reporter I remain skeptical about that until I see some documentation.
Absolutely.
and let me put that, if I may, under the heading of a hypothesis on your part. Was there any indication among high officials in Egypt that the danger to Anwar Sadat had been increased since the American jet fighters shot down the 2 Libyan jet fighters off the Libyan coast?
No, to the contrary. They were very glad to see that action, and they asked that there be stronger action, that the United States make it very clear to the countries of Africa that wish to stand up to Gaddafi, that we're behind them. Absolutely not.
Joyce Starr, what are the chances that Egypt will now, one way or the other, make its way back into the orbit of the Soviet Union?
I think the question is, what is the United States going to do? And I think we have a chance here to repeat history, and this time for the better. We made a very grave mistake in the case of the Shah. We became very nervous and we backed out in terms of our support for the Shah. I think we must stand forward, take a large step forward now in demonstrating to the people of Egypt that we're behind the new government of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Joyce Starr of the Georgetown Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ike Pappas, our CBS News Pentagon correspondent, is at the Pentagon. Ike?
Dan, just a minute ago we were told that there is an amphibious force that had been on maneuvers in that area off the coast of Egypt. About 8 amphibious ships, several thousand Marines, we were told. And whether they've gotten the word to move closer to the shore to stand by isn't known, but from what I know about these situations, it is normal to do that. These ships in the Mediterranean have been told to stand by if there is anything that the United States can do militarily, if there is a coup attempt underway or whatever. The United States will apparently be ready if there is a decision made to do anything militarily. However, I am told that the United States is practically handcuffed if there is an attempt underway to take over Egypt militarily or by force. The United States probably would move in militarily to do anything because, as one of the analysts here put it, Egypt doesn't have any...
Ike Pappas, our CBS News correspondent at the Pentagon. I think for accuracy as well as for fairness, one should emphasize that no one at the White House, and so far as I know, no one at the Pentagon, has acknowledged that there's any special status for U.S. forces in the Mediterranean or anywhere in that part of the world. We've had no official word from President Reagan other than his statement somewhat earlier in the morning, a statement of concern and prayerful apprehension about President Sadat's condition. Now, that statement was issued at a time when the official position of the Egyptian government was that President Sadat had been wounded but was not in a life-threatening situation. And for whatever it may be worth, that remains the official position of the Egyptian government. However, Scotty Williston at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo is up again on the audio line with further information. Scotty, you told us a few moments ago that the Deputy Speaker had informed us that President Sadat was indeed dead and that funeral services were pending. Any further word?
I want reaction. I want...
You could hear Scotty Williston there saying to our CBS News staff, I want reaction. Scotty, we'll make another effort to reach you there. Scotty Williston in Cairo. Well, perhaps we better leave her with her work for just a moment, and we'll try to get back to her. Let me know when she's back up at the microphone, if you will. Bob Schieffer, I was thinking, as Ike Pappas reported, as one would expect, let's get the picture with U.S. military forces, and check me as we go along, you as a former Pentagon correspondent. The main U.S. military force in the area is the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. That fleet has attached to it regularly, routinely, amphibious forces. That's what the United States Marine Corps is about, and they have been there, and that's normal for them to be attached to the fleet. Now, as I understood, what Ike Pappas was saying was that those units are in a mode, if you could use that word, in a posture of readiness. But that is a far cry. It's a long way from saying that they are preparing themselves to go into Egypt. I say that only because in the mid to late 50s, we all remember when President Eisenhower ordered the Marines from that same 6th Fleet to go into Lebanon in a somewhat similar situation.
Well, I'm sure, as I pointed out, that is a normal mode. I think it is the landing ship Guadalcanal, I am told, a helicopter carrier, but it is east of Crete. That's my understanding.
Bob, sorry to interrupt, but I'm told that we should go to Scotty Williston in Cairo at the moment. Scotty? Yes, Scotty Williston in Cairo. Come in, Scotty Williston in Cairo, please. Hello, Scotty. For those of you in the audience, please bear with us. We're trying to reestablish audio contact with Scotty Williston. You will understand that things are in a, well, at best, a mild state of confusion. While we await a clear audio circuit with Scotty Williston in Cairo, let's go to Bill Lynch.
Dan Rather, can you hear me,
well, hold on
please?
just a moment. Yes, Scotty Williston. Hold Lynch, if you will. Scotty, yes, come in, please.
Right now, we are still listening to verses of the Quran being read. The Vice President has left the Prime Minister's office in the official car of the President.
And that would indicate what, Scotty?
Sadat is in the residence at Giza. Again, all of these things do indicate that President Sadat has passed away.
Scotty, would you repeat that? Unfortunately, I overrode you on some of those words. Would you repeat what you've seen and what you've heard?
Vice President Hosni Mubarak has left the office of the Prime Minister in the official car of the President of Egypt. This, coupled with the fact that Jihan Sadat, Sadat's wife, is now in the Giza residence, make us believe even more so that the President of Egypt has passed away.
The Giza residence being exactly where, Scotty, in relation to Cairo?
The Giza residence is the official residence located in Giza, but in the heart of Cairo. Giza is a section of Cairo.
And what would be the significance of President Sadat's wife being in that residence?
That residence is approximately 45 minutes drive from Mahdi Hospital.
And
With the President's injuries, it would be an unusual thing for the First Lady to leave his side at any time. As we saw when the Shah of Iran was in Egypt, the Shah Banu did not leave Mahdi Hospital. There are facilities there. There would be no reason for the First Lady to leave the hospital side.
So you see this as further indication, further confirmation that President Anwar Sadat, at age 62, is probably dead.
That, plus the fact that the Vice President is now in the President's car.
And do we know where the Vice President is headed at the moment, Scotty?
No, we have no indication. There is heavy security around him, and we are not being allowed to follow.
Any indication when the Vice President...
At any moment, he is going to go on the air in Egypt, and we are just waiting for his broadcast.
That was going to be my question. Any indication when he intends to make that broadcast to the Egyptian people?
It was pre-recorded and has just arrived at Egyptian television. We are now waiting for it to go on the air. There is another indication that news material shot here has been taken by security. It was returned to the individuals' organizations, but we have been informed that no news tape will be allowed to leave Egypt.
Scotty Williston, it's a very small point, given the enormity of what has happened in Egypt today, but does that mean that Mitchell Krauss will not be providing us videotape or film of the event from Rome?
No, Mitchell Krauss is in the air. He was in the air with our material before this decree came.
All right. We want to go quickly. Scotty Williston, if you can stand by. We are, of course, eager to know what the Vice President of Egypt says to the Egyptian people just as soon as he says it. To those of you in our audience who have been following the story, and for that matter, for those who may have joined us a little late here today, Scotty Williston in our CBS News Bureau in Cairo is standing by as the Vice President of the country. He is expected very shortly to have broadcast on Egyptian radio and television a pre-recorded announcement to the nation. Indications continue to be strong that President Anwar Sadat of Egypt died after assassins attacked him and members of the Egyptian government while they reviewed a military parade in a suburb of Cairo this morning shortly after 7 o'clock Washington time. Bill Lynch, our CBS News correspondent, is at the White House. Bill, sorry to have kept you waiting there. Do you have a later development?
Dan, we do expect that before too long, and probably just after that speech by Vice President Mubarak is broadcast in Cairo, that President Reagan will have the first official comment by this government on the reported death of President Sadat. Television crews, as we speak, are preparing to carry a live picture and sound of Mr. Reagan from the north portico of the White House. Preparations are being made, and we do not know exactly when that will happen. One of the other things being discussed here, and Mansour Hassan, the deputy House Speaker in Cairo, told CBS News that plans are underway for a funeral within the next few days. And one of the questions being asked here at the White House is whether President Reagan will be able to attend. His chief spokesman, David Gergen, said a short time ago that there has been no organized meeting to talk about that, but he conceded there has been informal discussions among officials as they pass each other in the hallways. However, no decisions. One of the things that would obviously have to be considered is the political situation in Cairo, President Reagan's safety in traveling there, and the political ramifications of attending such a funeral. But that is obviously something now being discussed. Perhaps we will know later in the day after President Reagan makes his statement.
Bill Lynch, it was unclear to me, and I was trying to gather some information elsewhere, when we could expect President Reagan's statement.
We were told earlier by David Gergen that it would be very shortly after some official announcement in Cairo. And if the speech by Vice President Mubarak is to be broadcast shortly, then very shortly after that, I think we could anticipate hearing something more formal from President Reagan, whose only statement so far has been a piece of paper put out by the White House press office and a copy of his letter to President Sadat wishing for his full and complete recovery. After that, reporters were barred from access to President Reagan during a routine photo session for the Prime Minister of Thailand, who was here to visit him.
Bill Lynch, what has President Reagan been doing today since he was informed this morning that President Sadat had been attacked?
Well, he was first told by telephone by Secretary Haig at about 7:25. He was briefed, updated thereafter on the phone by Haig and by White House Counselor Edwin Meese. And at 9:10 this morning, he was given a more complete briefing by his National Security Advisor, Richard Allen, who gave him the details as the U.S. government knew them at that time. And we were told that the president was informed in that briefing that President Sadat was not in a life-threatening situation. Of course, the story changed very rapidly after that. The president had a long-standing appointment for a meeting and a luncheon with Prime Minister Prem of Thailand. That meeting went off normally, we understand. And after that, there was also a meeting with Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah to discuss the AWACS. Of course, they also talked about President Sadat and his condition. By that time, according to Hatch, the president was much more grim about the outlook.
And we know from seeing that videotape played on the air a while back that Senator Hatch said that he, for one, was changing his vote on the AWACS, that he had been against the sale of the AWACS sophisticated radar planes to Saudi Arabia, but that on the basis of what had happened in Egypt today and his conversation with President Reagan today, that he, Hatch, was changing his mind. Any indication of other senators who may be following Hatch, Bill Lynch?
Not today that we know of. There has, for a couple of days, as we've reported, been an effort underway on the part of Senator John Warner, Senator Sam Nunn, the Georgia Democrat, and the White House hierarchy to work out a resolution that would give some sort of presidential assurance to the Senate about the conditions under which AWACS would be delivered to Saudi Arabia. It was on the basis of that discussion that Senator Hatch apparently began to change his mind. He said that the reported death of President Sadat merely confirmed for him the importance of standing behind President Reagan on AWACS at this particular time.
Thank you very much, Bill Lynch at the White House. We'll be getting back to you again as time goes along and at events merit. Bob Schieffer, CBS News correspondent with me here in the studio, a former White House correspondent, former Pentagon correspondent. We've had any number of calls, Bob, from worried families, understandably worried families, with members of their family in the U.S. military in the general area of the Mediterranean and Egypt. What do we know about the movement of our ships and planes in that area, if anything?
Dan, I'm told that the only ships that we have near Egypt, and I'm told they're east of Crete, would be the Marine Amphibious Landing Force that is aboard the helicopter carrier Guadalcanal. Now, that ship has with it, I think, 7 landing ships. That's the normal Marine Amphibious Force that we keep in the Mediterranean at all times. The aircraft carrier that we have in the Mediterranean, I believe, is the Nimitz. I am told that at this time it is in port in Venice. I think Ike Pappas reported some time ago, we may have a little more information on this. As you know, there were 3 military men, American military men, who were slightly wounded, we're told, during the attack on Mr. Sadat. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Charles D. Lonnie of Austin, Texas. He is from Air Force headquarters here in Washington. Air Force Captain Christopher Ryan from Sacramento, California. He's from headquarters Air Force in Europe, and a Marine officer, Gerald Agenbrod, 36. We are told that 2 of them have been hospitalized, but the word is that they are not in life-threatening situations. I take that to mean they are not seriously injured. One other little item, Dan. Lieutenant General Robert Kingston, who is to be, or is now, the head of the new rapid deployment force that the United States is putting together, was at the parade with President Sadat as a guest of President Sadat today, along with his deputy, General William Smith. They were there to watch the festivities unfold. We were told that they were not injured. The Rapid Deployment Force, of course, a little more than a headquarters at this time, still pretty much on paper. They have their headquarters down at Madill, but they did have, you remember, that first joint exercise some months ago, and apparently will be one of the main parts of our Middle East policy.
Bob Shiva, there were 3 American military personnel injured in this attack on President Sadat. I don't have their names in front of me. We haven't carried those in some hours. Do you happen to have those names?
Yes. While you were on the phone there, Dan, I just gave them, as a matter of fact. We're all set on it. It was Colonel Lunny, Christopher Ryan, Marine Officer Gerald Augenbrod.
Forgive me, and I hope our audience will forgive me, because we were trying to get caught up to date on the very latest information, but the thought occurred to me we hadn't mentioned it. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the redundancy. Scotty Williston is continuing to stand by at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo. I'm not sure that Scotty is on the line right at this moment. If she is, someone should hand me a note to that effect. But at last report from Cairo, this was the situation. No official confirmation from the Egyptian government that President Anwar Sadat was dead. Various reports from various sources, including United Press International, quoting a hospital source, Reuters, quoting a very high government official, CBS News quoting the deputy speaker, and a man very well known to our correspondents and bureau people in Cairo, just said flatly that President Sadat was dead and that funeral services were pending. Scotty Williston, do I understand that you're there now, Scotty?
Yes, I am, Dan. We've just heard from the Egyptian Broadcasting Network that the decision is now being made by the Vice President, Hosni Mubarak, as to whether the statement will be aired at all. They are now broadcasting the Quran and will continue to broadcast the Quran. Another indication that the president has passed away.
Scotty, a report from Beirut says that one caller has been telephoning news agencies claiming that the Independent Organization for the Liberation of Egypt was responsible for the attack. Now, this report goes on to add in the next sentence, but few knowledgeable people in Lebanon had ever heard of the group before. Had you heard of that particular group?
I have never heard of that group before. There are other groups that we have heard of in Egypt, but none with that particular title.
Scotty, has there been any indications as to who was responsible, other than someone saying that, well, 6 military people were responsible for the attack itself?
No, we have confirmation that the men involved, at least 2 of them, were active sergeants in the Egyptian army. But as for affiliation or with another organization, or who organized or sponsored or plotted this assassination, is still not known.
Scotty, another report, Dateline Beirut, says that a group calling itself the Rejection Front for the Liberation of Arab Egypt was responsible for the attack. Now, this caller says that that group, the Rejection Front for the Liberation of Egypt, is headed by the former Egyptian Army Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Shazli. This too, of course, was, I say of course because there's no way to confirm it, this too has not been confirmed, but had you ever heard of that group, the Rejection Front for the Liberation of Arab Egypt?
No, I have not heard that at all. That is a new title as well.
And Lieutenant General Shazli, was he indeed the Egyptian Army former Chief of Staff?
His name is not familiar to me, but I will check that out immediately. We had not seen that report.
The situation in Cairo, and Scotty Williston, if you will, listen along and correct me any place there's an inaccuracy or unfairness. The Egyptian government has yet to confirm officially that Anwar Sadat is dead. That the last official word from Cairo radio was that the president had been wounded. However, various government officials, and Scotty, I gather that one that you consider to be almost the complete and ultimate final source, the deputy speaker, has told CBS News that Anwar Sadat is dead and that funeral services will be announced shortly.
That is correct.
The Soviet news agency TASS today reported the assassination of President Anwar Sadat, one of Moscow's most implacable opponents.
I don't know. It would look as though they may be planning to switch broadcasting here in Egypt. Just one moment. Let me find out if this is the Vice President.
All right. Egyptian radio and television seems to be in the process of switching their broadcasts.
They have gone back to the Quran again.
Ah, so they've gone back to reading the Quran again. And as you pointed out earlier, Scotty, it is not necessarily indicative of funeral services to be announced for President Sadat that the Egyptian radio and television would be reading the Quran, in that these were special celebration days, and that reading the Quran at this hour, which would be, what, roughly about 8 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock Egyptian time, would be normal under any circumstances.
It could be interpreted to mean just a normal thing. There is regular scheduled program for this time of night, entertainment programming. However, if I were an average Egyptian and turned on the television now and had heard nothing all day and saw the reading of the Quran, I would assume it was just preparation for the High Bayram that is due on the 8th, the morning of the 8th.
Scotty, we're going to go to other elements of our coverage, but by all means interrupt us if there is any change in the broadcasting pattern of Egyptian radio or television, or any other information to pass along. I would remind those of you in our audience that our CBS News correspondent in Cairo, our Egyptian correspondent, Mitchell Krause, who's experienced coverage in the area, was slightly wounded by shrapnel during the attack on President Sadat this morning, has reportedly made it out of Cairo on an aircraft headed for Rome with television pictures of some of what happened on that reviewing stand. We've been awaiting word from Mitchell Krause for some time now, and in hopes of getting those pictures to show to you. Of course, as part of our live and continuing coverage on the part of CBS News, we will switch to Rome immediately when those pictures become available. Thus far, the only thing that has been available out of Cairo, number one, audio reports of the sort you just heard with Scotty Williston, our CBS News bureau manager there, and one or two still pictures, one that we have shown on the air. And while I have the opportunity to do so, let me correct a possible wrong impression that was given as we ad-libbed a description of that still photograph earlier. Those of you who saw it, I'm not sure that we still have it here in the studio, was a still picture of the aftermath of the attack, in which you could see some confusion, and in the lower right-hand corner of that photograph was someone who had been identified to us on a very tentative basis, to us here at CBS News, as possibly being Anwar Sadat in the photograph. I want to make it clear that the Associated Press never identified that person in the lower right-hand part of that photograph, much less they didn't identify the person certainly as being President Sadat. It may or may not turn out to have been President Sadat, but I just want to make it clear that the Associated Press did not identify him as being Anwar Sadat. In our New York studios, CBS News correspondent Diane Sawyer, until recently one of our State Department correspondents, and now the co-anchor of the CBS Morning News with Charles Kuralt and Diane Sawyer, is standing by in New York with Henry Jackson, not related to the United States Senator by the same name. However, Professor Jackson of Columbia is going to have to wait for a moment because I'm told we should return to Scotty Williston in Cairo. Scotty. Yes, Scotty Williston.
Of war and peace has died.
Yes, Scotty, come in.
Since his youth, his blood.
Yeah. What you are hearing, ladies and gentlemen, is a translation of the Vice President's address to the Egyptian people.
That man who has never stopped struggling for the principles he was the one who freed the will of the nation, and he gave his nation the utmost victory. He died on the day that is commemorating the October War and the October victory.
This is confirmation from the Egyptian Vice President that Anwar Sadat has died. Translation from Egyptian radio and television coming to you from Cairo.
That Sadat died on the same day of his victory, between his soldiers and between the millions of his people, celebrating in great pride the memory of the 10th of October, the memory of the day where the Arab world has gained back its pride. Victory has come to us by the will of God and the will of the people.
What you're listening to is Nadia Tawfiq, who is a translator in our CBS News Cairo Bureau. She is translating directly from the pre-recorded address of the Vice President of Egypt to the people of the Egyptian nation, announcing and confirming the death of President Anwar Sadat.
We know that the millions of the Egyptians in rural and urban Egypt is now standing in sorrow. We announce that we are going to follow his route of peace in the belief that this is the route to justice. We are going to follow the same route of democracy, prosperity. We tell him now that he's near God, that the people who have believed in your leadership are going to follow your principles, believing in democracy and the rule of law, seeking to install prosperity. We tell our leader that we are standing in one front around the flags that you have raised.
You are listening to a translation direct from Cairo, a translation coming from Egyptian television and radio as Vice President Mubarak addresses the Egyptian people, confirming that President Sadat died today from wounds inflicted by assassins.
Accustomed us to taking great heroes. We are accustomed to those wounds, and we believe in God's will. We will continue the path. Great people of Egypt, I announce in the name of the spirit of the soul of our leader and our constitution that we are to abide by all the treaties we've made and the commitments we've made to achieve the message of the leader. We are going to remember him in all pride.
Well, that address to the Egyptian people may go on for quite a while. We at CBS News believe very strongly in taking you to the scene as strongly and directly as we can. While there were some rough moments in that, it was Scotty Willitson at our CBS News Bureau in Cairo monitoring Egyptian radio and television. And as she had been telling us for some time to expect, Egyptian radio and television abruptly switched from the reading of the Quran, the holy book of Islam, to a pre-recorded address. We believe it was pre-recorded. Vice President Mubarak addressing the Egyptian people. Nadia Tawfiq, who's a translator with our CBS News Bureau in Cairo, translating off of the Egyptian radio and television some of the remarks from Vice President Mubarak to the Egyptian people. Now it has been confirmed that President Anwar Sadat, at age 62, a man who that often misused phrase applies, a legend in his own time, died this morning. The circumstances of his death apparently were these. I say apparently because this is gathered from various sources, including eyewitness reports including our own CBS News correspondent Mitchell Krause. A long-scheduled Egyptian military parade had been underway for some time, carried live on Egyptian television. A parade of Egypt's military might, with President Anwar Sadat, members of his government, dignitaries from foreign countries, including those from the United States, including the general who heads the United States Rapid Deployment Force, which President Sadat had such an abiding interest and was continuing to negotiate with the United States about how Egypt could help with that Rapid Deployment Force. They were all on this reviewing stand. The parade had been underway for a while. There was an overfly of jet fighters. As the jet fighters overflew, that thunderous noise that comes and that kind of low-level flying reverberated on the street. At least a half a dozen men, according to eyewitnesses, at that point jumped from a flatbed truck. They were in Egyptian military uniforms, rushed the reviewing stand. They opened up with automatic weapons fire, throwing hand grenades as they made their way toward the reviewing stand, and indeed even penetrated, according to eyewitnesses, the crowd that was just in front of the reviewing stand, threw some rather large satchels of explosives that didn't seem to eyewitnesses to go off. President Sadat was hit by the gunfire. His defense minister was wounded, we are told, slightly. The defense minister, within an hour, was reported at his post, but the defense minister wounded slightly. The vice president himself was reported shaken, unclear whether Vice President Mubarak was actually injured or not. The vice president went into a session with the Egyptian cabinet. Sadat was rushed to a hospital. Mrs. Sadat was rushed to the hospital. Later came word that Anwar Sadat was dead. Now it has been officially confirmed. Let's go back to Scotty Williston in Cairo. Scotty?
Yes, the Vice President is seated at the table, continuing his address to the nation. He's just announced that according to item 84 of the Constitution, he has taken over as President of Egypt. That the People's Assembly will meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to reaffirm the constitutional items of his presidency and to announce the upcoming election. The Vice President looks very moved, very shaken by this. You heard the translation of Nadia Tawfiq from our bureau here, who is emotional, as are the other Egyptian employees here in the bureau. I am sure this will probably be repeated around the city and the country within the next 24 hours. But again, this has taken the Egyptian public so much by surprise, and especially on a holiday, that it's one day before Bayram, which is the high holy day, which again the Vice President injected into the end of his speech, that the gallant leader was taken on this very special day for Egyptians. And they are now announcing on the air certain decisions by the Vice President. If you will bear with me a moment, I will get you those translations.
As Scotty Williston does that, we point out that President Anwar Sadat's death came 80 days short of his Christmas Day birthday. Anwar Sadat, 62 years old, his birthday being Christmas Day. Sadat, of course, a Muslim, a practicing Muslim, all of his life. And the new president of Egypt, at least on a temporary basis, Vice President Mubarak, 10 years younger than Sadat, 52 years old, a veteran of the Egyptian Air Force, and a man who was in the United States within the last 72 to 100 hours over the weekend.
Also, Dan, the man who was the chief architect of the victories in that 1973 war, as Egypt looked on them as victories at the time, the war that was being celebrated at the parade where Mr. Sadat was shot down today, Mr. Mubarak beside him when it happened.
Let's see if we can, I want to keep the line open to Scotty Williston, who was trying to ascertain, I think, when an election might be contemplated. It seems very early to me to even contemplate that. If you will, get the picture as best we can get it in Cairo, that Vice President Mubarak made his address to the Egyptian people on radio and television in a pre-recorded message, confirming that President Sadat had died in the wake of the assassination attempt on him at the military parade earlier in the day. Mubarak saying that he, Mr. Mubarak, would now assume command of the Egyptian government. We're standing by, hoping to take up Scotty Williston, but I believe Scotty is still on the telephone doing the job of trying to gather the information on what happens now with the Egyptian government. While we keep the line up to Cairo and hopes of getting Scotty Williston back to the phone in a moment, let's switch to New York. My CBS News colleague Mike Wallace has prepared the obituary for President Anwar Sadat.
September 1970, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, leader of the Arab world, is dead. Anwar el-Sadat takes over as Egyptian president. No one expects this little-known army officer, this predictable politician, to fill Nasser's shoes. Nasser was dynamic. His long, faithful friend Sadat was surely no power figure. Nasser was charismatic. Sadat stayed in the background. Nasser's poodle, they called him. Nasser's Colonel Yes-Yes. But within 1 year, the surprising new president of Egypt would purge his political enemies in Cairo, head off a coup, and emerge as a strong leader. Sadat was born December 25th, 1918, in a Nile Delta village that he often revisited. His Egyptian father was a hospital clerk. His mother was Sudanese. He would leave the village as a youth to graduate from military school with Nasser, to stand with Nasser during the 1952 coup that toppled King Farouk and eventually brought Nasser to power. Here in his native village, Sadat reflected often on his Muslim faith.
Here we consider always everything is done by God. We just put the seed and then it makes a tree or makes a crop or so. We consider this is the make of God. So everything here is related to God.
Religion was a major force in Sadat's life. Another force that drove him in earlier days was hatred of Israel. He saw the Jews campaign for, then fight for, then create the state of Israel. He saw the Palestinian people made homeless when the Jews won their homeland. In 1956, he saw Israeli soldiers move into Egypt's Sinai Desert. In 1967, he saw Israel win the Six-Day War against Egypt and her Arab allies, saw Israel take over the Sinai altogether, along with Syria's Golan Heights and Jordan's West Bank. In 1973, Sadat launched the Yom Kippur War. But when it was over, Israel still held the conquered territories. All the fighting could not solve Sadat's problems at home. Overpopulated with 40 million people, Egypt is a land of poverty, hunger, economic chaos. Food price riots in early 1977 dramatized that chaos. After the Yom Kippur War, Sadat was said to be desperate for peace with Israel. He needed peace to give his country a chance to build. He found an American connection to help him. Henry Kissinger's shuttle diplomacy in Middle East capitals paid off in 1974 with the disengagement agreement between Israel and her Arab enemies, and Sadat was grateful.
I myself am proud because Dr. Kissinger is my friend and my brother.
Sadat had signed a 15-year friendship pact with the Soviets in 1971. He dedicated the Aswan Dam, Nasser's dream, 10 years in the building with Soviet aid. But just a year later, Sadat ordered 20,000 Russian military personnel to leave his country. Too much Soviet influence, he said. Sadat turned to the United States. He emerged as a moderate in a region of extreme leaders in Syria, Libya, the Palestine Liberation Organization. But Sadat, the moderate, held fast on 2 points. Israel must return the Arab territories taken in the '67 war, and the Palestinian question must be resolved. I talked with him in the spring of 1977.
You say the core of the whole problem is the Palestinians, Mr. President. Right. Not Sinai, not Golan. Right. It's the Palestinians. Right. And I have no doubt that President Carter would agree with you. You want the Americans to talk to the PLO, yes? Yes. You want the PLO in a Geneva conference, yes? Yes.
But the Israelis refused to recognize the PLO as spokesman for the Palestinians of the West Bank, and there was no Geneva conference. So Anwar Sadat decided on high drama in his pursuit of a permanent peace. In November 1977, he went to Jerusalem itself to meet with those who had been his enemies all his life. And he heard his wartime foe, Golda Meir, praise his work as peacemaker.
Let us decide one thing. It must go on, face to face, between us and between you, so that even an old lady like I am will live to see the day.
I've always said this.
You always call me an old lady, Mr. President.
Sadat laid out his case for peace before Israel's Knesset, or parliament. As an Arab, he stood alone. Syria, the PLO, other Arab voices condemned him. There were fears that extremists would murder him for trying to make his own peace with Israel. In September 1978, Sadat went to Camp David with Menachem Begin and President Carter. For 13 days, they hammered out the framework for a peace. An astonished world watched as the Camp David Accords were signed in the White House. Sadat and Begin jointly won the Nobel Peace Prize for their work. They would haggle for 6 more months over the language of the treaty. It took a trip to the Middle East by President Carter to bring about the agreement. And finally, March 1979, peace.
Let there be no more wars or bloodshed between Arabs and Israelis. Let there be no more suffering or denial of rights. Let there be no more despair or loss of faith. Let no mother lament the loss of her child. Let no young man waste his life on a conflict from which no one benefits.
For 30 years, Egypt had exhausted its people and its resources, fighting wars, recovering from wars, preparing for yet more wars. Anwar Sadat, alone among the leaders of the Arab world, decided it was time to end it, time to make peace with the people of Israel. Mike Wallace, CBS News, New York.
Anwar Sadat, at age 62, dead. Assassins killed him in Cairo today. Bill Plant, CBS News correspondent at the White House, has some information there. Bill?
Dan, the president is going to appear at the north portico of the White House in about 20 minutes from now to make the official U.S. statement acknowledging President Sadat's death. In the meantime, we're told that prior to the announcement of his death, United States forces in the Middle East were notified of events and are, quote, taking necessary and prudent precautions as they would in any such unusual situation. When we asked if those forces were on alert, we are still told no comment, which probably means that they are on some sort of low-level alert. The president is expected to issue some kind of warning to the people in the Middle East to attempt to bring the status of the, or to ask Israel and Egypt to assure the status of the Camp David agreements to continue the peace process. We don't know yet whether anybody from this government, or I should say who from this government, will be going to Cairo to attend the funeral. But we expect to see the president in about 20 minutes.
Thank you, Bill Plant. As our CBS News coverage continues live from Washington and from around the world, we'll make another effort to reach Scotty Williston at our CBS News bureau in Cairo. Scotty, who's been the workhorse of our operation there today, may or may not be at the phone. She's not at the other end of the telephone right at this moment. In our last report, the Vice President of Egypt under the late President Anwar Sadat, Hosni Mubarak, was addressing on a pre-recorded address the Egyptian people, informing them for the first time, confirming that President Sadat had died, saying that he, Mubarak, as Vice President, would be assuming control of the government for the time being, that our understanding is that within 90 days, a successor to Sadat must be chosen. The odds are at this moment that if chaos does not take over, or if there is not a successful coup attempt, underscoring that so far as we know there has been no coup attempt today, an assassination yes, but a coup attempt no, that Mubarak would be the odds-on favorite, of course, to take the reins of the Egyptian government. He's age 52, he's an Air Force veteran, trained in the Soviet Union as a combat pilot. At a time during the 1960s when Mubarak was coming up, every Egyptian military officer who was considered a comer was sent to the Soviet Union. But do not be misled. We are admonished by diplomatic sources that when one says that Mubarak was trained in the Soviet Union as a pilot, that Mubarak has been Anwar Sadat's closest confidant, close co-worker, what amounts not only to his vice president but personal executive assistant, and then Mubarak, if he remains in power, it is the heavy bet of diplomats not only in this country but elsewhere that Mubarak would do his best to carry out the policies of the Sadat government, insofar as anyone can determine, including trying to carry out the Camp David peace accords. A reminder that for those of you who may be trying to get Egypt in some perspective, that this is an ancient country of 41 million people, that excluding the Sinai Peninsula, a very large area in itself, but excluding the Sinai Peninsula, Egypt is about the combined size of the states of Oregon and Texas. It's 50% agriculture in terms of its economy. That's been one of its problems, recurring problems over the years. Cotton is its main crop. While the country is predominantly Muslim by religion, there is somewhere between 6 and 7% of a Christian population in Egypt, a population with which Anwar Sadat had increasing trouble over recent months, particularly members of the Coptic Christian church, as well as Muslim fundamentalists. Sadat was having increasing difficulties with them, but had only in recent weeks seemed to put down yet another attempt at a dissident surge against him, and in so doing had expelled the last of the Soviet diplomats remaining in Egypt. It was Sadat, as we've told you earlier in the day, who took Egypt away from being a client state of the Soviet Union, supplied with Soviet weapons to the Egypt of the 1970s and into the early 80s, an Egypt that was allied with the United States. I believe that Scotty Williston may be up in Cairo, if I understood my instructions correctly. Scotty?
Yes, I'm here, Dan.
Scotty, any further information on what will happen in Egypt now? I think there are two main questions now that the death of Sadat has been confirmed. One, what happens in Egypt next? And two, any indication of who did it?
Okay. First of all, following just after we went off with our translator here in Cairo, a newscaster came on the air to say that Vice President Hosni Mubarak is not the president, that he has enacted a certain group of decrees. He will remain Vice President and Chief of Staff of the military, that Sufi Abu Talek, who is the Speaker of the People's Assembly, will take over the office of President starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, that a year-long state of emergency went into effect for the entire country of Egypt at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And Scotty, now what does that mean, a state of emergency? Does that mean military control, pure and simple?
That's what we are going by. That is all the announcers said. A state of emergency. In the past, that has meant full military emergency throughout the country.
Scotty, who determines the successor to Anwar Sadat? I mean, we know in the short term, you've told us what happens in the short term, and because Mubarak controls the military, whatever the title, the assumption would be that he would be in control of the country, but who will determine Sadat's successor?
There will be a general election. According to the Constitution, there should be a general election within 90 days. This is a repeat of what happened when Gamal Abdel Nasser died.
And Sadat came into power.
Sadat, who was then vice president, took over for a period of a few hours or overnight until, according to the Constitution, the Speaker of the People's Assembly assumes the office of president while they campaign for 90 days, and then a general election, a new president will be voted.
It's so hard to tell this early on, Scotty Williston, but based on your experience in Egypt and what you know of both modern and ancient Egyptian history, Mubarak would be the man that you would expect to become Sadat's successor, would he not?
Yes, he would be the man that we would expect. Now, he is not a man that the Egyptian people know a great deal about. They see him, he has always taken over the running of the country when the president has been absent, when the president's traveled abroad. The public is familiar with his face, and they're familiar with the name Hosni Mubarak, and that he is vice president. As for popularity, we have never been able, or we've never heard any indications one way or the other. He is, however, has very strong ties to the military, and there is no indication to the contrary that he would not.
Scotty, when I mentioned to you a moment, when I mentioned to you a moment ago that when you declare a state of emergency in Egypt, that means effectively military control. Of course, I'm keeping in mind it's not too strong to say that what Anwar Sadat had going in Egypt was a military dictatorship.
That is something that, to quote former President Sadat, this is a democracy, with a strong military. It was a government controlled by the military. It has been throughout its history since the revolution in '54.
Scotty, was the revolution in '54 or '52? I've been confused on that all morning long.
Sorry, '52.
Right. Scotty, now to the question. What we have is, among other things, is a case of whodunit.
That is
who
correct.
is responsible for this?
That is something that I can't answer now because just the confirmation of the death has come as such a shock. And as to who these two people that we can confirm are arrested, who they are, and who else was with them, and who brought this about, no one seems to know at the moment.
And it's your information that there are 2 or 3 people identified as Army sergeants who have been arrested.
My earlier reports were 2, but I have not spoken to that particular person in hours.
Scotty, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you, of course. We're expecting President Reagan to make a statement at the White House in the next 10 or 11 minutes. The situation in Cairo is that the death of President Anwar Sadat at age 62 has been confirmed. The Egyptian government continues to maintain that it was not a coup attempt, that it was an outright assassination. At least half a dozen men in military uniforms described as jumping off a flatbed truck as President Sadat watched a military parade and attacked President Sadat and his party with automatic weapons and hand grenades. President Sadat's death now confirmed by the Egyptian government. In our New York studios and waiting patiently for so long there, and our apologies to Professor Jackson for waiting, having to wait so long, Diane Sawyer with Professor Henry Jackson of Columbia University. Diane, perhaps we could ask the professor, who is a bona fide expert on Middle East affairs and on Egypt, does he have any indication on who is responsible for this assassination?
Before you answer, Mr. Jackson, I should point out, Dan, that the professor wrote what may turn out to be a prescient article in the spring issue of Foreign Policy magazine, in which he warned of the danger of assassination or overthrow to President Sadat, and specifically from forces within Egypt, alluding as well to the military. Now I'll let you go to Dan's question, if you will, Professor Jackson.
Yes. I have no information.
No, I think we talked.
I have no information as to who might have assassinated the president. However, I would surmise that within the ranks of the Muslim fundamentalists, there could have been numerous elements who would have been disposed to committing such an action. In recent months, especially within the last 6 to 8 months, we know that there has been an increase in the military of new recruits of young Islamic fundamentalist elements who were strongly opposed to Sadat and his policies of westernization in the broadest terms, but specifically opposed to the Camp David Accords. I would not be at all surprised if some of these turn out to be the ones who were responsible.
So rather than any military coup or military assassination as such, you see a fifth column inside the military of Islamic fundamentalists? I
would begin by looking within the ranks of the military, first of all, and from the lowest levels, lowest echelons of the military establishment.
Of course, no one knows who was actually responsible, but what can you tell us about these fundamentalist terrorists? Do they have links to Libya and through Libya to the Soviet Union?
It has gone largely unnoticed in the Western press, especially in the United States, that the Islamic fundamentalist opposition in Egypt has been very strong for several years now, especially since 1974. In fact, the first evidence we have of overt violent hostility towards Sadat came during 1974 when there were attacks on some military facilities in Cairo. There was an attempt, even at that time, to assassinate President Sadat. So this is, the signs were there in the past, unnoticed by our government on the whole, and ignored, of course, by the Egyptian press. But these pressures, which I see as, which in some respect recall the situation in Iran following the fall of the Shah, involved Islamic fundamentalists who had attracted numerous groups in Egyptian society, students, workers, a certain number of intellectuals. It was a grassroots movement in the most general sense, in the sense it was widely representative. And these groups, I think, are the largest body of Egyptians in one group outside of the military who had particular views on Sadat's policy. And I think almost to a man they were opposed to Sadat.
And have you seen any evidence in the past of ties to Libya?
There was definite evidence of ties to Libya. One of the fundamentalist leaders following the period after '74 was one Saleh Saraya, who headed one of these Islamic groups. And I should add here that some of these were paramilitary forces. They were not simply quasi-political people. Some of them were armed groups seeking to overthrow Sadat, including this one I mentioned, Saraya, who was a Palestinian by birth, but who had come to Egypt and organized in Egypt a section of opponents to Sadat. We know that Saraya was funded in part by Libya, and of course it is well known that Gaddafi viewed Sadat as his arch enemy and had from time to time financed Egyptian elements opposed to Sadat.
Professor Jackson and Diane Sawyer, forgive my interruption, but Professor, things at the moment, keeping in mind, of course, that we're in the very early stages, seem to be progressing in orderly fashion. You had an orderly, so far, an orderly succession of power. Pardon me just a moment. This is the ambassador to the United States from Egypt, Ambassador Gabal at the Egyptian Embassy.
And a sense of personal loss that I can now confirm the announcement just issued by my government in Cairo, that President Sadat has succumbed to wounds from assassins' bullets. Egypt has lost a courageous leader, and the world has lost a great statesman. The government, under the leadership of Vice President Hosni Mubarak, is in full control of the situation. The different institutions are effectively discharging their responsibilities. Cairo has confirmed that it continues its policies as chartered by President Sadat and overwhelmingly supported by the Egyptian people. Egypt will continue to fulfill its international obligations. The peace that Egypt has started will continue, and the peace process under Camp David will remain the adhered policy of the country. Our friendship and close association with the United States will remain a cornerstone of our policy. As we condemn the abhorrent act against the head of our state, we feel deeply touched by all the messages of sympathy and support we are receiving. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador, Egyptian Ambassador Gabal at the Egyptian Embassy here in Washington, that live coverage, as you saw and heard. As we await President Reagan's appearance at the White House with a statement, let's go quickly to Cairo and Scotty Williston at our bureau there. Scotty?
Hello, Dan. We're still trying to get a full clarification as to why Sufi Abu Talha, the Speaker of the People's Assembly, will assume the role of president until the election. When this was done, when President Sadat moved to office, he did it so that he could be elected by the people and not just stay in an office. He wanted to be, as he said many times during his presidency, I was elected by the people of Egypt. Just one moment. They have just interrupted broadcasting again to announce not what the newscaster had said, but to confirm that Hosni Mubarak will be president.
Well, that removes that question, doesn't it?
But after the necessary measures have been taken.
Thank you very much, Scotty Williston in Cairo. Professor Henry Jackson of Columbia University in New York with Diane Sawyer. Professor Jackson, what are we to make of this? Does this appear to you, on the basis of what we know here in the early hours, to be an orderly succession of power, or do you see hitches developing?
It certainly does appear to be an orderly succession of power from what we know so far. I think later on, however, we're going to discover that some elements within the military, probably at the lowest echelons of the military, disaffected individuals may have been involved in this assassination.
Do you think that that could make deep trouble for the new administration as it tries to establish itself?
I think at this moment there is enormous anxiety in the Egyptian leadership, that there is great concern for the future, the ability of the new leaders to govern effectively, and certainly their capacity to cope with the various groups who were opposed to Sadat's policies. Now, I think this new leadership will certainly at least continue and name President Sadat's policies, but this poses a problem for the new leadership just as it posed problems for Sadat.
We've had a lot of talk today and heard a lot of talk today, Professor.
Forgive me, Diane Sawyer,
Yes.
New York, but President Reagan is appearing at the White House.
Today, the people of the United States join with the people of Egypt and all those who long for a better world in mourning the death of Anwar Sadat. President Sadat was a courageous man whose vision and wisdom brought nations and people together. In a world filled with hatred, he was a man of hope. In a world trapped in the animosities of the past, he was a man of foresight, a man who sought to improve a world tormented by malice and pettiness. As an Egyptian patriot, he helped create the revolutionary movement that freed his nation. As a political leader, he sought to free his people from hatred and war. And as a soldier, he was unafraid to fight. But most important, he was a humanitarian, unafraid to make peace. His courage and skill reaped a harvest of life for his nation and for the world. Anwar Sadat was admired and loved by the people of America. His death today, an act of infamy, cowardly infamy, fills us with horror. America has lost a close friend, the world has lost a great statesman, and mankind has lost a champion of peace. And Nancy and I feel that we have lost a close and dear friend, and we send our heartfelt sympathy to Mrs. Sadat, to his children, who were here such a short time ago. Thank you very much.
President Sadat was here on the 5th and 6th of August. First time.
Appearing at the north portico of the White House. This is live, a picture at the Egyptian embassy in Washington, the Egyptian flag at half-staff, in memory and respect for Anwar Sadat, dead at the hands of an assassin today at age 62. What you saw from the White House with President Reagan appearing behind a hastily erected microphone and stand at the main entrance to the White House, the north portico appearing with Mrs. Reagan, President Reagan reading a statement of regret and mourning on behalf of the American people. Leslie Stahl is at the White House now. Leslie?
Dan, I don't know if you could see Mrs. Reagan in the picture, but she was near tears and she looked extremely shaken by the news. We had been told earlier by Senator Hatch from Utah, who met with the president, that he too was very upset and considered the situation now very grave in that part of the world. We had been given some sign earlier that the president might, in this statement, issue some kind of warning to any hostile powers or elements in the Middle East or in Egypt not to try to take advantage of the situation now, but he did not do that. We were told earlier, however, that U.S. forces in the region, and I'll quote what the White House spokesman told us, are taking necessary prudent precautions as they would in any unusual situation such as this. Some indication that there has been some change of status in U.S. forces in the region. We have been told that we will not get much word today from the White House directly on what we now, what our government now views as the possible ramifications in that part of the world, or any actions this government might take, or even if the president will go to the funeral. They apparently are meeting in the Oval Office now. The president will go back to a meeting with the Secretary of State Haig to discuss some of these issues that come up. The president's statement, as we heard, was just one of condolence and issuing sympathies to the people of Egypt and to Mrs. Sadat.
Leslie Stahl, is there any indication of yet of any special military alert or preparation in the wake of the announcement that President Anwar Sadat is indeed dead?
Well, as far as U.S. forces go, as I say, all that we are being told is that the United States forces in the region are taking necessary prudent precautions. We've been told no more about U.S. forces, nor have we been told whether we have picked up information that any other governments are moving. As I say, information has not been easy to get out of the White House this morning. I have a feeling that the President himself, who has been involved in meetings with the Prime Minister of Thailand and with other senators this morning on AWACS, has not himself been involved in too many high-powered meetings on the subject. We're told that he's going into an Oval Office meeting now and will probably cancel other appointments he had for the rest of the afternoon to discuss what the United States government will do and whether he will go to the funeral himself.
Thank you very much, Leslie Stahl, at the White House. In Israel, Prime Minister Begin has issued a statement saying that President Sadat was, quote, murdered by the enemies of peace. Prime Minister Begin went on to add, I lost not only a partner to the peace process, but a friend as well. And, again quoting Prime Minister Begin, his act coming here to Jerusalem will be remembered as one of the great events of our time. Prime Minister Begin said the peace process will continue, as Sadat would have wished. That statement from Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, dead at the hands of assassins who attacked him and his official party on the reviewing stand of a military parade in a suburb of Cairo this morning shortly after 7 o'clock, Washington time, shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Egyptian time. It is now coming up just before 9 p.m. Egyptian time, and Egyptian radio and television has now finally carried the confirmation that Anwar Sadat is dead, and the Vice President, Mr. Mubarak, an Air Force veteran trained in Moscow, but a close follower of Sadat's policies, and a man widely expected to carry out Sadat's policies insofar as he's able to do so, if he can make, as is widely expected, a successful transition of power. Mubarak appearing on radio and television in a pre-recorded statement telling the Egyptian people that Anwar Sadat was dead, but that Sadat's policies would be carried on. Bob Schieffer, I know you've been making notes to yourself and to me there about how much we don't know. One of the things we don't know is who did it.
Not only do we not know at this point, Dan, there could be so many suspects, as it were. We have all this conflict between the fundamentalists and the modern elements all over the Middle East. It was so much a part of the turmoil in Iran. We have the whole Libyan situation. We have no idea what part that has played in it. We know that Libyan radio early on was broadcasting apparently false reports that there was great joy in the streets of Egypt that Mr. Sadat had been killed. We don't know if the Palestine Liberation Organization had some hand in this. There's no indication that they did, but on the other hand, the situation is just totally unknown at this point. We are told that it was the two military people in Egypt have been arrested, but we don't know if that is just a couple of dissidents. The general view in Washington at this point seems to be that indeed it was some sort of isolated incident. We don't really know yet. Listening to Professor Jackson talk in New York, listening to Scotty report to us from Cairo, we don't really know at this point if there's even been an orderly transition of power. We think that there has, but there seems to be no real certainty even about that.
Would you agree, Bob, that in countries such as Egypt, those who control the gun generally control the succession of power? And the indication is strong that for the moment, that the vice president, in his effort to take control in the wake of Sadat's death, will have the support of most of the military, keeping in mind, however, that Professor Jackson, Columbia, says he thinks there could be trouble in that.
Well, I think that's exactly right. But again, it's one of those unknowns. You know, never anywhere in the world, I suppose, have we tied U.S. policy to one man so strongly as we did with Anwar Sadat in Egypt. And now we're in a totally different situation. He's not there anymore.
And the question now is whether the policy will be changed, whether it will be forced into change in the wake of Anwar Sadat dying, assassinated today at age 62. Anwar Sadat attacked on the reviewing stand for a military parade in a suburb of Cairo, rushed to a hospital, but surgeons unable to save him in the hospital. Other persons, including Anwar Sadat's personal secretary and bodyguard, also reported killed. 3 American military servicemen reported injured, but none of those American servicemen reported to be in danger. Now, for the moment, that will conclude our CBS News live coverage of the assassination of President Anwar Sadat in Cairo, Egypt. I would like to remind you that we'll have complete coverage of events of the day and anything else that happens on the CBS Evening News. Tonight, carried on some of these stations at 6:30 Eastern Time, on others at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Then we'll return tonight with a special CBS News broadcast on the death of Anwar Sadat, a special broadcast at 8 p.m., 7 Central Time. Dan Rather, CBS News, Washington.
This has been a CBS News special report.